phones, your interns, bright and early this morning, and we're off and running. And a busy one indeed. Today's a Charity Charge Day. We'll tell you more about that. Look back at the RBU this past weekend with Emma Terry. She is currently the Miss UAB and also stomping out ALS one step at a time is her initiative. We go in depth with Emma Terry in this past weekend's RBU, getting all the response from all of you, and what a powerful RBU it was indeed. If you have not watched or listened to that, go back and check it out. It's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever podcast you go and enjoy the podcast. It's there for you. Also on our YouTube channel, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook, you name it, it's there. So go check it out. Rick and Bubba University this past weekend with Emma Terry. Well, we got some USFL quarterbacks joining us today, and a whole lot more as we look back to a very busy weekend. Let's bring them in. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey,
boys.
What's happening? Everybody good?
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Everybody's good, fired up. It was a good anniversary weekend for me. Terry and I celebrated 23, and
look at you.
We had a good old time. Yes, sir. We had a good old time, and as we were hopping around and spending time with the kids, and they're in and out of the house, we found some time to go do some things ourselves. And now when you've been married, and I know for a lot of you that have been married a really long time, 23 years though, isn't something to just kind of laugh at.
Not in today's world.
You kind of, after you've raised three, you kind of just riding around town doing different things yourself with really no plan is fun.
Yeah.
And so we were able to do that and have a good time. But I know you were hosting a home run derby yesterday at Choccolocco Park.
You've been there a lot.
Yeah. Oh, have I? Yeah.
They have an event every week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
this was the Junior College World Series softball.
Okay.
And they had a home run derby.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, them girls can hit.
Boy, can they. Let me guess, Wallace Hansville was there.
They were there?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, they're good.
Teams from all over the U.S. But
really?
It was a good time. I saw a lot of friends.
You weren't called Speedy all day, were you?
No, they didn't do that.
Okay.
Last time they had that live band, and the guy
welcome Speedy.
He got mixed up. A little bit,
right. He did.
It wasn't quite to that this year. So, but no, it went well. We had a good time. Saw a lot of people. It was fun.
What was your what is your rhythm, or how do you call it?
I suck at it. It's just
Do you scream?
Where they're from?
Like, back, back.
No, but I'll say this. You know how the softball teams are. Their teams there to support them, and they're loud.
Oh yeah. So you really don't have to bring
do
the loud. No. You just got to bring the excitement.
Yeah.
Were you excited?
Yeah, sure. I was excited as I can get. I mean,
did you forget about the puppies for just a few minutes?
Yeah, that was nice. Get a little break from that.
Yeah.
They're growing.
I bet.
Now we're getting the mom's completely out.
Oh.
Yeah, she's done. And they're moving to the soft food, what they call it, mush.
Oh, well, you've been waiting on the mush.
Yeah.
You've been waiting on this moment.
Yeah, they feed.
What's your plan?
You can put a plate. They can actually lick it up and eat.
Okay, good.
Feed them.
That's good.
That's a little better. There's still 8 of them. There's still a lot of them.
Yeah.
I looked at one time. This is a bad sign for me because, I mean, you get attached to them.
Sure.
Nobody can have 10 dogs.
Right.
No, I don't recommend that.
No.
I've seen people do it.
I know it's not, but I have 2, and wow, what a nice situation that normally is. A good smell too.
Yeah.
But I walk out and all 8 of them are in Lisa's lap. All 8 of them in a pile, sound asleep.
See,
she was just gazing at them. I might even saw a tear. I'm like, let's don't get attached.
Oh no,
like there's 8 of them.
This is not a good sign.
Yeah, seriously. Here she was like this, and they were just all.
Buddy.
They'll pile on top of each other and go to sleep in a minute.
This is not a good sign for you.
Yeah, but
we've been talking about her getting latched onto them and not wanting to give them all away. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Hopefully, I'm giving them all away.
Oh, he's saying hopefully, Helmsy. Hopefully's in front of that.
What we ain't doing. We ain't keeping 8.
Oh, okay.
So now the door is open to multiples.
No, we had the talk. That she agrees. We don't need to keep any. Hey, we're keeping the crazy mother. Ain't that enough for any? Am I doing my part in the animal world? She brings nothing to the table.
Yeah.
She don't even like me. She doesn't. She don't have nothing to do with me. So I'm gonna keep her.
With that attitude, I wouldn't either.
Yeah. She gets to stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's fixed now.
She gets to stay, but the little puppies you want don't.
Well, no, I'm not. Everybody likes a cute puppy, but it's time to move on.
I
know.
No,
they're all.
Look, I'm not Lisa. You don't have to convince me.
I need all the help in the world, and we're getting rid of all 8 of them.
Okay.
Finding them a good place to live.
All right.
Greg, you had me at we're probably going to keep one. You no way you're getting rid of all of them. No way.
I know you've had y'all on Elvis. We got
enough dogs, and I can't do it.
Elvis and Dolly Parton are staying. We know that.
No. Everybody sign up if you're in the market for a nice little puppy.
Well, good thing you created a folder for them.
Yeah, I got a few people. I got some folks that have claimed to help try to place a few.
Okay, that's good.
So that's our plan.
Okay. So on the mush feeding, do you have to pick them up and separate them when they eat?
Yeah.
Or because I would think the bullies in there are going to knock everybody out of the way.
We go two at a time, and they got their separate plate. But see, they can lap stuff up, so that's a game changer.
Now, how about the new pool? Did you get it up and going with the higher sides?
I put them in it sometimes. There's the other one still. Now that Millie's not there, letting them out.
Mm-hmm.
She would mash the one down and flip them out with her nose.
Mm-hmm. So did you kick her out of the garage completely?
Yeah, when they're in there.
Okay.
I mean, there's no reason. All she does is come in and cause problems.
Right now, I'm picturing your garage. Do you just have swimming pools everywhere?
No,
I'm just right now picturing your garage just like a bunch of pools.
I got a couple. Well, working through this thing, guys. Kind of throwing it together. We're getting there.
So that was your weekend.
4 weeks.
So I bet you
4 weeks this past weekend. I've talked to some people that say you can get rid of them at 6.
Oh.
You hear that 8-week thing, but somebody said, nah, you can get rid. If they're eating food, you can get rid of them at 6.
When do they get their first shots?
Probably about 6. I'll take care of the first round of shots.
Well, aren't you nice?
That'll be done. And it's for all these people that are interested. Then after that, I don't know what else.
So you didn't mind telling Lisa, hey, I got to go to this home run derby contest and call it because that got you out of puppy duty.
Yeah. They're getting now where one thing about them, they'll eat and then they'll play and then they'll sleep. Because they sleep, I think, about 20 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be wide open. The next thing you know, they're in a big pile.
Yeah.
So now that you're not bottle feeding them, it's way better.
It's way better.
Oh, yeah.
And Mama Millie's just
that bottle
feeding
feeding was a good hour and a half just to get all 8 of them. This way, you can knock it out 10 minutes.
Does Mama have anything to do with them at all?
She wants to, but all she does is go in there and mess them. Like she's trying to wean them is all it is. And if they get near her, she'll snap at them and throw them right, So I said, look, just go on.
Is that what you tell her?
Yeah, she's not going to let them nurse. Of course, which is fine now, but I'd like to at least get another week out of her.
Right. Oh, yeah, exactly.
But so she's really not needed. All she does, she goes in there and starts grabbing blankets and slinging them and she's rowdy.
She's a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're going to keep her, though. Thank goodness.
See if you can talk anybody to taking her and you keep a puppy.
Yeah, who wants Mama Millie and a puppy? Huh?
Look, and it's nothing that I dislike. She don't like me. I mean, she don't want anything to do with me.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a gentle voice when you talk to her?
No.
Okay. That's why.
You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science plants because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings.
All right, we're rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. Today's a charity charge day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Care and Thrive Foundation. You can go out and enjoy some great food, and it's a win for everyone at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. 10% of food sales goes to the charity charge, and the beneficiary this month is Care and Thrive Foundation, which focuses on young onset dementia. We told you a little bit about them last week. We'll tell you more about them today, but that is today. Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge with the Rick and Bubba Show. careandthrive.org is their website if you'd like to go find more information out. Today, we've got some USFL quarterbacks joining the show with the Birmingham Stallions. Alex will be in studio today. He is the quarterback with the Birmingham Stallions, and then McLeod will be with us via Zoom. The New Orleans Breakers, I should say, did not get back in town from their weekend game, and so but they'll both be with us, one in studio, one on Zoom today. So that's there for you. Be looking out for that. This past weekend, as we said, it was RBU with Emma Terry. She's the current Miss UAB. A great story as we go into ALS conversation. Her initiative is stomping out ALS one step at a time. And this month, May, is ALS Awareness Month. So that was an interesting conversation, getting a lot of great feedback from that. No RBU this week as we approach Memorial Day weekend. The show on a 4-day Memorial Day weekend. Friday will be a best of show, and then Monday will be a Rick and Bubba replay for Memorial Day as it's quickly approaching. All right, so we've looked back at some weekends. Helmsy, how was your weekend?
It was interesting. I got a phone call or a text Friday afternoon from a former player saying he was coming into town and wanted to know if I wanted to have dinner. And I'm like, okay, it'd be cool. Yeah, absolutely. Love to see you. And Amanda was actually going to go, and that turned into him staying at our house, and we just lived it up for about a day, catching up and hanging out. And it was one of those things Friday night
dinner
where I was
bloomed into something.
I was actually exhausted Friday. And when I looked at the clock and we were having a good old time and laughing it up at 11 o'clock, I thought, man, this is the latest I've stayed up, and I don't know how long. I mean, I was, but I wasn't about to. I was like, I'm not probably going to see him for, a long time, and might as well just enjoy this. And then Braden played in a tournament Saturday in Montgomery, which the 11 o'clock late night hurt.
I bet
on
it
the following day.
Ouch.
And then for some reason I got out in the yard yesterday. I claimed I wasn't going to do any more yard work ever. And I found myself with blowers and weed eaters, and I even burned a brush pile, Greg.
I love burns,
and so
I'm all about it.
Did all that, and I got an interesting week coming up. So the kids are getting out of school, and Amanda and one of Amanda's friends are taking about 8 kids to the beach for 4 or 5 days, and so I will be here.
Well, I know you.
So
I
don't want to lift.
Y'all go have a good time.
Yeah. Hey, honey, I'm gonna stay here and take care of the dogs.
Yeah, boy, I'm gonna take one for the team.
Yeah.
Y'all go have fun. I'm gonna be here.
I did
doing whatever the crap I want to do
whenever I want to do it. Yeah, I actually thought, you know what? I mean, Amanda and I got serious about it. I was like, I could leave right after the show on Friday and just come down and stay until Sunday.
There you go.
But then it was like, that question we always ask, what about the dogs?
Yeah, there you go.
And
that is true.
And so I don't know. I could board them. You know what? My family is not about boarding dogs. Every time I bring that up, they act like I'm waterboarding them.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm just putting them up in a dog hotel for a couple of days.
Right.
They'll be fine.
Yeah.
And they they do not like that idea.
Well,
I get
it.
I have people come over and house sit, but it's really mainly to just take care of the pets while
I
people
got
are
10
gone.
Thought about doing that.
Throw 2 more in, I'll watch them. I got 10.
Yeah, just it's kind of like kids. Once you get past 2 or 3, hey, bring 8 in. It doesn't matter. It's just organized chaos. You can just dump them out. Hey, look, you watched my dogs. I'll watch yours.
You don't want Coco right now.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with her.
Oh, wow.
She'll snap at you in a minute.
Good night.
Yeah, it's weird. And that's why I thought, well, I'll have somebody just come, like you said, house sit or stay at the house or whatever. But I'm afraid she'll act like an idiot.
Jeez. Friday,
So anyway.
So while you were hanging out with a former player, Friday around 5, I guess it was 5, we went out to play a round of golf, and let me tell you how this happened. So Friday after work, I'm tooling along, and all of a sudden I get a text from Tyler and grandson River hey, Dad, you want to meet us out at a golf course and just tee off at 5 and play 9. And Reese has said he's in. He's coming straight from work, and all this was developing, and I'm like, well, I guess so. I mean, we'll go out, and anytime I can hang out with the guys, and I'll be happy to. So it'd be all the boys minus JC. Let's go do it. So Reese texted me and said, hey, Dad, will you just grab some of my stuff and grab my golf clubs? I'll just meet you there. Well, all of a sudden around 3:45, Reese pulls up at the house. He said, I got off just a little early, so I thought I'd come by and change and stuff instead of leaning on the car at the golf course. Yeah. doors open, trying to hide yourself from everybody, and somebody's going to see you. And there you are, and you're
in your drawers.
Yep. And so I noticed that he had his finger all bandaged up, his index finger. I'm like, what in the world happened to you? He goes, man, I cut it. I was like, what? He goes, yeah, I kind of filleted it a little bit, and hey, had me a bleeder. You know when you can't stop something. It's not a bad injury. It's a little nick, but it won't stop bleeding.
Yeah,
and it was
on your hands, so it's in the way of everything.
And it was right at the top of the knuckle of the index finger where it bends. Oh, yeah. And so, hey, you got a bending cut, so every time you bend it just, there it goes to bleeding. He said, but I'm still in for golf. He goes, where are the Band-Aids? I said, well, they're over there. So he
went the double one.
He cleaned it up and all this kind of stuff. So he gets out there, and we go in and we pay, and everybody, we got 2 golf carts, and here we are. We're just going to have a good old time and just chalk it up to probably not with River. There probably not going to be too much serious golf going on, but it's just a family outing. Let's just go have a good time. Well, all of a sudden, we get us a bucket of balls, and I'm coming over, and Reese is over there, River's over there, and Tyler's over there, and all of a sudden I hear Tyler go, oh, boy. And Reese goes, oh, man, and he's looking. And when I say he's bleeding from his finger, please don't think that it's just trickling. It's like somebody's got a faucet going, and it's just going, and it's just there's blood going everywhere. And I'm like, you can't have nothing.
You had nothing to put on it.
Nothing, no. And he said, man, as soon as I grabbed that golf club and I hit the first one, it just started. I mean, he had a Band-Aid on it.
Did you have to yell for medic? Come out.
Well, I was like, well, buddy,
medic!
I don't know what we're going to do. I said, maybe you can get a rain check or something, and maybe you just ride around with us. And he goes, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
and,
great. I can be at the house.
He runs in the clubhouse trying to find a bathroom and not get blood everywhere as he drips in. We finally got it stopped. But he walked around all day like he was pointing at you because he couldn't bend his finger. Oh, yeah. Just rode along.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. This time of year, I want to spend every second I can out in the sunshine, not wandering around a grocery store. Sometimes we do takeout, but that can get pricey. So we get HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook. Not only does it save you the hassle of making grocery lists and meal planning, saves you money too, because HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping. If you have picky eaters in the house, HelloFresh gets this. They have meal plans that suit your lifestyle, and their produce travels from the farm to your door in less than 7 days, so you know it's fresh. We love trying new dishes, and with 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 add-ons like snacks and desserts, we're always finding something new to enjoy with HelloFresh. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Today's a Charity Charge Day benefiting Care and Thrive Foundation, which focuses on young onset dementia. So if you go out to the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of food sales goes towards that charity this month. Those participating locations that are in the central Alabama area are Alabaster, Birmingham on Highway 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, and the new one at the Oxford exit 188, which is the Chocolaca exit there in Oxford, as well as the new location in Chelsea on Highway 280. We had a break during the JUCO baseball tournament there at Chocolaca that I was telling y'all about, where I stayed a long time. Anyway, we had a break. Felt like I was back in travel ball because anytime you get into the losers bracket, you know, if you win, there could be a delay, and then you wait. And Lost Estate found themselves in the losers bracket, and so they had won, and there was about a 3-hour or so break, and we were hungry. Terry and I were, and a friend of ours, and so we're like, hey, let's just go grab some food. And that exit has about everything you can imagine.
Yeah.
And so
it's also got a lot of traffic.
So then the discussion, hey, where do y'all want to go eat? Which I hate that because it's like, to be honest with you, I really don't care. I can eat anything anywhere.
You trying to make the call?
And so I'm like, I don't care, you know. And I know Terry, she's been eating gluten-free for years, and I'm like, well, just let me know where you want to go, because I can go eat anything there, wherever you decide. Anyway, we decided on Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yes, right there.
And I walk in, and Big Brother, Uncle Ricky, Rick's jersey is sitting there framed, and that table, it's just funny because it's called it's called the Rick and Bubba table.
So you could gaze upon the picture.
Met some listeners that actually stopped me as I was walking through that even referenced the jersey.
Really?
Is that Rick's jersey over there? I was like, yep, that's the one we're talking about. So that Oxford exit, Buffalo Wild Wings, when you walk in the door to the hard right, you'll see old 75, and that is, yes, Rick's Oxford football jersey, framed.
Framed, yeah.
And with NFL jerseys all around it. I just
one of these things is not like the other.
That is so good, though. It is so good. Thank you, Tim Spencer, for that. That's just good stuff.
Funny.
I don't care who you are. A little bit later in the show, USFL quarterbacks for the Birmingham Stallions and the New Orleans Breakers will be with us. One in studio, one on Zoom, just because of the travel schedule. McLeod could not be in studio, but Alex will be with the Stallions at 8:35 a.m. Central if you're listening to the show live. For those of you that normally catch us on WLWI and you're trying to find different avenues to get the show today, they are having technical difficulty. It doesn't have anything to do with our feed to the show. They just said it has to do with their tower site, and they're trying to work through that.
So don't panic.
You can still hear the show through their their streaming services. And I know some of you are going over to some different signals and avenues to catch the show. We're seeing those emails come through. But Greg Thomas, who hosted the show this past Thursday night at the Montgomery Biscuits game, reached out and said, hey, we got it. We're off air. Our engineers are on site, which I can't imagine. I bet you that engineer's loving that.
Oh, I know.
But
like
apparently it has to do with the tower site. So that's there for you. This past weekend, the PGA Championship was on. It's a major with the tour, and this is kind of funny because this is when all LIV golfers that qualify and the PGA golfers all come together, and the media makes a bigger deal out of it than it really is. And Bruce Koepka, who's now with LIV, won his 5th major and I think his 3rd PGA Championship over the weekend, and it was a really good tournament. Now, apparently the Oak Hill, where it was in New York, is a tough course because the rough is so bad. The conditions were awful for about a day or two. Yesterday, it turned out to be really nice, and the gallery was going crazy there in Rochester, New York, and so it was actually a pretty cool tournament. I was able to catch a little bit of it on Saturday, not much, but then yesterday it just was on in the background, and I kind of sat back and enjoyed it. But
it's a very historic place, and I'm going to tell you something. Brooks Koepka walks around a major championship more comfortably, more confident than we walk to the bathroom.
Wait, he really does.
It is crazy.
I wonder what his heart rate is.
I mean, it looks like he doesn't have one.
Yeah.
And anyway, I watched the first 3 or 4 holes, his start, and couldn't believe what I was watching, and then watched the last 4 or 5. I was hoping Victor Hovland. I mean, I like Brooks. I'm not one of these guys that's completely against LIV golf. I think it's good for the game, but I was hoping Victor Hovland would keep it up, and he was. He was in there, and then he doubled 16, took him out of it, and anyway, good tournament. And then you mentioned it in the commercial break. It was a really cool moment when Michael Block. So you get about, I think there's 20 or 25 PGA Championship teaching pros. So just think about your everyday Oxmoor around here, your Greystone. We ran into Steve last week. Hey, that's, director of golf and PGA teaching pros. These guys qualify, and there's 20 or 25 spots, and they make it in. And Michael Block was one of those, and he had a hole-in-one playing with Rory McIlroy yesterday, which was pretty awesome deal to see there. But it was good. It was good fun to watch. Greg, this is Glory's last shot that they moved.
Oh, yeah, you should be thinking.
They moved to the
really
to make it the second one.
So it's really not the last shot.
Yeah, it's not. Can't call it that anymore. But just as a reference point, that's what this tournament is.
Yeah, and because Block finished inside the top 15, now he qualifies for next year's, and he's already sent out on social media. He's been invited to do different things now, and so it's a pretty cool moment. But he's funny too. I mean, you talking about the little crowd darling. I mean, everybody loved Block, and I think up to this weekend, the most he had made golfing was $75,000, and I haven't seen the latest numbers, but I know entering Sunday he was positioned to win $500,000.
Well,
so a little bit different.
Yeah, writing a 1 on that scorecard helps tremendously.
Yeah. That was funny, him holding up the scorecard as he was writing it too, to put a little 1 there. But so anyway, so it was pretty cool though.
It was fun to watch. Good theater.
It was a lot of fun, and whenever it's raining and it's just Bip City, the golfers have even said, it's okay with me. I don't like it, but it's the caddy that because you got to protect everything. It's got to be dry. You got your umbrella up. You got your umbrella down. Putting my rain jacket on, not taking it off. It's just
got a towel.
Yeah, and now okay, I'm off in the wet rough. Okay, that's good. That's nice. It's just back and forth all weekend, but. Yesterday, that was pretty cool.
Koepka, that's his 5th major, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
And that puts him in some rarefied air when it comes to golf. So good for him. And look, and I am happy now that because I flipped it over to the Golf Channel Saturday night a little bit and listened to some of the guys, the commentators and blowhards about, golf. And they've all been so down on Live Golf. And even the major announcers during these tournaments have taken shots here or there. And I'm starting to see them lighten up on that. I'm starting to see them kind of give them their due and not be so rough on them.
Yeah, and I think
it's all political. Y'all know that.
It is.
It's ridiculous,
sure.
but I hate it's got to that. But they are seeming to come around to what's going on.
Yeah. I know Bubba will actually he can announce it, but we'll talk about it a little bit later, more in depth, but just kind of flying through here. I see where Hall of Fame running back Jim Brown passed away this past weekend at 87.
Jim Brown.
That's a pretty good run there.
One of the best.
No pun intended. 87.
Yeah.
That's a good run.
Good run.
What an incredible career, and went on to do a number of different things off the field as well when it comes to civil rights movement, and just there's so much more to talk about with him. But he has passed away at the age of 87. His family shared that sad news of his death over the weekend. And Rick even sent something to the our Rick and Bubba staff text messaging. Bubba, I know you can't announce this, but it is official.
And we covered it on the show one time before that I didn't know it, that he's a great lacrosse player too, not just football player.
I'd heard
he played it at Syracuse.
Yeah,
he was really good.
Yeah.
But
so it says here, and it's not anything that a lot of you don't know, but some of you might not know, that he did retire in the prime of his career
to
pursue acting and activism. He appeared in more than 30 films, including Any Given Sunday and A Dirty Dozen.
Yep, The Dirty Dozen.
Or The Dirty Dozen. But, there's not – Barry Sanders is one that comes to mind. People that running back that just walk away in their prime.
Yeah.
Probably one of the main reasons he lived to be 87.
Well, you're probably right.
He definitely walked better.
Yeah.
But
wow.
Yeah, he was a phenomenal player.
Yeah. All right, 866 We Be Big is our number. Alapuca and Cam Solo, your early interns today. They are taking care of phones and show prep for today's show. Rick and Bubba Adler all join us at top of the hour for the main show, and a busy one indeed we have. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Dell Technologies Summer Sale event is on with limited quantity deals on top tech. Save on select PCs powered by the latest Intel Core processors like Thin and Light XPS 13 laptops, Inspiron laptops, and 2-in-1s. Plus, get savings on select accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. It's the perfect season to power your passions during Dell's Summer Sale event. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
SimpliSafe was named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors, indoor and outdoor HD cameras, and hazard detectors are powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get emergency help fast. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Come shop Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. Refresh your home for the summer for less. When you buy one, get one 50% off on select interior and exterior paints and exterior stains via Lowe's gift card rebate. And get ready for fun gatherings by saving over $100 on the Style Selections Pelham Bay 5-piece dining set. Now just $345. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 5/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details.
You'd never knowingly feed your pup mystery meat or spoiled grocery store food, so why are those some of the most common protein sources in kibble today? Yep, the dog food ingredient meat meal can be made of spoiled supermarket meat and packing plant scraps.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. Your dog needs a biologically appropriate diet similar to what they would eat in the wild. That's why I developed Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food made with premium cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
Daly is 12 years old. He has been on your food for 9 bags now.
Nature's Blend is pantry safe and has 0 artificial preservatives, additives, filler, or meat meal.
He's got more energy, able to run around and play when our grandson comes.
For a limited time, save 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free pack of premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I can't thank you enough. He's 12 and I'm enjoying every day with him.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 1 additional text. Text stop to opt out.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Great. It's yours. See you then.
Nathan's Tiki-themed bar is swimming in end-of-year party bookings.
Where can I find that many servers? They want headlamps? And I'm going to need to find a band.
He needs caterers to navigate the rising tide.
No, Mario, not your cousin's cover band.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by 24/7 Burglar Busting Protection for your home or small business. We've been talking about them for a long time now. It's simplysafebubba.com. I know our house is secure by simplysafebubba.com, and it truly does give you peace of mind knowing that things are protected. Before you pack your bags and go on a trip or just leave for work or whatever you're doing for your home or small business, you need to check out simplysafebubba.com. You'll enjoy greater peace of mind and know that your place is monitored around the clock by trained agents who are ready to act to defend against break-ins, fires, and other threats. Fast Protect technology for fast response enables monitoring agents to visually verify the threat is real and conveys eyewitness evidence to 911 dispatch to talk to the police so they can respond quickly. They know exactly what's going on. SimplySafeBubba.com. It ships to your door and is easy to set up. It really is. It takes less than 30 minutes. I was surprised how quick it is. Just voice activated, instructions. Just tells you step by step what to do. Pretty easy. Simply Safe certified technicians install it for you if you if you prefer that route, but it's easy to do yourself. Right now, go to simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. There is no safe like simplysafe.com, simplysafebubba.com. All right, so we're rolling on. Busy show today. Don't forget, it's a short week for the show today. We have a hosted best of on Friday, and then we got the Memorial Day replay coming up. It's hard to believe it's already Memorial Day weekend coming up here this weekend. That's bizarre. Today, a charity charge day benefiting Care and Thrive Foundation, and we have a whole lot more going on. Looking back at a very busy weekend, just kind of shooting the bull.
I got a question, hygiene question. I don't do this, and I don't think you two do it, but I got this QFTA this weekend wanting to know if we did this, and I think the answer is no, but I want to know, do people actually do what I'm about to ask? Do you brush your teeth in the shower?
No.
Do y'all know people that do this?
No.
Why would we get this question if people are not doing that?
I've never heard
have
of
no
that.
idea.
I hadn't either.
I don't know.
I've never heard of one person.
Just don't go
I shave my head in the shower.
I shave in the shower too.
Yeah,
but
I don't brush my teeth there.
No. Anybody, interns, y'all brush your teeth in the shower?
No, I've not.
Nah.
No. You know, I'll be honest with you. This discussion hasn't come up with any of my friends.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they do or don't, but I've never been told that anybody I know does.
Another QFTA that came in over the weekend. That's a question from the audience. And I thought about you, Greg, with this. It said, have you ever done a local restaurant's eating challenge? I have not. I don't know about Speedy, but you did the Mugshots burger fry challenge that day.
I've hosted
and
some.
I did not pull it off.
No.
That was tough.
It was tough. That was a big burger and a lot of fries.
A lot of bread involved.
Yeah. Their buns too
How about
big.
that bread?
Lot. It was tough. I didn't even get close.
Yeah. The last one I hosted was like a burrito deal, but it was a really big one. And man, they were having.
I wasn't expecting you to say burrito.
Hey, they were having a tough time.
I bet.
Huh?
But that's hard to watch.
Kidding me? Hey, picture what that looks like dipping that in water.
I bet that was terrible.
Huh? And you know me with secondhand, it's like I was fighting myself. You know. Run, no host. Run, get out of here. No, you got a host.
Good.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he's eating it. You know?
Wow, that was a big bite.
Yeah.
Chew it up.
Amanda, this is just food in general over the weekend. But she's a lot like Terry when it comes, and Lisa too, obviously. They're all like that. They just love their servant's heart, and they want to do like when somebody's at the house, they want to make it so special.
Right.
Oh boy.
And I'll ask Amanda Saturday morning. I said, you do realize like what you've done over the last 12 hours, like rolling out the red carpet and cooking this huge big.
Right.
You could do that anytime.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
why are we doing that every day?
There's 4 other people in the house.
That's a good point.
Why does a player have to come from Tampa, Florida?
Yeah.
For us to do this. And
you know what that is, Helmsy? That's just like when you're moving or something and you start doing upgrades on the house, because it's the punch list or the the inspection. Hey, you need to do this, that, and the other. You start looking back going, why did we just do this when we lived here?
I know.
You just let it go.
I walked down to where in the bedroom and like there's waters and stuff put out, and I'm like, oh, we should put a water by my bed every night on my nightside, on my little table. I got a table too in our bedroom. You can put water on there for me.
I get thirsty.
Yeah,
it's just funny.
That is funny.
That?
Bacon was best bacon I've had in a long time. Eggs were awesome.
I tell you, we had some good eating. Friday or Saturday night, Terry and I went out to eat, and we found ourselves over, for those of you that know, by the Hoover Met, which is where the SEC baseball tournament is hosted, which starts tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
And and so I saw all the reader boards start. They were going up. They actually were putting them up and signs. SEC baseball tournament. Welcome SEC fans. And this is when all the SEC teams that qualify converge on Hoover, Alabama. They start single elimination tomorrow morning. South Carolina and Georgia play in Game 1. Game 2, Tennessee and Texas A&M. And Game 3, Kentucky and Alabama. And Game 4 is Auburn and Missouri. That'll be a late start. They say 8 p.m., but if you're the fourth game of the day, it's going to be delayed at some point. But every time I think of the SEC baseball tournament, a lot of great memories, me taking the boys as they were younger. They loved going and running up and down the hill, going after foul balls. But it's this show. It's the Sports Czars and us doing the live show from there.
That was fun.
We got to do a lot of cool things because we weren't really a sports show, but we were put into that category.
I know. We really weren't. We spent that whole show making fun of that big guy that was with the fields crew.
Yeah. Who made fun of him? We or you?
I was going to say, Greg, I wouldn't loop us into that.
Well, y'all didn't make fun.
No, I didn't make fun of it.
I will say I did join in.
So
with
you were like, hey, guys.
Do you remember when I went down there and helped them drag the field?
Yes, you're part of the field crew.
How about that?
I remember y'all sent me down with a wireless microphone?
Yes. During that camp.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. It's one of the funniest moments ever.
I felt bad. I didn't think that was funny.
You didn't?
Somebody asked me, not this weekend, but last week, if we were ever going to do that again. I just told them probably not.
That'd been so fun.
That was like
that was fun though. Y'all straight up.
Event and the regions event. We would do multiple days.
I'm gonna tell you,
we would go like 3 days.
I tell you what, the best thing.
We would ask them, hey, can we come back to?
We didn't belong there, y'all.
Well, I'll tell you where I had one of the most fun we've ever had, or I had doing the show, was not at regions and not at SEC. Is when we did it that random golf tournament.
That was fun.
And we were broadcasting on the tee box.
Yes, we had a microphone set up.
That was one of my favorites.
Wasn't that at the Legacy course of Greystone?
It was.
Yeah. I do remember that.
Yeah, we had a
really good time. We would make fun of people when they hit a bad shot.
And they didn't know it.
And Speedy would say, some of your one-liners. He wished he was taller.
That one was good.
Yeah. I blame Greg
that
for
was
that.
a fun one. Forgot about that.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. But so the SEC, and I know all conference tournaments are cranking up or are already underway, but the SEC baseball tournament starts tomorrow. So welcome all SEC fans coming into our flagship market. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, watching you live on CRTV in Piedmont, Alabama, Bubba, home of WPID.
Yes, sir. Mr. Allen. WPID.
Go ahead.
Got two questions. Number one, me and my wife have been trying to think of a long time ago. You guys played a game, had something to do with the size of your pants, and you always ask if the lady adds so many numbers to it. And then, secondly, whatever happened to Mickey Dean? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, you're talking about the Lucky Butt contest.
How about in today's environment, we can no longer play Lucky Butt. Lucky Butt has been eradicated from society.
I'm sorry. It had a wheel too, though.
I remember that game, y'all.
Rick and Bubba.
is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. This hour starts with the national anthem. The hour, we are ready. Another hour, another day, another week. And Rick and Bubba history, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. They've already given you a kickoff hour, and that's available on all the various Rick and Bubba platforms. Rick and Bubba University students, Cam Solo and Alapuca, earning their degree in common sense. That now a superpower. They'll take your phone calls at the number I just gave you. Hello, YouTubers. One of the ways you can get the Rick and Bubba Show, Eddie Van Adler runs that. He's settling in for another hour on another day, on another week. You can watch us on our YouTube channel, either live and or archived, any parts you may miss, or maybe that may be the way you get the entire show. However you want to do it, do subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're trying to get to that silver button. We are so close. One of my sons this weekend said, Dad, you are so close at 100,000 subscribers. So do that if you haven't already done that there at the YouTube channel. So the gang's all here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. And we are celebrating a short week, I believe, today, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Short week!
The word up. Everybody say, yeah. When you hear the call, you got to get it underway. A word up. You'll be heard.
Yeah.
No matter how you say it, you know you'll be heard.
Yeah.
Tell everybody.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, when word up, first time you heard that, good night.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
What'd you think? Yeah?
I thought, yeah.
That's
it.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Yeah.
And how cool, we actually interviewed Mr. Blackburn on the show one time.
We did. Larry.
What's his first name? Larry Blackburn.
Mm-hmm. Larry,
very nice guy, too.
This is Larry Blackburn from Cameo. Ow! And you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bring it, Larry.
You know, I really like Cameo. Not just the one that, all the white people dance to, but, the deep cuts.
Oh, yeah.
Alligator Woman. Did you ever hear that one?
I did. Yeah. So let me tell you something. That Word Up's one of those. You're at the wedding reception. You're.
Oh yeah.
You're just lily white.
That'll get you to the dance floor.
Ain't got an ounce of rhythm.
Yep.
And the DJ will spin that, buddy, and whatever you're eating on, you'll put down on the table and start moving that way.
That's right.
Gotta
move.
Get out there. And
it's
make
hard
it
to listen to that and sit still.
No, you can't. So that's on that list of it. You can't.
You got
sit
ants
still.
in your pants.
Yeah, so we'll unpack the weekend. I don't know what all happened while we were away, but whatever it was, we got it all laid out here before us, and we'll do that today. We got a Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge there in Sweet Home, Alabama, at participating locations, so you can get out and help another great charity today. The charity is Care and Thrive Foundation, focusing on the young onset of dementia. So look for that wherever if you are in Alabama and you're near a participating location, go there today. Enjoy delicious Buffalo Wild Wings food. 10% goes to this great charity, and we'll bring them in for their check here in a couple of weeks, and we'll give you another opportunity. So that's going on today. If you are a fan of the USFL, we'll interview a couple of USFL quarterbacks today, as the USFL season now is getting down to championship time, baby. And so we'll talk with those two quarterbacks today, one live in studio, one via Zoom. A new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out. Emma Terry was our guest, Miss UAB, talking about ALS Awareness Month. So that's out, and some of you have already watched that and listened to that, but it is available if you haven't.
Yeah, very sweet young lady. We enjoyed getting to visit with her, and I know there's big things coming down the road for her, if not in the pageant world, in just life.
Well, or you mean competition world?
Whatever. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Them things she's going to be doing.
I just thought I'd have a little fun with that. The end market appearance curse appears to be in play again. We went to Montgomery for I-92 WLWI on Thursday night. They're off the air today.
So we haven't been taken off the air. Right, I think they're having technical trouble.
But if you're somebody that you've been watching that, and that's kind of been an ongoing thing in our history, the first thing you think is, well, they've done it again. And you want to know which one of us was guilty of thinking we could have something,
right?
So the rest of the network is doing fine, and the rest of the platforms, but. If you found us and you've searched us on another source, a streaming source or something like that, going, hey, I normally hear you on 992. What happened? Did y'all come in here and do it again? No, it's a technical difficulty of some kind. So,
and I know they have a great staff there. We met our engineer Josh when we were down there. But if it gets too deep, they'll reach over there and move that big cake cover and get that red phone and call Larry Wilkins.
I know.
Godfather.
When you call him in, it's a game show. He may be on this case. At least flying cover.
Did you love Batman when they had it was the red phone with one button. It didn't even have numbers. It had one button.
Loved it.
And it was under a cake cover. And they we can't even have dust get on it until we call Batman.
No.
I used to love that.
Somebody said that today in Montgomery they projected a tool belt in the sky. For Larry,
the back in the day. This is funny. I'll tell you this. Talking about the red phone. My aunt and her sister lived next door to each other, and they had bought this phone that would just talk to each other. You had to run a wire, so they'd run a wire through the trees between their houses, and it was a red phone. It looked just like the bat phone.
There's the old bat phone.
But. If you're trying to hide your identity, you probably don't need one of those on your desk, right?
But if I didn't have it on my desk, I wouldn't ever know it was ringing. It'd be just flashing in my drawer.
You notice the rotary one next to it? Yeah. And remember, they popped the statue head open, pushed the button to open the slides to the back case.
Batman
was that as cool as it could be when you were a kid?
Batman meant business. You know it.
And the thing about Batman, he didn't have like special powers.
No.
So you thought anybody that's just kind of sharp and could pull it off could do it,
Yeah. Got to have a lot of jack.
Yeah, you got to have some money to make it.
Some gadgets. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hang tough. Hey, look, it's a shot to the chin, baby. You got to hang tough.
Gotta hang tough.
So we have much to cover. Hey, what's going on? Is there some sort of confirmation trying? Everybody seems to talk about some judge trying to be on Supreme Court. I didn't hear anything about it.
You know, I'd love to have a Fun Zone Friday, but I don't think it's possible.
Are we voting today, though, or tomorrow?
Here's the
voting
update.
today, then voting again.
They're going to have a procedural vote to end the discussion or the debate.
Right.
A cloture vote, which is actually closure.
Watch out.
And then they will have a vote. I think they've got 24 hours or something to do a vote. So I think you'll see that today and then a vote probably tomorrow. Still up in the air. We've had two Democratic senators that were in play. One of them, the one from North Dakota, says she will vote no, even if it cost her seat, and it looks like it will. The senator from West Virginia is undecided, also Democrat, and the three Republicans are undecided, although they have said they were satisfied with the FBI report. So read into that what you want to.
Well, as we talk about, these things get leaked and everybody starts talking about it. And if the leaks and what everybody was saying were correct yesterday, it seems as any level-headed, logical thinking person the conclusion that all of those type people would come to is that the FBI investigation produced the same thing the hearing did.
Yeah.
Meaning we talked to the same people, and guess what they said? Same thing.
Right.
The same thing they'd either sent in or said during the committee hearing, so there's still no evidence to corroborate Ms. Ford's accusation, and then you have to decide whether that's good enough for you or not.
And in last
where we are?
Last-minute ditch effort, Judge Kavanaugh has put out a piece in the, I guess it was in the New York Times, an op-ed.
Wall Street Journal.
Was it the Wall Street Journal? Anyway, he's put out an op-ed piece entitled, "I am an independent, impartial judge," and he has basically summarized his career. And he has admitted that his tone was sharp, and he said some things he wished he had not said during the testimony, but he said he was mad. He said he was speaking as a husband and a dad and all that, but he said to look at his record, how he's acted on the bench and all that would be the way he'd want to be judged. And in another op-ed, he's had three other people he went to school with saying, well, he drunk a lot more than he's letting on like he did. So...
yeah, well, I told you that was a problem from the very beginning.
And you've had the slimy porn lawyer guy. You know, he comes out with a new client about every other hour. So he's really not been taken serious.
Right. Well, what's been going on right now is Kavanaugh should have said, look, when I was a young person, like I'm sure many people in this room, I did things that I regret from a mind that didn't have the wisdom that one can't get any other way than living through life.
Right.
And not every young person does the things that I did, but now they're looking a lot smarter than those that did, because maybe it does matter when you do these things. But he said he should have said, I did drink, we did have parties, I did raise a little Cain in prep school and in college, but that in no way makes me, nor any of you in the room that may have done the same thing, a sexual predator or guilty of anything criminal against a woman against her will. That particular charge against me is unfounded, and it's uncorroborated, and it is false.
Yeah.
But what he tried to do is downplay the drinking, and then people that said, well, that's not true. You were quite the – I figured out he was –
quite the rounder.
Can I tell you how I figured out he was a heavy drinker? One of his friends is a raging alcoholic, and he kept screaming that he loved beer over and over again. That made me think, yeah, he probably's knocked back because that's the problem with alcohol. Anybody who says they can handle it in moderation, those people certainly exist. But most of the people that say that are usually slurring.
Mm-hmm.
And if you play around with alcohol because it does have an effect on your mind, it does have an effect on it. And most people, it'd be like you saying, well, I'm a snake handler, but I rarely get bit.
All right.
You know what I mean? But the only way not to get bit is not to play with snakes.
Yeah.
And if you try to walk that tight line with alcohol, it's a dangerous line to walk. It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. as we make our way back. We look forward to chatting with you today and catching up with everything that's going on. Bubba mentioned it is a short week this week because it is Memorial Day weekend coming up. We'll be off on Friday. That'll be a best of Rick and Bubba show. And then a replay on Memorial Day of an old show in its entirety. Everybody off on Memorial Day. So make a note of that coming up this week. So we will be here. There'll be no Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week. That's also on hiatus this week, and will return next week. So that's a little different format this week. So a little programming note there. All right, so we'll. Yeah. I know that I don't know what's happened in the world, but I can tell you, we'll review this past weekend travels and all that, and I had to make a trip to Atlanta. Anytime those of you around the country, you probably have your own version of this if you live near really big cities, but. When one decides to go to Atlanta, you have to have a whole new mindset.
It's like you're going to war.
The thing that I say about Atlanta, and I've had now a second son living there. I've had two live there, and they say the same thing. Nothing's easy. Greg, you used to have to travel through Atlanta. Of course, didn't you? No, because you had to go to the other end when they lived over in Lawrenceville, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that right, Lawrenceville, over in that area?
Yeah, they were there first, and then they moved to Gwinnett County, which
did that help
easier.
any?
A little,
yeah. But you
could stay on 20 the whole
But
day.
I remember, when you head out to Atlanta, it doesn't matter. It could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
any time of the day.
It doesn't matter. And by the way, I need to ask a technical question, and we'll get into the full recap. Something's going on, and one of my sons who traveled with me this time suggests that I may have a phone issue, and I'll tell you more about that. And all I could think about is, does this particular problem affect me enough that I would go down the journey to try to resolve it, or do I just forget about it and just hope it works out? So it's one of those, because anytime you walk into the world of, hey, my phone may have an issue. The only thing that's more difficult than Atlanta is trying to go to some Apple store or something and start the process of trying to get someone to service your phone.
It's awful.
Unless it just keeps you from communicating, it's not worth it. No. I mean, so anyway, I'll ask that question when we do those recaps coming up. Also, Bubba had said this is a picture. This happened. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, people send us stuff all the time in email, get very interesting emails. And so a guy, and he's not even talking about, by the way, good news, Cumulus Broadcasting says I-92 is back on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think we're back. Hello, Montgomery. So I'm glad that's back. So anyway, this was sent to us, and we were looking at it in the break. And Bubba says he thinks he knows what we're doing here. It was from 2001, and anytime people see pictures of us, 2001, or back, we always look and try to get an update on how much we've aged, because you can't really tell. And as my wife said when she saw this picture before I left home this particular day, she says, "Well, I'll tell you one thing. In that particular day, there was no concern about the weight." And I said, "No." She goes, I'm probably rocking, 290 right there. And she goes, "And what are you doing with your foot?" And I said, "Well, my feet are always in question if I've been put in any position that my body may be in duress." So we've been asked to take a knee, and in those days we were younger, so I guess we could. But somebody just sent me this and said this is from 2001, and of course we tried to figure out who everybody is in the picture. Now, Bubba, I'm going to go further, and there's been two things that have happened that involve Big Oak Ranch, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You rode a horse for them, which you said you'd never do and haven't for anybody else.
That's the only time I've ever rode a horse.
Is this the time I attempted to play golf? And broke somebody's driver?
You did. Wow. You did try to swing. I don't think you played, but you tried to.
Is this when I broke? Was this when I broke the driver? No, that was actually at a pro-am, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you broke one.
This is the one when I hit it off in that neighborhood.
Yes. Yeah, I think you hit a house.
Yeah. So anyway, Bubba says he thinks this is a golf tournament,
and
It
looks like that's raising money for Big Oak Ranch.
A lot of golf shoes, so probably so.
Yeah, but and these are all various universities.
It was in Tuscaloosa.
These are all various University of Alabama legends,
right?
And it's really funny, and we're trying to name. So I think on the front row, let's try, Bubba, from left to right. Richard Todd.
Richard Todd is there, then you, then me.
Oh, is that me? Yeah, there's Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
This seems like, is this a trainer or a female athlete of some kind? That looks like that may be a woman.
It is.
Rick,
it is a woman.
It is, but I cannot
That's
recall.
right. This was 2001. Everybody knew.
Yeah.
Right. It was actually a
can't.
woman.
I can't recall who it is though.
Yeah. All right, and then I don't know who this guy is in the red. Do you?
Rick, Well, you put me on the spot here, so I hadn't had time to study.
All right, let's get. We go next. Tommy Wilcox.
Okay.
Yeah. Johnny Musso.
I believe that's Johnny Musso.
Rich Wingo.
Rich Wingo.
Wow. Were y'all buddies then?
No.
How about that?
He just emailed because I seen the picture. He said we had no idea.
That's funny.
All right, so I don't know who the next guy is. Do you?
Then John David.
John David Phillips.
Right.
All right, up now.
Right.
Just jump up.
Not sure.
Not sure. Bobby Humphrey.
Humphreys.
John Kroll. Wimp Sanderson.
Right.
Greg, is that?
Oh, gosh.
I know who that is.
I know who that is.
is.
I can't think of his name.
Oh, I can't either. All right, next, Barry Krause.
Right.
Not sure. I don't know why Baumhauer's dressed like he's a doctor.
yeah.
Okay, and
that one's making me mad because I know who that is, and I cannot think.
That's
of
a
who
crusty old coat. I think, right? Maybe.
Oh, I don't think so.
And by the way, this next one, we just saw a video of Eli Gold has just come out of cancer treatment, right? And they think he's okay.
A few weeks ago.
Was it a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Does everybody think he's okay now?
He's ringing that bell.
He's ringing that bell. I think he's planning on coming back.
So there's Eli Gold.
Right.
Anybody?
That is, he is also a broadcaster, and I cannot think of his name.
All right. And then what about this one?
Not sure.
Is
Calvin
that?
Wilbur.
No. That is
It does look
golf
speedy.
developer. Is that Jerry?
Jerry Pate.
Jerry Pate.
That is Jerry Pate.
I think that is Jerry Pate.
I was going to say Drew
It's a
Brees,
good call.
but
Good call.
But he didn't play for Alabama, so that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
So I was going to
Did he play golf there?
It might have been a Jerry
No.
Pate course.
Yeah.
Now I'm really stepping out.
say. So anyway. You're doing all kinds.
I am.
Do you realize this one right here has got a little bit of Mike Paris to it?
Yeah.
Is that Ray Perkins?
That's what I thought it might be.
It looks kind of like Ray Perkins.
Yeah.
I think it's Ray Perkins.
I think it is.
It might be.
I think that's Ray Perkins.
It may be. That's.
Well, I think you're right.
I
That's
do-
a framer
I do-
right there,
I
boys.
do remember that there was a kicker. One of the kickers was there, and I can't remember which one it was. Maybe Philip Doyle. And there was a wide receiver there. And I can't remember who it was. Rick, really, I mean, this is you're talking
Wait a minute,
about, you're talking about
little number 4 that coached at Mountain Brook. Was he there?
Joey Jones. It was not Joey Jones,
okay.
but it was another receiver.
Little number 4.
Well, look, you talk about somebody who broke your heart when you was a little boy sitting on the
I
office.
love the fact that we don't know why Baumheimer had scrubs on.
Shouldn't he be running the restaurant? What's he doing?
He had to batter some
Well,
wings.
I think I think that was maybe part of the go-to uniform for him. Which I don't blame him. I'd like to wear scrubs.
So anyway, thanks to the listener that sent us that. And what was funny, his topic had nothing to do with that. His topic was about Jeff Dunham's puppet and Walter and Biden, which we'd already heard. Anyway, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And if you're somebody who drinks it all the time, I just don't believe that every time you pull it off and stay in the lines. I just don't think that's possible. Not if you're somebody who does it all the time. You know what I mean?
The protests in Washington are still going on. It's pretty much a zoo up there. I talked to a couple of people in D.C. yesterday, and it's certainly at a whole new level. But I really, and we'll talk about this later in the show. I think some of this is going to have. I think a lot of this is being done strictly on a Roe v. Wade thing, and they don't care who they have to destroy to get to that place. But I think it's going to have a devastating backlash that they're not thinking about.
Yeah. 17. We're moving through other stories now. Bubba, you were telling me during all the circus that we have involving this confirmation and political wars and donkeys versus elephants and all of this, we now have an issue with an intern in the middle of all this, and it's kind of dicey.
Yeah, a Capitol Hill intern who is charged with publishing the private contact information of at least one Republican senator during last week's contentious confirmation hearings is also accused of threatening to expose health information about senators' children. Jackson Costco, Costko 27, from Washington, D.C., was arrested and charged with 7 counts, including witness tampering, identity theft, and second-degree burglary.
Wow.
And he has worked in the offices of at least 3 Democratic lawmakers. Capitol Hill police say he snuck into the office of one senator where he worked until he was fired recently and logged into a computer with someone else's credentials. He has worked for Texas Democrat Sheila Jackson Lee, California Senator Dianne Feinstein, and California Senator Barbara Boxer.
So this all has that once again, I hate to keep bringing this up, that Watergate feel. I mean, I'm breaking in people's offices and I'm bringing out things that's personal information, trying to see if I can't use it against them.
Yeah, they call it doxing, doxxing, where you're putting out private information in a malicious way. He's been charged with that. He also went on to the Wikipedia page of several people, including Lindsey Graham, to include a gay slur on his page. So he's been up to all kind of dandy stuff there. So anyway, he has been caught and charged. He is facing like 10 years in prison if convicted.
You know, I hate to say this, but intern programs are very dicey. No offense, Graveyard.
Yeah.
I mean, we've the whole when you first brought up, Rick, we got an intern, situation in Washington. I thought, good night. We're going. Is it the Clinton years again?
Yeah.
So we got one that's has become really, it sounds like a free, no need to pay political operative.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 27 years old.
Sure. I bet that he's a doozy.
Yeah.
I assume it's a he, is it?
Well, I mean,
yes, it is.
He goes in there and he's formidable, and
that's the neck I thought he'd have.
And he hears all these things. He gets all jazzed up and think he's doing the right thing from a moral standpoint. It's win at any cost.
You know what I want to know? You know what I want to know, don't you?
Well, I know basically, Rick, what a lot of people are asking. They want to know what he knew. And when he knew it.
That'll sum it up.
We continue.
My favorite part about that is the glasses adjustment in between questions.
When
he knew it.
When.
So pencil neck's been removed.
Yeah. That's only that neck's only.
We continue. George in Kentucky. George, welcome to the program. How are you?
Doing well. Yourself?
Great. I'm fired up.
Glad to hear it. Hey, just wanted to give you a call and have a little discussion to tie in what you're talking about today with something that was brought up yesterday. You remember the pro-life activist that was assaulted by the moron with the roundhouse kick?
Yes.
And in that discussion, you mentioned, I've heard numerous times in the past where people would say, okay, let's make an exception for the rape situation. And if we can do away with all the rest of it, then, hey, that's better than nothing.
Well, it's one step forward with another step to go.
Well, the problem, and I've heard this even before all this recent stuff came up with what's being force-fed to us in the news right now.
Right.
Even before that, I always thought, how much incentive does that give a woman to bring false accusations to somebody to say, hey, I just want a legal abortion, and this is the only way to do it. So to heck with the facts, I'm just going to make up a story so that I can go and get them.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. How would you like to have slept last night on a mattress that was made just for you? Well, you could if you went to helixsleep.com/Bubba this upcoming Memorial Day weekend. Maybe a time for you to celebrate by getting a customized mattress from helixsleep.com/Bubba. Each mattress made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And right now you save 20%. All you need is I have a need for sleep, and the ability to relax comfortably might be the best way to do that, and we can save you 20% in the process. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, just like Greg and Lisa Burgess did, and they're going to ask you a few questions about how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. If you want a soft mattress, a medium firm, or a really firm mattress, whatever you want, they have all types of mattresses, including mattresses designed just for children and mattresses for those that are big and tall. So they give you 10 or 15-year warranties depending on the model. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving 20% by using helixsleep.com/Bubba, and you have 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure that you love it, and you will. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba and get that done and start getting a great night of sleep. And remember, the shipping to your door is always free. All right, so a couple of stories today out of the world of celebrity. Bubba, trying her best to be the female version of Keith Richards. Cher celebrates her 77th birthday.
Wow.
And then she says on social media today, "When will I feel old?" So Cher,
she must have thought she felt or looked old because she's had a little work done over the years.
Well, you know, and
here we go. Go ahead, Greg. I'm kidding.
She says, "Please tell me, when will I feel old? This is ridiculous. I keep hearing these numbers, but I can't understand them, and because I don't feel like I'm 77."
Well, good for her,
right? And she says, "I'm not going to act like I like it, seeing 77 associated with my name. Any woman who's honest would say the same thing. It's not a lot of fun." But when I was working on the road, we used to work 2 shows a night, then go out dancing all night long. But these days, it's like we got to rest because we got another show to do. Mm-hmm. So she is noticing that she's got more rest that she needs.
You know, when she was doing the variety show with her husband, Sonny, at the time, how young was she?
I think she was pretty young.
Pretty young.
She had to be pretty young. Have you got any old Sonny and Cher footage, Adler?
I tell you what, that
was a great show, by the way. I loved that show when I was a kid.
That might be okay. I tell you what, I don't want to see is her kissing Alexander A.E. Edwards,
no,
who, by the way, is 37.
We don't want that.
Okay,
move past that.
Yo, I mean, is that not a foul on some
Well,
level?
when you see him kissing her on the red carpet, you're like, well, isn't he nice, taking care of older people?
Yeah,
you know it. And boy, he really likes his grandmother.
Yeah,
you know it. But I mean,
I got you, baby.
Yeah, well, she has got. Wow. Yeah, and I'm sure that he's actually just attracted to her. There's no ulterior motive.
No, they're in love, right?
Yeah, they're in love. But anyway, so but you know, if you're 77 and you're Cher, and I guess you can date a 37-year-old man, and he's willing to go out with you, then more power to you.
Yeah. You know, the old joke used to be that after nuclear war, the only thing left would be cockroaches and Cher.
Yes, correct.
You know,
yeah.
It's amazing. Rick, look, how old do you think she is there?
I would say she's in her 20s. Yeah. I mean, because
Sonny was funny too.
Yeah. I didn't know if we can play any of this audio, so I'm not fooling with it. I don't know how that.
Do like 4 seconds.
4 seconds. So,
I've never been busted for 4 seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds. Yeah.
Try it for 4 seconds.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Sonny and Cher.
Stop. Well, that's good.
I got you. Also, I don't know what's going. Have you heard about Susan Olsen from the Brady Bunch? That there's a rumor about her and a death hoax and people implying that something's going on with her, that she had some hookup and all this stuff. And she says, I'm coming out and I'm going to clear the air on all this. I didn't like the rumors that Florence Henderson and Barry Williams had an affair. And she's come out and clarified that though Barry had a crush on her, she was very kind to him. Says all this about Barry and Florence Henderson is actually not true. Right. And she gets tired of hearing it every time there's a Brady Bunch reunion or a book that comes out.
We've all heard that, but according to her, she said that Barry did have a crush on Florence.
Yeah.
And that she was very nice to him.
Said there was nothing going on.
And that she actually let him carry her out for her birthday one time. But she, according to Cindy, it was more of a friend's thing.
Yeah, never anything that it's been turned into.
Right.
I remember.
I mean, we've all heard those.
No, if you go back and there's a best of moment that for some reason, you and I, hey, couple of good ones still here, and you're 30.
Yeah.
Because you remember it came out the book "Come On Get Happy," and we saw it, and we didn't know. You said, "See Mom get happy."
Well, that was the Partridge Family thing, wasn't it?
Oh, I guess it was. You're right. Yeah,
it was a different.
That's right. That's a different one. But there's been the same. When there rumors over there about the same thing, something to do with them, Shirley, and all that.
No, I don't remember all of that.
To me, the Brady Bunch and the Partridge Family are the same show. Just one's in a band and one lives in a neighborhood. But
to me, the Partridge Family was a cut above.
Right,
really.
And then the other one
because of their musical talent.
Right, you're right. The other thing she says,
the Silver Platters were never on the same level as the Partridge Family in my book.
She also says, which is obvious, it kind of goes back to who was the person. The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Was that
Huckleberry Finn?
Was that Mark Twain?
It was Huckleberry Finn, wasn't it? That Mark Twain wrote.
Right, yeah. Mark Twain, I think, said that the rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. But anyway, she said the same thing happened. And apparently, there was a rumor that she, was dead, and she said it was actually a young girl named Susan Olson who got her coat stuck in the door of a bus and was dragged several blocks and died. That was not me. I'd like to clear that up as well. Just because we have the same name doesn't mean it was me.
Well, right. Good
so she said at 61, she said, I'm clearing the air. Barry Williams did not have a real affair with Florence Henderson, and I was not killed by being drugged by a bus. That was actually, unfortunately, a really young girl who had my same name. Can I clear those two things?
The rumors about the dad were true.
Well, Greg, you just can't sit over there, can you? He just can't sit over there.
That's been confirmed.
Yeah, he just can't sit over there.
Rick, the famous quote.
He just can't leave it alone.
No. We're revealing the Brady Bunch.
The reports of my death are greatly exaggerated is a popular misquote that was attributed to Samuel Clemens, known as Mark Twain. The quote is based on a letter Twain sent to a newspaper reporter who had asked Twain about rumors that he was dying.
Right. Okay. So
we were in the ballpark.
Well, we were really right. Well, we had the guy right.
We had it covered.
We had Mark Twain. I mean, we had that right. And I hate to say this, if the guy
Huckleberry Finn, they did think he had died, right? And he showed up at his own funeral.
You're talking about in the fake story.
Yeah, in the story he wrote.
Yeah. That was. I think that is true. That there was some.
Of course, that book is ripped from the shelves now.
Yeah, I'm sure that made society a better place. Think of the things we won't even remotely touch, but we're going to get Huckleberry Finn. Make sure nobody can read about that.
I found that footage that you wanted, Rick, of Cher kissing her young boyfriend.
No, don't show that.
What are you doing?
You said I
not to.
That's
not
good.
I do want to see that.
I don't want to.
Y'all, he's 37.
It has nothing to do with money.
They're in love.
Oh my God,
he looks a little feminine.
Greg,
here we go.
He does have. Okay.
Today you don't never know what that is.
Right.
Greg, what is it about
today
him that
you
looks
don't
feminine?
know what that is.
I'd like to know the details on what you just said. Why
you don't
does
think that guy look feminine?
Not really.
Just
that's
the way
not
he was
the
doing
first.
his little. Yeah, he's got feminine. He's got a little swish about him.
He's got feminine.
Well,
y'all didn't see that.
No,
I'm not sure he's a man.
Yeah, well, Greg.
I'm not.
Nowadays, we don't know.
How do I know?
How about we don't know anything?
How do I know?
It was so comforting to have a picture for 2001 and be able to say what everybody was. You know it.
Yeah, no questions.
Yeah. Now, I mean, you can't really stand on anything. Nothing's firm now.
That guy there.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll continue to work through the stories from the weekend. Your phone calls coming in as well as the Rick and Bubba show continues. Don't forget also a new edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, now available from the weekend. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And in this climate and what we're seeing unfold in the news right now, can you imagine the uptick in false accusations at that point?
Yeah, if that were ever happened, you would sadly be 100% correct. The point, and you're right, that's the flaw in that. The point we were trying to make, and I know you understand that too, but was that they don't really mean that. When they say, every time they want to defend, on-demand abortion, they always say, well, what if somebody was raped, or what if the mother's life's in danger? And, of course, we know that is a minuscule percentage of women that find themselves in this tough place. The rest of it is just birth control from, and there's certainly nothing, this is not some self-righteous, sanctimonious thing that people should be, we put a scarlet letter on them for the rest of their lives if they did not adhere to what we believe is the biblical standard. And, when you say all this, it's almost like God knew what he was talking about, for intimacy. But what we want to say is if you find yourself in a situation because you made a mistake, let's get the next step to be something that's actually moving back to being properly aligned in doing the right thing, not another step down even a worse road of regret. And adoption is a viable option, and or to raise the child yourself. And as we've said many times, even the church, we need to be pro life, not just pro baby, meaning that if you decide you're going to take this on, we're here to help you. But
absolutely agreed, and we don't want to be. No one wants to be flippant about it by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
But I think you would be able to find numerous instances where women have made that choice against what they really felt like they wanted, and then
you're right.
Look a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, and they look back and say, "I'm so glad that I didn't do that." So glad that I made the decision to keep it, but you just can't get them to look down the road a little.
Well, and the other end of the spectrum too, there's been a lot of women that made a choice at a time that they had a different belief system, or even if it wasn't something to them that was a biblical worldview, maybe it was just a biological view of where life begins. There's been women that said, I didn't know what I knew at the time. If I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't have done it. So there's both ends of that spectrum, which is why, we step back and say the real question in all of this for everybody is, where does life begin? Because if you ever get that question on the table, and we all really take it on from a biological and, of course, for us, a spiritual standpoint, then it looks a lot different. It makes it a lot more convenient and less tough is for you to say, well, there's also an option that I'm not really terminating a life at all. I'm simply terminating a pregnancy, and that makes it more palatable. And so that really has always been the real debate. But your point is correct. Ours was just making the point that sometimes you just want to call people on what really isn't genuine and say, well, what if we said right now that abortion was just available to, let's take the one you said, let's remove that one if the mother's life is in danger. That's the only one that will allow it. We'd get down to, a 0.5% or a 1%, and 99% of it would be over. But to your point, then until we get a moral correction on this, there's always going to be people that, then people start claiming their life's in danger when it really isn't. As you said, people claim they were raped when they really weren't. So the only way to ever get this answer resolved is to take on the moral question as civilized human beings and say, is this something we should be doing or not? Bottom line. And the bottom and here's what we know: there are other options for you not to have to raise a child that you don't feel like you're equipped to raise. Other than taking its life.
Yeah. And speaking of biblical perspectives, we're told that you have not because you ask not. So, wow, what a wheel.
Phone calls coming in, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll start with Keith out of the great state of Missouri. Keith, welcome to the program. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to say, as a victim of sexual assault at age 12, 44 years ago, I remember everything. And I'm not saying Dr. Ford wasn't assaulted. I'm not saying she was. I'm saying that her story is very, very shaky. Every sexual victim I have spoken to over the decades, every one of them, male and female, has the memory of everything. Not just bits and pieces. They remember the entire attack, the entire attacker's presence, and their surroundings. And I just wanted to bring that out to all the voters. As a Democrat myself, I am appalled how the Democratic Party
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. So David is in from the West Coast, Alapuca, just came in here and said, hey, man, this guy said he's looking for a new show. He just researched us and found us.
Oh.
And he basically wants to know why he should keep watching or listening.
Okay.
So we'll see if we can sell him on us. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you? David?
Quite a build-up.
I think you already bailed.
David? Well,
Yo, David.
What we got over there?
Yeah.
It's red. Doesn't that mean? Oh, it's over on the other side. Why is this over on the B side?
What are you talking about?
It's over on the B side.
Clicked over.
It's clicked over. Hey, David. I'm sorry, buddy. You went to the B line. All right, David, go ahead.
Hey, so I was bored. There's an echo in the background. And if you guys can hear that.
Okay. Do you have some speakerphone?
I am on a speakerphone. Should I go off speaker?
Yeah, go off speaker. That's probably the big deal.
I don't get it.
Okay.
All right. So, David, how about now?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. We got you.
Sound good.
Yeah, sound good. So David, we understand that you found the show. Yeah, go ahead.
I was bored and I went on YouTube and I went to their live section just to hear some live shows, maybe something original, maybe some unique personalities. And I called 3 different radio stations. No one picked up. And then you guys picked up. So I did a little bit of research. You probably don't want me to talk about the research that I did because one of you probably doesn't want me to bring up a certain subject. Unless you say, listen, David, it's an open forum. Shoot it. What do you got?
I'm familiar with everything. I mean, it's there's nothing that we obviously on some of that stuff. Not because I don't want to talk about it. I'm fine to talk about it. I just don't want to bring other people into things that now bring them back into something that they don't really have control over. But we can answer any question, no problem.
Well, I don't necessarily have a question. Like I said, I don't know who you guys are. I discovered you 15 minutes ago.
Oh, good.
So I went to your website. I researched you guys, read some certain fluff pieces, and then I researched both of your names.
Yep.
And something popped up about one of your names and one of your children.
Right.
And you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you're talking about, of course.
Okay. So I'm not trying to stir some sort of pot.
Yes.
But it's bizarre that's what popped up.
Well, that's not really bizarre. I mean, the time we're living in. But you want to know about the show? We'll tell you all about the show so you can make your decision on whether
Tell me why. Comedically, I'm a big fan of humor. I like funny.
Okay.
I don't like stuff that's scripted. I just like people that are just off the cuff.
Oh, you're gonna love
really
this.
Good, just funny individuals that have a take on subjects that most people don't have. Will I get that from you if I start listening?
Oh yeah. Where Seinfeld was a show about nothing, this is a show about anything, and we do not come on here and do scripted jokes or. And we actually just talk about life, and probably the overwhelming majority of what we do is from a humorous slant on our own lives and the world we all live in.
David, I will say this: there's shows that are political shows, sports shows, religious shows, comedy shows. We're a little bit of all of it, and we shift gears sometimes a little quicker than we should, maybe on a topic. But we have a good time. We always tell people it's like sitting on the back porch with family.
Yep. If you have a funny family that sits around and tells stories, we literally can go in 1 hour from here's the latest sports scores from the weekend, talk about some of the sports stories. The next segment, we're talking about here's what's happening with politics in the world today. The next segment, we'll be doing, hey, you ain't gonna believe what happened to me at Walmart or the Little League field or when I was, in traffic, stories about being married and how hilarious it is of how we as husbands, the life we live.
Bubba's falling apart health-wise.
Bubba's falling apart health-wise. And then the very next segment, we may get into the deep biblical theology, all in the same hour.
So, yeah, you mentioned family. My relationship with family is a petri dish of absolute filth and toxicity. So there's no family connection there.
Well, I
get what you guys are saying, so I think you guys are appealing to a certain group. I'm curious, can I ask you, do you know what your approximate audience is, your listening audience, in terms of 50,000, 500,000, or over 1 million?
It's hard to tell.
It's about
now.
1 million cum a week.
Yeah, probably 1 million a week.
So that means, right now, how many are listening, or does it go to a podcast where people just check in and listen to your program?
What do you think right now, Bubba, in this very moment? It's hard to tell with all the different platforms.
We're on about 60 stations and audio streaming, TV streaming. It's kind of hard to give you an exact number on all of that. We can look
But
at
let me ask you,
weekly
when it comes
numbers
down
a
to
lot
advertising
easier.
dollars, you guys have advertisers that advertise in your show.
Yeah, that is
So
correct.
when one of your sales reps, they go to an advertiser, doesn't that potential advertiser want to know how many people are hearing my voice right now live?
Well, see, now you get into, is that a local salesperson? Is that a national salesperson?
what
is that
market
is
you're
that a
talking
regional
about?
salesperson? Is that
Online,
Is that stream?
broadcast,
Is that
yeah.
terrestrial? Is that the YouTube channel?
And if you
know?
wanted it down to that fine a point, you'd have to call the sales department.
Right. We can get
No,
you.
no, I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. Is there a religious tone to your guys' show?
Yes. I mean, it's just the only reason it's there is because, that's
the people we are.
That's who we are.
Yeah.
I mean, if the show truly is about who we are, then our faith would not be put on a shelf. Then that's being dishonest, because we are who we are. We're not characters. We're not pretending to be anything. So if we discuss something and our faith is the center of our life, then it will come through that filter. We're not prudes, but we're devout in our faith, yes, and we don't apologize for that.
No, I don't think you should apologize. Can I ask you guys how long you've been working on air together?
30 years.
This is our 30th year. Where have you been,
so let me
David? You're out of the loop.
After 30 years, most relationships between married couples, they say 50%, maybe even 60%, they completely fall apart because the people basically just end up hating one another, despising one another. How do you guys keep it fresh after 35 years, or is there resentment in your relationship, in your working relationship?
David, we hate each other behind the scenes. You have broken the secret.
No, I don't think if we couldn't get along, then 30 years would never matter. I think we have a healthy balance. We don't spend a tremendous amount of time together away from the show because we spend so much time together at work, and I think that has been healthy because we get to go out and kind of
live our own lives,
and not spend too much
time. When's the last time you guys went over to one another's home for like a family dinner,
Christmas party?
No, Rick, we did something. We did something not too long ago. What did we do?
Christmas party.
No, we went to with the wives. We went to eat lunch.
Y'all two did.
Oh yeah, we had lunch together.
Yeah.
February, maybe. February, something like that.
I think so. Yeah, February.
That's right.
Okay, can I please ask you this? And I love this conversation.
Yeah.
Do your spouses like one another?
Yeah,
I think so.
They don't do much together, but they like each other. Maybe that's why they like each other.
Wait, hold on. So, are you guys in a studio right now, sitting across from one another?
Well, side by side, facing the camera.
Yeah, about 6 foot apart.
So
Are you watching? Or are you watching?
On camera? I can watch it on.
Yeah. Go to YouTube. You can watch it live.
How are you listening right now?
Well, I'm not actually. Now I like I said, I went on YouTube about an hour ago, and I just wanted to watch a live program.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a couple on there, but they didn't pick up.
Yeah. Why don't you do
you guys
this?
Picked up, and I talked to your assistant. Or your producer. I'm not sure who he is.
Yeah.
But I'm not watching it live. I'm on my cell phone just doing whatever.
Okay, well, try to watch it. And usually with this show, David, give it 30 days.
Yeah, first impressions are not good.
Yeah.
They never are.
And then after 30 days, you'll either love this show or you will totally despise it. There'll be no in between.
Yep.
And so give us a shot. We're honored that you called us, and hopefully that was informative. We got a top of the hour hard break, and I hope we get to know you and hope you become a big fan.
Yeah, call us back like next Monday and let us know how it went.
Give us a week, then call us back again. Thanks, David, and wish you nothing but the best. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk about a topic that isn't a lot of fun, but it's important, and that is life insurance. Bubba, when you and I go on in, if we go on in before our wives and before our families, we want to know one thing about life insurance. Are they getting their check?
That's right.
Ain't that what we want to know?
That is the bottom line.
I don't want to hear a bunch of, you got this,
to pay
you can
off
tap
everything,
into that, and all,
take care of the family.
So ladderlife.com/Bubba has made this so simple. It's 100% digital. And if you are trying to get coverage, now listen to this number. This is a big number. Of $3 million in coverage or less, you're not even going to have to see a doctor. No doctors, no needles, no paperwork. Just answer a few questions about your health in an application. Did you know Ladder's customers already rate them 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot, and they made Forbes' Best Life Insurance 2021 list? And all you need is just a few minutes and a phone or a laptop to apply. And then Ladder's smart algorithms work in real time, so you'll find out if you are instantly approved. Here you go. Just go to ladderlife.com/Bubba today to see if you are instantly approved. That's LADDER life.com/Bubba, ladderlife.com/Bubba. And the older you get, the more this is going to cost, so do it today.
Is using Dr. Ford as a victim again, even though she doesn't realize it, she is. And that's why I believe I'm going to walk away from the Democratic Party this year and vote Republican.
Wow.
It's
Keith,
shameful.
Keith,
Shameful what they're doing.
I'm sorry what you had to go through. And
Well, brother, I appreciate your sorries, but it's not needed. I moved on.
Yeah.
Other people haven't. My life is very successful. I'm truly blessed. God loves me, and I'm good with that, brother.
Amen. Yeah, but you're still making the point. It's not like you would not be able to tell somebody if you were going to point to your accused, you would have plenty of evidence and information for them.
Well, the point, like a lot of these people screaming at the senators, they say, well, I went through this and you're letting this rapist go or whatever. If they did go through that, I'm very sorry they had to go through that.
doubt.
That's not right, but that does not mean that Kavanaugh is guilty.
Right.
And honestly, none of us know because it's a he said. Rick, when this first started, what did I tell you? It was going to be a he said, she said situation.
Yes, you did.
And if you don't have evidence to back it up, that's still what you got. You got to believe one of them. Somebody's wrong.
Well, the reason why we put the burden to find evidence is because, believe it or not, human beings don't always tell the truth. So when we got into a he said, or he said, she said, or she said, when two people tell you two different stories, we said, well, we got to come up with some way to get through this. So the thing we came up with was something called evidence and corroboration. We don't have those things. So he's not the first person to tell me, and he said that he's a Democrat that said I don't understand this concept of I can't even tell you things like, most of them said they remember how the smells in the room were and every horrible detail, sadly. And what they usually have to do is get help to forget it, not to remember it.
Right.
866 we be big, and I certainly know there may be exceptions to that. That's back to you have to have evidence again. We're going to keep coming back to that same theme.
Yeah.
Because there's no other place to go. 866 we be big. Let's go to Angie. Angie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Want to comment. My daddy, when I was 12, took me out in the backyard, and he pointed out there's two vulnerable places on a man, their nose and their hose.
And
did that just happen? Wow. Thank you.
I had to use it 3 times in my lifetime, and I'm 52.
Okay. Well, and was it effective?
It was very effective.
Yeah, and it can be. But in all fairness, sometimes women are overpowered by men before they have a chance to go after either one of those places.
But I cannot argue with your statement.
But if you got a shot at those two, then go right ahead. 866.
Daddy let her know. Now, he said that he took her out in the backyard. Was that like, did she get to practice on him?
That's what I was going to say.
I didn't.
I hope not. She left out the part after Dad outfitted himself from head to toe in gear.
You're right.
He walked outside and said, "Let's practice."
I got something I got to teach Caroline today.
Very good. Night. Well,
it's easy to remember.
It is.
It is.
It is. I'll never forget it. 866 we be big. Mark,
didn't expect that from her the way her voice sounded. Maybe that was it.
Mark in Florida.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hello,
hey,
Mark.
This guy maybe.
Hey, I got to tell you, I might disagree with you guys a little bit because you got to take every accusation seriously. And I'm going to tell you something that happened to me last week.
Yeah, I think we have.
No, I'm going to tell you something that happened to me last week. I was at this Kool-Aid drinking contest, and Joy Behar came up to me and sexually harassed me. And I just wanted you to all to just take it seriously. Over and out.
Did he say Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid drinking contest. A lot of those going on.
And can
I try to make
can
a
I
bigger
address
point.
this too? Can I address this too? When you take an accusation seriously, what is the next step? What do you do?
Great.
No. What do you do when you take an accusation seriously? You go,
Investigated.
Tell me about it.
What other evidence do we have?
So
that means you're looking into it.
Tell me who it was, where it was. Was anybody there that saw it?
That's taking it serious.
Yeah.
It isn't going, okay, he's guilty. That's not taking it serious.
He said he said he was over at PJ's. Can we get PJ in here and see if he was over there? That kind of. Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah, Snoop or whoever, whatever, all those nicknames.
6 minutes pass from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world on various platforms and places. Find all the ways you can get the Rick and Bubba Show live and archived by going to rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. Rick and Bubba University students, Alapuka, and also Cam Solo. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for staying with us. Some of you, 30 years. Some
30
of you
years.
Started last segment.
If you are embroiled in the USFL season number 2, 3 games remain, and we'll interview 2 of the leading quarterbacks today. On Rick and Bubba, we have Alex Magoo from Birmingham Stallions. Some of us not overconfident that you say Magoo. Is that correct? Did we lock him low?
That's what it sounded like on TV the other day.
Okay, all right, and then
played well too.
Boy, the New Orleans Breakers quarterback may even be harder to say. Is that what is it?
Is it McLeod? I don't have it in front of me. So
McLeod Bethel Thompson. McLeod. Let's work on that before the interview, and let's see if we can.
Oh
get
yeah,
it. So anyway, I'll be ready to go with that.
An hour and a half.
Let's see.
I didn't know we were going to go into that right
now. Well, promoting what's coming up, not abnormal, but so let's talk a little bit about the weekend. So the weekend is, I know that we all. It's so funny for those of you who don't know that we'll even have a playoff. Speaking of playoffs. Of saying that Speedy used to do a thing, tell me about your weekend, all that kind of stuff, and so we'll start even a playoff on who may have the biggest mountain to climb over the weekend, or who's got the greatest weekend, and
we all had challenges this weekend.
Yeah, and so for me, having 2 sons that are going to be married within 30 days of each other is.
Well, let's just get it over with.
It's like I can see it out there on the horizon. It's not here yet because one's in September. It'll be Labor Day weekend in New York City, and then you have the other one 30 days later,
New York City,
which will be in October. And of course, it's at the place everybody's talking about, the Barn at Shady Lane,
right,
in Birmingham. So anyway, so what happens is now. You have this stagger because it's, when you have one kid getting married, you can kind of follow it. But what gets confusing is having 2 getting married, and Sherry's growing weary of this, my wife, I'm sometimes confused, which one are we going to? Which wedding is this particular thing tied to?
Right.
Because, you've got different showers and gatherings and this. And so coming up this past weekend, so my oldest son, Blake, Boomer Burgess, now 32 years old, for those of you that want to feel old today like us, he's getting married to Priscilla Curtis, and her family, even though they met in New York where they both were working, her family is from Kennesaw over in near Atlanta.
Yeah. Kennesaw, Georgia.
And just wonderful, wonderful people. So Don and Stephanie Curtis, her mom and dad, who, by the way, have picked up, kind of like David from California, because of this. They've picked up now, become fans of the show. And so this is both couples, because the other son that's getting married to Cameron Thompson, Camtastic, he went to this particular couple shower, for his older brother and his fiancée at the in-laws' home. Does everybody follow me?
Yeah.
So now this is one of the things right out of the gate, because, I'm now critiqued about everything. Sherry looked at this picture and said, "What's wrong with your name tag?" Yeah, and she said, "Do you not know how to put on a name tag?" She said, "Who puts their name tag in the middle of their chest?"
Rick, that was half.
And I said, "Well, first of all, I
stopped myself.
First of all, I of course when I walked in, I didn't do the name tag.
Not me.
Yeah, and so, but I like what the Curtis family was doing. They said, these are two families coming together. Let's all get name tags on so we all know each other.
So you decided to put yours on your belly.
Well, is that a bad positioning of the name tag?
Yes. A little more.
That's bad.
Yeah. I'm not critical of the positioning, the angle of it. You know, it's off a little bit angle-wise. I
It's
see a little
low.
more level.
It's like you were walking by and someone reached out and slapped it on you. You didn't know.
Can I tell you? I can explain.
Blake doesn't have one on.
Yeah, I'm not a big name tag person either, but
I think we need to wear them here.
I won't wear them.
I don't like
Amanda gets
tag.
frustrated with me too because the minute I get it, like if I go into school or I'm visiting some Sunday school class or something like that, and they throw one on you, I immediately pull it off, and Amanda's like, "What are you doing?"
I don't do well with them. Mine get halfway on, halfway off. They stick to stuff.
I like to wear a different name.
The minute I see a name tag, I want to put somebody else's name.
Yeah, and you and
on
I've done that many times.
Yeah, many times,
Yeah.
and I don't know why that is. Something I enjoy so much.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing.
Well, the reason why Sherry went and filled out the name tag and put it on me is for that reason. She said, "You're not going to do this thing that you and Bubba have done for years," because she knew that I would walk around this party with Don Curtis on, like I'm the father of the bride. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Like the picture you showed earlier, I think that day I was Johnny Moose.
Yeah, I think you were. Yeah, and I might have been Rich Wingo before we even really knew each other. So anyway, So this is what's going on here for those of you that are new to the program, like David in California. So if you go over to the right side, you'll see that's my son Brody. He's 22 tomorrow. This is Cameron, his fiance. This is Blake, my oldest son, who's 32. This is Priscilla, his fiance. This is my wife Sherry, and then that's me. So there
with
we
a name tag a little
with a name tag a little crooked. So we're there. But let me tell you why my name tag was crooked. It was given to me about the time that Stephanie Curtis, my future the mother-in-law of my son, my in-law, she says that I listen to the show and know y'all love sausage balls. And she said, so there's a bowl of sausage balls over there, and I think I've made them the way you like them.
Oh, wow.
So I looked over, and their color was perfect. And I knew they would be perfect. And Sherry brings the name tag to me about time I'm getting some sausage balls.
Yeah.
So I just
So you're reaching.
Look, I just went like that.
So you probably had a little grease.
You didn't even look.
You probably had
sausage balls.
You probably had a little grease on it too.
Bubba.
I'm surprised it wasn't upside down.
Right. So, and by the way,
they wrote it on my shirt with a Sharpie.
You know, when families come together, there's a lot of things you have to be concerned about. And I thought to myself, I hope this woman can make sausage balls.
I know,
and let me tell you something, they were fantastic.
Good. You would have had to fake it if it wasn't.
Yeah, they were perfect.
Well, good.
But no, I told her because she knew I would have to fake it. I said, no, straight up.
Yeah, I'm not faking it.
Because the key, as we've said, is some people put too much sausage and make them greasy. Some people do too much biscuit and there's not enough sausage.
Gotta get happy.
Her mix of the biscuits and the cheese and the sausage was perfect.
Good.
So I was
did you have something to dip it in too?
I didn't. I'm
getting hungry.
Well,
I like them a little burned on the
can
bottom.
I say this? And I love the Graze format. I love grazing, don't you? I love the Graze format.
Like a cattle.
Rick.
But when seating is limited, and of course you know me, and I caught flack for this, and I'm not going to apologize. Matter of fact, this is why there's reasons that Bubba likes me. This is one of them. I'm going to be punctual. If it says 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm walking in that door at 2 p.m. Eastern. Now I got a lot of it says, Dad, we can come by anytime between 2 and 5. I said, no, we're going to be there at 2 p.m.
We're opening the place up.
We're opening the place up. If you want to spend time with our son before everybody mobs in, because I know this bunch, they're going to drag.
There you go.
Yeah. You know, these hip people, they drag. You know, and Priscilla and Blake, they're kind of from a hip community in New York, and people there. And so I said, if we get there early, we'll actually get to talk to our future in-laws, and we'll spend time with our son and our future daughter-in-law. If y'all want to drag in there with everybody else, all the food will be messed with.
You got first pick.
Let's get in there while it's still in its pure state.
Before somebody double dipped.
And then, of course, I have a ministry that a lot of people don't know about, and that is I take away. A lot of people are uncomfortable being the first person to go for food.
Yeah.
So I try to lead. I'll get in
Watch
there and say,
me.
let me break this discomfort.
Everybody's looking at it.
Right. I'll go over there and fix the first plate, and then everybody feels comfortable.
That is weird.
Thank you,
Nobody
Rick.
wants to be the
Thanks,
first
Rick,
plate.
for doing that.
I admit it's selfless. I got that, but nobody applaud. I mean, I'm just trying to help other people.
Sure, having
I
no
shouldn't be
room,
applauded
right?
for doing what's right. You know, there should be some big parade over doing the right thing.
Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way.
Right. I know some of you are uncomfortable. I'll do it.
Yeah. It looks like the tag is falling a little bit.
Slipped. Rick, my goodness.
That's funny.
What in the world?
That's
ridiculous.
funny.
That's unacceptable.
All right, when we come back, I'll update everybody on what all of you are waiting for. And that's the trip over to Atlanta and back. And it went great. And thank the Curtis family for being such incredible hosts. And it was a beautiful afternoon. Of course, trying to get everybody from Birmingham to Atlanta. That's always interesting.
Did you have to treat it like a ball game, Rick?
Sure. We'll be right back. We'll tell you about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We continue. Let's go to North Carolina. Drew is standing by. Drew, welcome to the program. How are you, buddy? Hey, Drew.
Hello.
Hey, buddy, you're on. Go ahead.
It's not Drew. It's Two Bears.
Did he say Two Bears?
I got to tell you, there's been some. If you'd have said your name was, Hugh, then I would have thought. I don't know how.
That's a
Two
big
Bears,
miss from Two Bears.
Yeah,
Two Bears to Drew is a big miss.
How do you miss Two Bears?
I don't know, Kemosabe. Two Bears, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd seen some stuff on Facebook.
I'm not kidding.
Now I know why they couldn't.
Yeah, I just
Never mind. I apologize to.
Yeah.
It's rough in that room,
Graveyard.
boys.
I'm gonna apologize to Graveyard. I get it.
Tommy and Montgomery. Sorry, Two Bears, your phone was cutting out.
Well, 10 Bears was who Josie Wells went.
Yes, I do.
Had
How
to
you
make
doing,
a peace
guys?
treaty with.
He did, and got it done.
He did.
Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass, Green Acres, guys.
Hey, thank you
Welcome,
so much for
Tommy.
the call. Go ahead.
Just want to get you guys' opinion on my new name for this era we've been in the past couple of months. I want to call it the Washington Witch Trials.
You know what? You had some
Reminds
edge
me
on your voice. You know, Greg, I put a little edge on my voice.
I did.
What do you think about what I come over here? The Washington Witch Trials. You know, there's certainly a lot of tie in there.
Not very deep, but yeah.
It is interesting how the far left, they love to throw up the Salem witch trials, but they're more than willing to do one themselves. I mean they love to bring that up. That's one of their favorites, and then they'll turn around and pull one on somebody else.
Yeah.
You know? Hey, Greg, let me tell you what I'm thinking about. That little nickname I come up with here. Washington Witch Trial.
What do you think of that, Two Bears?
Two Bears and I. Two Bears and I were just discussing. Some of us close to him call him Drew.
Yeah, Two Bears also knows
What
Drew.
if Two Bears is your legal name and Drew is your nickname?
That's a little twist, isn't it? Yep. Dr. Lou visits when we come back. His second visit of the season. He'll break down college football for you, its current state, and what's coming up this weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waiting patiently with high anticipation for this installment. And he's here again. There he goes. Look at him over there. There he is. There he is.
What about it, Dr. Luke?
Oh, Doc.
Hello, bulldozer and pontoon. Guys, it's hard to believe it, but we are already nearing the halfway point of the 2018 college football season.
Where's it going?
And that's crazy. It is October, and you know what that means, guys. Bubba is stocking up the back of the Studio Plaza commode with candy corn and peanut M&Ms. Oh, goodness. Bubba, why does it smell like a chocolate factory in the women's bathroom? Hey, Bubba, you got something right there on your lip. Looks like a little candy shell. Hey, reckon Bubba, October really is the best month of the year. Let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
And to celebrate, I've got a little joke for you guys.
Oh,
okay, here we
gosh,
go.
here we go.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Willie?
Willie who?
Willie Taggart. Oh, goodness. No, 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 no.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we make our way back. 866 We Be Big, the number. So as we work our way back, looking at the weekend, Sherry and I had the wonderful opportunity to go to beautiful Atlanta, Georgia, from Birmingham, Alabama, and there's always, anytime you're traveling with family versus just on your own, there's a couple things that I think, if you're, and I don't know how to pass this on to the two sons that are getting married, but I really believe that a lot of marriages would not have as many arguments if two things took place from the very beginning. A man and a woman should never share a bathroom. Okay, and a man and a woman should never ride together in a vehicle.
There you go.
If you would start your marriage, say we always drive ourselves to where we're going, and I get ready in my bathroom and you get ready in yours, because when you're the person that gets ready, this is what happens to me on the big events. My wife won't allow me to get ready in the bathroom the same time she's getting ready.
Yeah, because of the steam.
Because of the steam.
Yeah,
and you hear all this about steam in their hair and all this.
Yep.
So my wife, like a lot of women, if it's a big thing that she really wants to be sure that she is bringing her best presentation, you're talking 2 hours. You're talking 2 hours, okay, of them getting ready.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking, for me, 20 minutes, okay? Well, what happens is I wait and I wait and I wait and I wait, and then you'll hear, if you do have, most houses do, another bathroom somewhere with some shower that nobody wants to use because it's for guests or when your kids were there.
Right.
You might as well go take a shower somewhere else and get yourself ready. And then you're like, but my stuff's in there.
Do you go, let me ask you
I don't
this,
have any stuff in these bathrooms.
Do you go first or do you go last?
Well, I prefer to go first.
Yeah, be done with it.
And be done with it. And it didn't happen. I've had 2 times lately where I didn't get in there first.
Right.
She got up before me and started.
Yeah.
And that was a huge mistake. Yeah. Because then I'm like, baby, I don't have my stuff. Just go get a shower. And then here comes that first, because they get elevated when they think they're pushing a little bit and they're trying to. And this usually means their hair's not doing what they want it to do or something. And my stuff's in there. I don't have any stuff. I mean, I can go wash. But then I'm going to be standing there without my stuff. I can't get my hair perfect and all this.
Does she have police tape at the door?
She'll lock it. No, she'll lock. She locks the bedroom door into the master bathroom. And I'm like, baby, I can't get. Can I just come get my stuff? Just go get a shower. I'll just be standing there wet.
Could I have a towel?
There's towels down there, but I don't have any clothes. And I don't have my shaving stuff. I don't have my deodorant. So what I'm thinking, and I don't know why I haven't done this as an empty nester, and it's stupid on my part. I need to go to the downstairs bathroom and just set it up as mine.
Right.
Okay.
That would solve a lot. I had suggested that too.
Right.
But usually, Betty, one or the other will be way ahead. The problem is if Betty goes first, gets totally ready, leaves, and I come in for my run through, she will forget something and come back and the bathroom steamed up.
Absolutely.
And I'm like, you had your time.
Been there.
You had your time.
Been there. And then, of course, there's the awful young adult male and his fiance are meeting us here. I don't know. I asked my son this. I said, is there something about y'all, like if we leave at 10 a.m., do y'all think that you'll melt if you got here at 9:45?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that just is something bad going to happen?
It's not going to be insulting to me for you to be a few
Nobody's
minutes early.
insulted. Can you not do that? I don't. Do you like pushing to the end? And because Life 360 tells me where you are.
Yeah.
I can't believe you're still at your apartment. How can you still be there? We're leaving in 4 minutes, and it's 7 minutes to our house. It's only 7 minutes. You can't get here on the nose, or what would it hurt you? I said 15 minutes may be a reach because I know something bad might happen to you. What if you got here 5 minutes before we left? Right.
Whoa.
Would it kill you to do 5 minutes? And then this is the one I love too. Bust in the house. It's time to leave. Okay, after I've been through the whole, had to get ready, partially ready downstairs, and then I'm allowed to come in for my final thing. Right. And, and for some reason, this Jack and Jill format, and I hate that it's called that, do y'all's wives take over both sinks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just take them over. Like, all over here is a hairdryer plugged in on my side. Yeah. Over here's a curling iron. Right. I'm like, why is all this over here? This is my side. Well, the light over here is better, and this plug. I'm like, well, so really, this is your bathroom, and that's okay. Let's just call it, and then let me go find one.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, so now. Cool Breeze comes rolling in at 10:01. We wanted to leave at 10 Central Time, okay? Because that means we'd be there at 2,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And so he walks in. What does he say? Y'all got any coffee? I'm like, no, we don't have coffee. We drank all the coffee because we got coffee earlier today. If you needed coffee, a text, hey, have y'all got any coffee? I'm out of coffee. I would have you some coffee sitting over there, but you didn't text me, so I guess I was supposed to read your mind that you needed coffee. Well, man, I need some coffee.
Starbucks.
Well, I'm sorry, we're rolling. Okay, Can we stop and get some coffee? And I'm like, no. If time allows, we're gonna have to get out ahead of this.
Yeah.
Well, I really need some coffee. Yeah, but how long have you known that?
Yeah. I bet that Starbucks next to your house is always just short lines too.
Oh yeah. That thing functions. That thing functions like a fine old machine.
It does.
But anyway, so now we're rolling. Now because of my partially torn labrum, the bucket seats in Sherry's little car they're misery. So we were told by the physical therapist,
Pawpaw can't ride far on that.
Pawpaw can't ride far on that. So now we're all in the big truck.
Oh.
Now Sherry's out there in her pretty little dress,
wow.
and I'm trying to push her up in the truck. Well, you don't have this truck clean. I said, no, I cleaned it. It's clean. I don't know why the when I went to the car wash.
Rick, the term is clean enough.
Clean enough. And then, but I can't put my new shoes on that. So now I'm taking out stuff out of the truck to get it cleaner. And then she's trying to climb up in it. Grab me by the waist. And then I'm pushing her up in there.
Like you're a cheerleader.
On the lift kit. And now we're in the big truck. Now we're going to Atlanta, and I know this is the presentation that my oldest son wants.
Yeah, pulling up
for
in
his
that.
dad to pull up in a Ram 1500 lift kit for his new in-laws.
Yeah.
I know they're going to
and
love
watch
that.
Sherry get out of it.
And watch Sherry try to get out of it in high heels. Don't forget about 7 inches worth.
Just jump, I'll catch you.
Yeah, and because Sherry said she wanted a 7-inch heel so she could not. She said, all these people on both sides of the family, our family and their family, they're all such tall people. I think I'll look like a little person in the picture. So she went with it. I mean, she's talking. I'm talking about that heel. It's got a lot of heel. Okay, and so she could elevate her little self a little bit.
Yeah.
And so how about Brody asked her a question on the way. She, Mom, sometimes girls are bigger than guys. Were you ever bigger than anybody? And she goes, No, I never was. I was always tiny. She goes, not even in first through third grade. She goes, I was stronger than boys up to about the 5th or 6th grade, but I was never bigger. She goes, Brody, to answer your question, I've never been bigger than anybody. And so when we come back, I'll tell you the next thing is the ongoing thing. By the way, I want to thank my wife publicly. Without her, I could not have gotten to Atlanta and back apparently. So this ongoing and I know we've talked about it. Can we get them to ever stop? I mean, can they ever? I don't know what to do about this. and
I've got one to tell you about our wedding we went to.
Okay.
Too. Same thing on the
I'm just changing lanes, honey.
Baby, yeah. Did you see it? Yeah, I see it.
Rick and Bubba.
he?
Will he?
Will he get fired? No! No. Guys, serious business. What has happened down in Tallahassee, Florida? Well, what's the deal with this, guys? With ugly losses to Virginia Tech and Syracuse and a lackluster performance against the Louisville Cardinals, Seminole fans are already expressing frustration about the hiring of Willie Taggart.
Really?
You know about this, guys. Good news, though, guys. It turns out Florida State already has several candidates on the short list to replace Taggart as head football coach. Okay. That's right, guys. After thorough research and film study, FSU administrators have narrowed down the short list to Denzel Washington, Turner Gill, Sylvester Croom, and Al Sharpton. Oh, goodness. Body of work, guys. Body of work.
That's so bad.
Now, Denzel did win a state championship.
He did.
Right. He did.
Guys, Seminole officials actually did confirm they are leaning Denzel after reviewing his DVD resume entitled "Remember the Tigers." Oh, too easy. Left side, strong side.
That's it.
Good news is for Seminole fans, if these rumors are true, I sat down with Denzel to gauge his interest in the FSU job, guys.
Okay.
And he confirmed that if he is hired, Gary Bertier and Julius Campbell would join him on the defensive coaching staff. Oh, goodness. Left side.
Strong side.
How about another football program on the decline, guys? The Arkansas Razorbacks.
Ugly.
boy.
Ugly.
You may not believe this, but Arkansas administrators have already authored a solution to stop the bleeding caused by the error in hiring of former SMU coach Chad Morris. The name of this plan is called Pardon the Pig. Have you heard about this?
Pardon
the Pig. This plan will forgive Bobby Petrino of all prior indiscretions and provide him with all of the Harley Davidsons of his choice if he chooses to return to Fayetteville.
Okay.
True
Pardon
story,
the pig.
guys.
Pardon the pig.
Yeah. Bobby Petrino says he will consider it as long as they'll throw in a motorcycle mistress.
Come on, Lou.
Oh, goodness.
Stop it, Lou. Stop it. Come on.
Mom's even holding her head on that.
Oh, no. Come on.
Hashtag Fayetteville forgiveness. Hashtag hand him a Harley. Hashtag Suey Susie.
Okay.
Suey Susie.
Suey Susie.
I love how he said it.
Guys.
You got to find it again.
guys, enough
You
of
always have to have a keyword.
enough about coaches, though, guys. Did you hear this crazy story with the Florida Gators?
No.
Apparently, the Gators football equipment truck caught fire en route to Gainesville after beating the Mississippi State Bulldogs in Mullins' first return to Starkville. Did you hear about this?
I did not.
This is true. It caught fire in, of all places, Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Really?
That's right, guys. It has come as no surprise that investigators have confirmed the blaze was caused by a long bomb from Tua.
That's terrible.
Stop it.
Rethink.
Stop that.
Go long, Judge Judy. Go long. I'll hit you.
I hate that caught fire.
Judge Judy.
Guys, we joke about Alabama, but the truth is their team is literally on fire, and it's primarily thanks to that lethal three-letter word, T-U-A, the University of Alabama. Mr. Tua Tagovailoa, a.k.a. Tua, you better bet the over, a.k.a. Tua, you don't want no mower, a.k.a. Tua, you ain't seen it rain like this since Noah.
35 minutes past the hour. Speaking of taking trips, have you ever thought about coming to our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama? Well, there's a good way to find out what's going on in beautiful North Alabama. Add this to your podcast, northalabama.org/podcast to get it direct there. Just go wherever you get podcasts and look for Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. This is brought to you by the Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association, and they'll be chatting on there and telling you about adventures you could plan to come to our wonderful state, the best time to come, what accommodations you might want to consider, things you might want to plan to do, and find all that by going to northalabama.org/podcast, or just go to wherever you get podcast and search for Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama, a podcast brought to you by Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. So we start the journey to Atlanta from our house to where we're going. You're probably talking best case 2.5 hours, worst case 3:15,
Yeah.
and it's Atlanta,
Much longer.
So it could be anywhere in between. And but this ongoing thing, and we tried to discuss it, and this time, like I say, my son and his fiance were riding in the back seat, so they got to experience it, is my wife is convinced that there is no way that I can get from point A from point B without her help. There's from the passenger seat, and it's I produced my driver's license. I got it in 1980. She's not impressed by that. I've given her before the number of journeys that I've taken successfully, without her aid, and none of that seems to help. And we've tried to discuss it. The problem is her reaction is so over the top. And Greg, I think you said you have a similar situation. Is that I think something's happening that I don't see.
Right.
Exactly.
You know,
Scares me
and then there's always the discussion on whether I saw it or not. That's my favorite. That happens like, ah! And Sherry has this exact same scream whether I walked into the room without her knowing. Okay.
Yeah, I get that too.
Whether there's a bug or something somewhere.
All right.
Okay. Whether she's been, burned by the curling iron, or whether it's traffic. It's all the exact same scream. Yeah. Ah! And it just comes out of nowhere, and you respond like
jump.
And then my favorite's the follow up though. Baby, I see that. No, you didn't see him. You didn't see him coming over. I did. I actually did see him. No, you weren't looking.
Slow down.
Slow down. You didn't see him. Why do you have to get right up on people?
Oh,
and then I said, baby, behind me, there's somebody right. We're in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And we're all restrictor plate racing. And if I don't keep this pace I've got right now, that person's going to be in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
There's a certain pace for me to go with the flow of traffic. I don't know why you have to get right on people. Well, you need to get over. You need to get over. Baby, 2.8 miles is not a get over right now. I'm going to ease my way. You need to get over. Oh, wow. You're, and I'm like, baby, could you read or something? I mean, I promise why are you not over? Oh, that exit's coming up. Yeah, I do. 2.8 miles. And that's.
You think they have coffee there, Dad?
Dad, I hate to be this person. Well, then don't be. Okay,
you should have got coffee before you got here.
I mean, but by the time
they didn't want to stop in Pell City to get coffee, did they?
No, nobody wanted to do that.
There's a Starbucks right there.
And that yell makes me. It makes me like
scares me to death.
It's scary. I'm terrified.
Well, it could make you wreck.
Right.
Yeah.
And then this one, you'll love this one. Why aren't you using Google? Baby, I've had some trouble with Google, so I'm using Waze. I don't like Waze. What I know, I mean, but that's what I'm going to use. All of a sudden, I hear a different voice.
Sure.
2.8. I'm like, what is that? Have you turned Google on? I think we need Google too. Now I've got two people talking to me. Okay, 2.8 miles. Exit one's at 2.8 miles. And then all of a sudden I hear in the background, Brody's on another one. And I'm like, hey guys, I don't need three people in three different accents telling me where to go. I mean, it's I don't know how. Can I just ride by myself? Would y'all want to meet me there?
Yeah.
I mean, apparently I have no ability to drive. And
Rick, Lisa forbids me to use cruise control.
What?
And I said, that's what it's for.
Right.
Well, you don't get here on the interstate in cruise control. Yeah, that's where you use it. She can't stand it for some reason.
Can't stand it.
Well, That's what it's for.
Yeah, and
what you don't get is I can control it right there with that little switch.
Yeah.
If I have to slow down, I'm good. I do it every day.
Right. At one time,
every day.
You know, my cruise control on the truck will actually slow you down
Oh,
before you
yeah.
collide.
Mine would too, but
That's a
I
bip.
Yeah, I turned
that off, but you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, but
That's that same thing tries to make me drive straight.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, is
Vibrate you if you get out of the lane.
Yeah. Everybody's stopping up there. I know, but I see it. I got it.
Rick, that's what brake lights mean.
Brake lights. Believe it or not, I learned brake lights. Well, I don't think you're looking. Baby, where am I looking? Okay, there's a big giant window. I'm up here in the lift kit. I'm up above. Oh, don't get between these 18-wheelers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, woo! And,
hey, Rick,
they're coming over.
Rick, I-20 bridge. Rick, when you go over the I-20 bridge, you must be going 10 miles below the speed limit. You can't just fly across. Yes, you can. Been crossing this bridge since I was born.
Or you need to get over. And it's like, baby, I got to ease over. I can't. This is the one she hates. How come you're not pulling over? Because I don't want to ram that car. That's why.
Yeah.
You not see that car? Oh, I didn't see that one. Well, that's why. I said I didn't want to push him over the rail. I think police will pursue us if we send somebody over the rail down that embankment.
I've got more cameras now, more sensors now than I've ever had.
Wow.
It's almost hard to run into somebody.
I know,
you know,
easy.
you gotta let something run by. I mean, it's beeping, it's buzzing, it's telling you can't change lane. I mean, you got all lights are on.
Well, why won't you let people merge in, Rick? It's better, baby, for me to keep flowing. They're going to flow in. Slow down, let this person in. Well, now they're coming in. Now you're hotter. Well, here they come. Yeah, because I'm letting them in. Why'd you let them in? Because you said to. And
the scream is startling.
Yeah, I know. And then I've got 3 different GPS talking to me, and for some reason, and Helms is going to talk about it. There's something wrong with my phone because now I've gone to 2 different sources, and you'll be rolling along. Let's say, now remember, this is when it happened.
Yeah,
it's 8 miles. It's 8-point-something miles to I-75 North. Okay, that's my next stop. I mean, everybody agrees. All 3 GPS agrees. The whole family. We take a vote. Everybody agree with I-75 North.
Check with Waze.
Yeah, everybody got a particular lane you want me in.
Waze is good. Google is good.
Everybody tell
Apple Maps is good. Everybody's good.
Is everybody got this? Apple in the back, Google right here, and I got Waze. Okay,
where go, Flight?
It's like the old roll call before they launch Apollo. You know,
Yeah.
got it. Go.
Go, Flight.
Well, the problem I have
Downrange. Go.
The problem I have with Google is that it kept all of a sudden it would freak out and start telling me to do U-turns. What? When we all agreed the next exit is I-75 North. All of a sudden it goes, make a U-turn. And I'm like, what?
Oh,
and then the turn on so-and-so street, and I'd look and it'd just be railing on each side. There's not even an exit.
Yeah.
And so then Waze started doing it again. It went nuts. Now, if you think it's not nuts when everybody's on the right page, have one tell you to turn around and the others keep telling you to keep going, and the one in the back says, we don't know what y'all are doing. I literally heard Apple say, well, I'm as confused as a driver. You know,
I'm out.
Yeah. Why is it doing that, Helms? It keeps going, make a U-turn, turn on so-and-so street, and I look, and I said, Sherry goes, they want you to get around traffic. I said, babe, there's nowhere to turn. I would have to, once again, barrel into this rail that you want me to take somebody out on.
There needs to be a road there when they tell you.
There's no road. What is it doing? Make a U-turn. Turn right here. Turn, U-turn.
Yeah, I can't answer where it was wanting you to turn, but I can say this. There have been times where I've been traveling wherever, especially this season, and I was very cautious about where we're going and what time to get there. And there would be times that it would reroute me, and I didn't want it to reroute me. Mm-hmm. But I found a setting that I was able to go in and change. But then when I was in Houston, the traffic was so bad, I wanted it rerouting me. I bet we went back and forth to the courts 20 times. It never took me the same way. And I would think I'm definitely going the wrong way. But it was changing because I'd changed those settings. So I don't know if you have that going on and sometimes the last time it updated, that road you're talking about with that guardrail, it may have actually been a road that they've shut down for a weekend for construction or whatever. I don't know the answer to that.
But it was doing it to me where there was literally no exit and no street.
Was it rerouting fastest route? Was it?
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
hey,
there's a wreck up here, I'm rerouting you.
Rick, I have a
But don't you have to be able to take the road? There was no road there.
Yeah, see, I don't know what
Shouldn't there be a road there?
Yeah.
I have a theory on it. One, you got to keep your software updated. You know that.
Right.
It doesn't hurt to reset before you start. But it's all based off the cell towers. and it'll try to triangulate. If you get one of them that's off,
yeah,
and not sending you the correct data, or
confuses
maybe they're having technical trouble. I mean, that happens. We've seen that today.
Yeah.
It'll screw everything up.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's not you, it's the area. And the reason it's not all the time is you went into an area with a cell tower that was squirrely.
Well, the good news is
they're not perfect.
The good news, since this was such a prominent exit that I need to take next, I just stayed with that.
Yeah, because you knew where you were going.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, see, I think you as the driver, you have to
You
take
can't just
the
turn yourself
input
up,
from
yeah.
all sources and then decide the best route.
A lot of sources. I had a lot of sources.
What I have started doing, and it has never failed me.
I can't get that.
Probably will today, but it never has. Is when I see my next, let's say it's 5 miles ahead, is my next turn. I will kill the app and start it over and put the same address where I'm going in to see if it continues to take me that same way.
Yeah. So, but
make it reload.
But by committee.
And to Bubba's point, when you're jumping state to state and tower to tower, that confuses everything too.
Was able to get young Broderick something with caffeine.
Oh, that's good.
Was able to get to Atlanta and back. And Bubba, I know you had a trip too, so we'll.
Well, too, think about this. When you're traveling interstate speed, you're going through those cell tower zones every 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, this kid has been slicing, dicing, and opening up secondaries like a bussy cardiologist.
Come on, let him stumble.
Fumbled it. That was the dang best line of the day, and I missed it.
Tiptoeing down that sideline, couldn't stay in bounds.
Good gracious, I had all the room in the world.
Had all the room in the world.
Well, it might seem like utopia in T-Town. Tua Tagovailoa told me, actually, though, he may transfer at the end of the season, guys.
Where? Oh, what?
Yes, and he told me, and I quote, "I'm sick and tired of sitting the bench."
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Hawaii, gonna set this bench on fire.
Okay.
That's good.
Serious business. The Alabama Crimson Tide is so good they've literally broken Vegas. This is true story. I kid you not here. In last week's game, gamblers would have had to bet $99,000 on the Crimson Tide to win straight up against Louisiana Lafayette to win $100. That's right, $99,000. Experts say that these odds are actually too good for bettors. In fact, these outlandish odds didn't stop one fervent Bama fan from betting an outrageous $1,600 to win $1.60. This is a true story.
Wow.
They bet $1,600 to win $1.60. I reached out to the Bama bettor who lives in Alp, Alabama, and goes by the nickname Dubosinator. And he told me, and I quote, "Boy, I almost shot myself in the foot on that one."
Too soon. Second.
Shot to the gut, and you're to blame. Dubos, you give the Tide a bad name.
Lose. Stop it. Is he okay? Went to his collarbone.
I think he's good.
Through his abdomen.
You know, guys, we haven't talked about it much, but the targeting and personal foul penalties are getting way out of hand.
Yeah.
Especially in the NFL.
Destroying football.
Yeah,
Like some commentary.
The sad part is the government officials are so thrilled with safety improvements that next year they plan to introduce legislation to fully transition to two-hand touch football.
Okay.
That's true. That's true. In related news, Dr. Christine Ford has just come forward with new accusations, saying, and I quote, "That reminds me, I specifically remember that Brett Kavanaugh once tried to play two-hand touch with me 40 years ago in some field with some grass outside of some house in some city with some people."
Nothing's off limits. Oh my God. I thought the most was as far as we were going. I don't know what to laugh. I don't know what to do.
Send your email to Adler@rickandbubba.com. That's who I am.
That's right. That's good.
Guys, another wild story here. I'm sure you saw that crazy clip last week where Wake Forest kicker Nick Saiba forgot to join his team. Nick Saiba.
And where does he play?
Yeah, he plays for the Wake Forest.
Where did you see it?
Wait, yeah, I saw it, I think, on ESPN.
Right, yeah.
Guys, he forgot to join his team for a field goal attempt against Notre Dame.
Right.
Well, it turns out the absent field goal kicker was intentional, guys. In fact, the special teams play was pulled directly from the Alabama Crimson Tide playbook. Give me a kicker. Where is the kicker? We want a kicker, not a booty picker. He's out of control.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we are doing another week together. We'll get to your phone calls coming up here next hour. We'll also interview a couple of quarterbacks out of the USFL from the Breakers and the Stallions, and that'll be coming up next hour for those of you that are following the USFL season, as it now is in week 7 and getting down to the playoff picture. So, Bubba, I know that you two had to journey a little bit this weekend. The husbands and wives traveling together and the adventures that it produces.
I will say this: I think Betty and I travel amazingly well. Mm-hmm. Not that we don't have our moments,
sure,
but she's funny, and we end up laughing a lot of the way.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a really good trip. We had to go over to Walker County for a wedding. The kids of good friends of ours.
Isn't that the name of a country song? I went to Walker County for a wedding.
That's it.
Yep.
And but we plan, and Rick, this plays into me because we had to travel on 3 highways just getting out of Birmingham that are all notorious for backing up on Saturdays. And the wedding was at 6, so it meant the bride walks, a little before that.
Mm-hmm.
Or the bride would walk at 6, so we wanted to get there a little before that.
You got to, yeah.
We didn't know where we were going. So it was about an hour, 15-minute trip, so we planned 3 hours ahead of time. And we left about 3 o'clock. And part of this format is that we will not be in any rush whatsoever.
Right.
We will get there. We will actually take a pre-programmed time out before the event and stop at a restaurant somewhere and have a snack. That way you can go to the bathroom, you can do whatever you need to do, make any adjustments, kill time or rush, whatever you need to do to make it come out.
You know where you are.
It was an amazingly good trip. I mean, the plan worked fine.
I like to know where you stopped to eat.
Do what?
Where did you stop to eat?
Where'd you get your snack?
Yeah, well, as far as what type of food?
It was at a national chain.
Mm-hmm. So when you say snack,
like a grill, neighborhood grill.
Yeah. Oh, a neighborhood grill.
So you're eating a dinner. Like a combo.
Preemptive strike.
Well, no, Betty got like mozzarella sticks.
Okay.
And I got a salad and just basically eat the chicken out of it type thing.
Okay.
Left the salad.
Just in case
I've
something
seen you
happens.
do that before.
Yeah.
Well, I have a little bit of salad with it, but not. I didn't eat the whole bowl.
Yeah.
Right. You just.
And just a little relaxing time to stop and reload,
Make a day out of it.
Go to the event, and it was kind of out in the country, but it was a beautiful wedding, and they had the format was excellent, by the way.
Okay.
So
the service was spiritual. It was dead on. It was at a beautiful spot. And as you leave to go to the reception, it's right there close by, so you just walk over to it. And they already have appetizers out. So you can, you get that, and you go to your table. Everybody had seating arrangements, and then they call by table to go eat. It was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it just went very smooth, the whole thing. And for dessert, Rick, they had a cotton candy machine, which is number one.
Ooh, cotton candy.
A cotton candy machine.
Yeah, that was really good, and that got me fired up. I was wanting to dance.
Your hands were all sticky.
Did you and Betty dance? Did y'all hit the floor?
We didn't dance a whole lot on the dance floor. We danced a little bit back, kind of at our table. I couldn't get Betty ready to go dance. She was
what?
She wasn't wanting to dance this time for some reason, but she looked lovely, and we had a great trip. And we were joking, and this is where it was funny coming home because we had used the various apps getting there. But I knew the area somewhat from having to go before. So we're coming back, and she said, well, do you want me to cut on the maps? I said, yeah, you can if you want to. Just kind of ride cover, So we're going back, and it's telling us to go one way that's totally different from the way we came.
Oh, yeah. I've had that.
And I said, no. I said, that's not right. I said, I'm turning right here. Well, that's not what it says. And I said, well, I even see the road sign says Interstate 22. Take a right here. I said, Betty, this road runs right to it. So we start going down this road, and it's trying to get us to turn to go somewhere else. And I said, no, I don't know why
weird
it's doing
place
that.
to be.
I don't know why it's doing that, but I
don't know what to do.
I don't remember this when we came in. Yes, honey, there was a Caterpillar dealership here. I remember that. I remember that because I was looking at the tractors coming by here. I don't remember it. So anyway, sure enough, I found I-22.
Yeah.
Mysteriously,
there wasn't
same
a
way
wreck
we
or
came.
anything. It was trying to reroute.
No, I don't know what it was.
Have you ever? Now that worked out.
It's like y'all's crazy.
Have you ever though before? Because that's the reason why I start getting indecisive when that happens. Because sometimes it's telling you not to go the way you came because something has happened since you've been at the event, and that's happened to me before. I've gotten down there like you did,
but I got to see a red line on there to know why it's trying to do that.
If it's just these things, like you said, they're not perfect.
So anyway, we had a real nice trip. It was a nice trip. We ended up having to then on Sunday actually go down to Lake Martin to move a boat. So we thought we wasn't going to have to do that, and that kind of came up late. So anyway, we went 2 different directions on 2 different days, but it was a very good weekend overall.
Yeah, it was, and ours was too. It was
pretty smooth.
Yeah,
really considering.
Oh yeah. And
And this getting ready thing, I know we really try to be organized on this, but this new thing of us leave, and we've done this a couple of times, leave so ridiculously early to get there to kill time, and it has worked out for us several times.
So have you sold Betty on that? On this is what you're doing?
I think she likes it now too.
Really?
Yeah.
So
the getting ready thing is, but usually we go somebody early, somebody late, and once you're out, you're out. If you come back, it's on you.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the key. If it starts early enough, it can all happen.
But it was like I said, it was a late afternoon thing, so we didn't have anything else pressing before then. So we just kind of took our time and said, we'll just take it easy and play with the dogs, and have a easy go. So it was really a very pleasant day.
You had plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
When you have to get up and roll right out of the gate, those are the ones where
because I just. I have this internal thing. I have to be early, and I'm very distraught if I'm late. I mean, it completely. It just, and that was ingrained in me from, my dad early on. Yeah. So I just can't relax. I can't enjoy it if I'm running late.
Oh,
because
yeah.
the minute I'm running late, everything goes against you. That's when everything.
Yeah, everything, traffic, everything.
Yeah. Everybody goes slow in front of you.
Yeah,
nobody's in a hurry.
Nothing worse than when you're pressing.
I know. I hate that.
Yeah, I don't want to press. And then I don't want to travel like it's a 3-2 count at the bottom of the ninth. You know what I mean?
and
I want it to be the 5th inning with 2 outs, and I'm up 0-2.
Me too.
Just relax.
Me too.
Relax.
And that elation, and I know that we were the first people there, and no one even arrived yet. When we walked in, though, dead on 2 p.m. Eastern, I mean, there was some pride with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I walked in almost like somebody start something at 2.
We're here for the 2 o'clock.
We're here at 2. Walking in right on the nose.
Lift kit, parked solid.
Lift kit, blocking the streets out there.
The eagle has landed.
Your neighbors have got a day ahead of them.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because look, that's all Bama needs is about 10 more points.
Yeah.
Speaking of booty, one last story here, guys. Have y'all heard about this quarterback recruit? You're gonna think I'm joking. Have you heard about this quarterback recruit out of San Antonio, Texas, by the name of General Booty?
No.
His name
General
is General Booty.
Mm-hmm.
He is a part of the 2021 recruiting class, and this guy has quite the pedigree. This is a true story. Not only was his uncle, Joe Ferguson, a longtime NFL quarterback, but his dad, Abram Booty, I remember him, and other uncles, John David Booty and Josh Booty, all had quite the sports resumes.
That's true.
Even the Kardashians are envious of all the booty in this. Kidding aside, guys, Big 12 scouts believe that with his talent and reputation, General can't expect many booty calls before he gets to college.
You were so glad when you found that story.
Couldn't believe it fell in his lap.
Guys, I needed something else to finish out the segment.
Well, you got that.
Good.
It was a present. It was a present from San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah.
San Antonio.
All right.
Day without.
With us today. All right, Lou, thanks for the update on college football and the state of college football. Great job today. Thank you for leaving no stone unturned, sadly. So do we even want to talk about Alabama at Arkansas? Is that even worth mentioning? Even ESPN.
Trap game, Rick. Trap game.
Even ESPN's trying to put it on so early that nobody will see it.
I mean, how often do you see the number one team in the country that has been so dominating number one at 11 o'clock?
Playing an SEC game, playing a conference game
that much.
Yeah, at 11 a.m.
Guys, I know Rick over here. You played a lot of video games. So you played NCAA football some. You played probably some football games. Well, when you're growing up and a game gets out of hand, you tell the other person, you say your mate's so bad, let's just hit the reset button. I think that's what we need to do to college football, is just hit the reset button, because Alabama is so good, it's impossible to stay with them. I'm thinking that Alabama comes in there, is going to make some pick soup, and I think you're probably looking at about 52 to 10. 52 to 10 is going to be my final score.
Well, they said
is that at half?
Yeah.
Yes, that's after the first quarter. Then Jalen Hurts comes in and they win 52 to 40.
They said that Saban's speech this week about the students scared them so bad that they're all traveling to Fayetteville.
Yeah,
guys, that's.
Oh, wow!
I just realized I need to give Rick a courtesy. Okay.
All right, Texas versus Oklahoma. That used to be a game we all really, really cared about.
Guys, Ricky Williams is going to run wild in this.
We got that at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I tell you, Texas came out that first game and they just looked awful there against the Maryland Serpents, and then you have them recovering, and now they actually look like a pretty decent team. So I think actually, believe it or not, I think Texas is going to come in there and maybe even pull the upset off against Kyler Murray and the Oklahoma Sooners.
Well, I think that what gives everybody a chance against Oklahoma is how bad their defense is.
That is very true.
And anytime a team has a bad defense, you always have a chance to upset them.
Guys, when you can score 45 points on somebody, you might just win.
You might. Because they got a lot of offense. Wow, they got a lot of offense.
Still too much sooner there.
Yeah.
Texas not back yet.
LSU, Florida.
That's going to be a good game.
Wow, this should be quite the game. Just because I think Florida's they big boy that Mississippi State that coach out there that's pulling down the Gators.
Absolutely, I totally agree.
Well said. And let me tell you something. I think the Gators are going to come in with a lot of confidence in this game. It's in the swamp. I've seen stranger things happen. Burrows has not had a bad game yet. He hasn't even. In fact, I don't even think that Joe Burrows, the quarterback for LSU, has thrown an interception yet.
Oh.
I think that's true. I don't think
Till now you mojoed him, Lou.
And see that's
Sorry, LSU.
That's completely fine with me. I'm pulling for the Gators in
Why?
this one. I'm pulling for the Gators.
Golly, Lou.
I think LSU is still better than Florida. Florida's a year away, but they're on the way back.
Do you think? 6 minutes past from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. However you're getting the show today, live or archived, we are glad that you're here. Find those options by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, earning their degree in common sense, which has now become a superpower. From Rick and Bubba University, interns today, Alapuca and Cam Solo. We're going phone calls. Speaking of those two interns, and they're taking your phone calls now, you can dial us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you about any topic that is on your mind. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do here at the Rick and Bubba Show.
And don't forget today, another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. That's going on in Sweet Home, Alabama at these participating locations: Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama, Chelsea, Alabama, all those locations today. And 10% will go to careandthrive.com. They are focusing on the young onset of dementia. So you're helping them, and that is a great cause just by enjoying delicious food. Phone calls coming in. You can join us. So we'll start with Matt out of Huntsville, Alabama. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. I got a story for you because you were talking about your wives in the bathroom. My wife likes to go around and unplug things. And recently, it'll be lights, appliances. And does this bother me? Absolutely not. I've been married for 20 years. But she goes to my side of the bathroom recently and starts unplugging my charger to my phone. And I'll get home not realizing this. I'll plug my phone in, and I'll get up in the morning and my phone's not charged. It ruins my whole morning. And I asked her nicely 3 times, hey, please just don't unplug my charger on my side of the bathroom because I don't realize you did it. Well, the 3rd time, now no one's ever getting that charger out of that outlet ever again. I'm just hoping the people that buy my house have an iPhone because that charger will never move ever again. I put 2-part epoxy in there, and it has not moved since. I have completely avoided an argument. It just doesn't move. There's my 30 seconds.
So what did you? How did
glued it?
You glued it in there?
Epoxy.
Oh wow!
Yeah, 2-part epoxy. It's never coming out.
Look,
JB Whale.
I mean, that's it. It's basically the two that they go together and make glue. They're so they're so strong you can't mix them ahead
Just
of time.
that you have to sell it to a person that needs an iPhone charger right there.
Yeah.
That'll be on the advertisement.
Yeah. Did you
get any blowback on that?
Why does she unplug things? Fire? She worried about fire?
No, she's saving electricity.
Oh, well, yeah, that really makes a difference.
When there's no load on it.
Yeah, when there's no load on it, you're not saving anything.
There is some trickle just with it being plugged in because there's a transformer, but it's so minute.
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 Yeah. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate you. Funny. Let's go to Jeremy, Decatur, Alabama, 100.3 The River.
I still didn't understand the next time she tried to unplug it and it was glued, how that went.
Yeah, right. Apparently, he's good. He said, doesn't really matter now. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to bring up, we've got a political radio station the afternoons up here that I listen to on my way home. And he mentioned on Friday, after going through all of the trouble and the news, he says, common sense is apparently a superpower. I know I've heard that somewhere. I'm not trying to plagiarize, but common sense is definitely a superpower. So I thought that was really interesting that they picked up on that from you guys.
Yeah, well, we got it too. I don't remember the first person I said. It was actually, I saw it on Twitter, and I cannot remember who said it. And when I saw that, I was like, that is absolutely true. Mm-hmm. And we start saying it. So we're not original on it either. I don't really know if we'll ever know who was original.
I think Speedy made it.
Yeah, and Dave Ramsey's picked up on it too. So
I don't really think at this point in time there is anything that is totally original anymore. You know,
it'd be hard.
I think it was Mark Twain again.
You mean Samuel Clemens?
Oh, Samuel Clemens.
James in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. James, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Just wanted to add to your list of things about driving. So I was driving my kids to school this morning, and they were agreeing with everything that you said. They were like, "Mom does that to you," and I'm like, "Yep." And so we were all laughing about that. But just wanted to ask y'all: do your wives have problems with where you park? Like when you get to the place where you're going?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mine does.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm. No, because I usually, again, I've got so many cameras, and I'll back in just so I get a better view of everything. But now Betty claims that I criticize her parking every time she parks. Now,
right.
I only do that when she's clearly over the line.
Right. Yeah. The parking
it's
can
hard.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to ride in the passenger seat when you're used to driving.
It is
because your view's different. See your perspective,
yeah.
and you think you're going to hit every mailbox.
Yeah. I will say
I give you that.
Yeah, and I agree. I've been sitting over there too, and I'm slamming
I don't
the brakes
scream. I just hold tight.
As far as the parking, I'm not one of these that looks for a better spot. If I see one I'm good with, I just get it over with and pull in there. I could have had that one. Well, I don't care. I don't want to ride around and look for it.
It's all according to what I'm in. If I'm in Sherry's little car, I'm looking for the greatest parking spot the world has ever known. Right. If I'm in the lift kit, I just need a place to land.
Yeah, right. You need some with a room around it.
Let's go to Nashville, Tennessee. Casey standing by. Casey, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey Casey.
I am also calling about the driving. My husband and I have an agreement. If we are on a long road trip in my car, I will sit in the back seat.
That may work.
I cannot. And I have good reason. It's his reaction time is a little bit slow, and I like to brake a little bit sooner than he does, and so we kind of get into little tiffs about that.
Well, let me ask you this.
So just
can you not sense like Sherry will? And I'm like, baby, you can't tell when I take my foot off the accelerator.
Yeah.
I don't slam brakes on.
Right.
Sometimes I just simply stop.
I have a skill that
I just
is
simply
not
stop
known
accelerating.
by a lot of people called the
Well,
coast.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know when his foot is hovered over the brake.
Right. Yeah.
So I just assume that he's not going to.
I know. I get it. I mean, I've lived it.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. She's admitting it.
Yeah.
Because like I'll just stop accelerating. Sometimes you don't have to put the brake on.
No.
If somebody pulls over, if you'll just pull your foot off the accelerator, sometimes that slows you down enough.
Yeah, gravity will slow you down.
Let's go to David in Tupelo. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Hey, that guy who called about an hour ago asking all the questions, I think you and Bubba, y'all got the job nailed. I think y'all nailed the interview.
Thank you. I hope he keeps us. He's still listening because he called Alapuca a minute ago.
Yeah.
So I hope he gives.
All right. Great.
We want him
And
to call.
I told him to call back Monday, but we won't be here. Make it Tuesday.
All right, make it Tuesday. I forgot that's Memorial Day. So call us Tuesday, David in California. But maybe we got the job. West Virginia. Daniel standing by. Daniel.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I just got back from a trip. My sister told me the story a preacher told her about a woman that had a son who's autistic.
Whoa! Let me stop you. We've heard this story.
No, it's not bad.
We've heard this story.
No, please let him
at least 11 times from different people.
Rick, let him go.
Okay.
Just
All
let
right.
him go.
We've heard the story. All right.
Is this about the leprechaun?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, that's
All right.
happened in a
All
lot
right.
of places.
Y'all already heard it.
Where did it
She told
happen
me,
at?
And she didn't tell me where it happened. She said this pastor told her the story and said it happened to a woman in his church.
It's not a true story. And I've had people say that it happened in their neighborhood, that it happened this and that. It's a made up story.
I've never laughed so hard in my life, though, as when I heard that story, and I said, I've got to let Rick and Bubba hear this.
Don't you?
I didn't know y'all had already heard it.
Oh, yeah. I've had friends.
Not only have we not heard it, it's not true.
It's happened in every state in the U.S.
Yeah, basically, you've laughed at a
Well,
story.
speaking on the other thing, I just got back from a 14-hour trip with 3 kids in the back seat of a Bronco and a wife in the passenger seat. So I agreed with everything y'all said. I literally just walked in my door in West Virginia.
Yeah,
get you some
from
rest.
Destin, Florida.
No doubt you laughed at that story because you needed it badly.
You need some laughter.
Yeah, you needed some laughter. Thank you, Daniel. That's not a true
It's
story.
an amazing thing. What is this phenomenon?
I don't know. It's been around.
I can't tell you how many times.
Whoever started that one has to sit back and laugh because it's got legs of its own.
Oh, I've had friends they're certain that it happened, and I'm like, I've heard this story before, and it's been accredited to all kinds of different scenarios,
different places.
Now we done drug somebody's pastor into it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You think Kentucky's real? They play Texas A&M?
Guys, if you haven't seen Jared Lorenzen out on that field, he's for real.
He's a big guy.
Guys, that guy, if you haven't seen him lately, he is bigger than Tim Couch, a real couch.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now,
what do you think on the road with him, Rick? What do you think? That's an interesting matchup.
I've seen Kentucky play. For some reason, I keep getting their games. I'm always not busy, and they've got 4 or 5 players that could play anywhere. I don't know that they're as strong top to bottom as some other teams, but their players that they do have are dangerous. If you don't block the defensive end, and nobody has yet, you're going to have trouble with them. They're athletic on offense, got a great running back. Texas A&M, to me, still in a rebuilding year. But I sense that A&M's going to beat them.
Yeah,
I've kind of got that feeling too. They get out there with that home crowd. Can Kentucky play on the road in a game that big where now they're not the underdog? Teams are expecting them to do good.
Yeah, they're favored.
So this will be a big hurdle for Kentucky, right?
But Texas A&M is not great. But I don't know. I just have a sense about this.
I get this feeling like the whole nation's just waiting for Kentucky to pull a Kentucky right here. Right. But I will say this about Kentucky: if you took the colors away from the jersey and you just put the players on the field, just judging by the players on the field, this Kentucky team is for real. So I think that they actually win this game and Texas A&M make a statement. And I tell you what, I think they got a chance at even upsetting Georgia if they. I do think they do if they play a great game, keep this momentum going.
Well, I will tell you one thing that I didn't know about, but I heard about. One of the things in their favor, too, I think they said they had 19 players that have been there for either 4 or 5 years. That's big.
Yeah.
It's a very
listen, Stoops is doing a great job. They've turned that around. There's no doubt.
We're running out of time. Auburn, Mississippi State, I think that this will come down to an overtime when it's 0-0 and one team gets a field goal. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866. We Be Big's the number. If you're following the USFL, we'll talk to Alex Magoo, quarterback for the Birmingham Stallions, coming up next segment. And then after that, the New Orleans Breakers, McLeod Thompson will be with us. We'll talk to him. His friends call him Mac Thompson. That's coming up in the next 2 segments after this. Now, Speedy, you and Terry had an anniversary this weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. And speaking of the two of them, they played this weekend at Protective Stadium, both 4-2 in the South, and so it's a big weekend.
Big game coming up.
Yeah, big game.
Yeah.
So
it was his anniversary. Is that what you said, Rick?
Well, let me ask him first. How many years? How long have you?
23.
23. 1, 2. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Greg read a poem Friday morning from my
How sweet are
dad.
you?
It was
You're so sweet.
It was
Well,
an
you know me,
anniversary
Rick.
poem he sent in, and so we celebrated that Friday morning. But
did you tell her about 2 weeks from now? She gets to go to Pleasant Valley and pick out her puppy?
That's right. It's a late gift. They just weren't quite ready.
Little
yet.
delayed.
Not quite ready.
Yeah. Got you one picked out.
But here's a picture of the one I picked out. Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton. She's a little rambunctious.
Well, you know, it's fun when kids are out of the house and you know,
it really is
easy.
And so Friday night, she says, you know what I'd love to do tomorrow? I'd love to just have a day where we just get out and just do whatever. Now, I don't really have a plan. I got some things I want to get done, but just to spend the day together.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, okay, just so you're talking about no plan, spend the day together. That's fine. And I'm thinking,
right,
you know, but I'm thinking deep down inside, I'm thinking, you know, if this is what makes her happy, let's go for it.
Blake
know?
Shelton said it best, doing what she likes.
And I know this sounds a little goofy to some of you that probably get nice, elaborate gifts for your wife and everything. I was like, well, honey. Well,
she's been married to you long enough. She knows not to expect that.
Come on, man.
What do you? What do you? Thank you, Rick. What are you wanting? And she said, you know what I want to do? I want us to go out and both pick a pair of shoes up. And I'm like, what?
Wait a minute.
I said, do what? A pair of shoes? She says, look, I need a pair of running/walking shoes. So do you. You hang on to shoes a little bit longer than you should. They start to get ratty.
Well, I do.
And you need some new shoes. And so do I. So I want to do that together. Let's, among other things, let's go shoe shopping. I'm like, for like running shoes. She said, yes.
And if you act really good, we go shop for some slacks.
Right.
So wait, you're really going shopping with your wife for your anniversary,
right?
So you're going out like when they go.
Yeah. So like
there's no tired like that.
Yeah, I know. And then I wondered why
Rick,
she's in there
the
getting
mental
ready
drain.
as long as she is getting ready. And I'm like, we're just hopping around town, but that's fine. They just
Means
at a
there's more
different
to it.
speed. They're just at a different speed.
Oh.
I'm ready, and I know I'm bald, and I can get ready fast.
That helps.
And she's got hair, and we blow
Which
drying
is
it and
a good
all that.
thing.
Then we just put it up in a little.
After all that work.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
a little ponytail. I'm like, so you did all that, and you putting your hair up.
Yeah, you know what happens? That means that she couldn't get it exactly the way she wanted it,
That's
and,
it.
and then they fall back to the ponytail.
And she didn't take this as a
It's your
compliment,
anniversary, I wouldn't say anything
but I
to it.
meant this as a compliment. I'm like, honey, when you go in, you look the same when you come out. What are you doing in there? And she
And
didn't
it's your
take that as a
anniversary.
compliment. I
You
said
meant it
no.
well.
It actually is
Speedy,
a compliment, meaning that you
It
don't
is.
need to do
It
anything.
is.
You asked that question on your anniversary.
Yeah, I just. But what I'm
I
saying
know
is,
what you meant, but
Yeah.
you see how they interpret it.
there's no need for 2 hours in there because
Right.
you look just as beautiful as you were when you went in.
They don't hear it that way.
I know, but that's the way I meant it.
Right. Forget it.
So we hop around and we're doing some different things, and then finally we land on a shoe store that she found some that she liked, and I don't know if this was over the top or not. I noticed an elderly woman that was getting waited on, and she was focusing on us a little bit. You know, she was like watching over, and I don't know if it's because we're just goofy and silly or whatever. But I told Terry, I was like, if you want these shoes, I'm going to have you run from one end to the next like you're a kid.
Oh, good.
And she said, I am not doing that.
I used to do that.
Oh,
every
you
day.
have to run in them? How
I
we
said,
gonna know?
oh, no, yes, you are.
And when you
You've
go by
got-
that floor mirror, look down.
And I said, now look, I want you to dig. I want you to get in these shoes, and I want you to run right there.
Do not
and
Make one cut.
Right, and then that full-length mirror, I want you to run it, stop, kind of look at it, and I want you to dig back.
Oh, that's good.
And I said, we're not getting them.
Right.
And she's like, Calvin. And I said, I'm serious, go for it. And so she went off digging, and there's boxes everywhere and people being waited on. And that lady, I saw it, she got to laughing pretty hard
How
because
did
she
you not
knew
get
what
that
I was
on-
doing.
I know no way you could take it. She wouldn't do it if you wouldn't record it.
No, now JC was hopping around town, and because of Life 360, I think our kids follow us more than we follow them. He pops up. And he was just out and about, and he was like, "Hey!" And he got
You're messing up my
he
shopping.
got video of that he sent to the family, and he said, "I'm here with my kids picking out shoes."
That's
and
funny.
and it was towards the tail end of what we were doing. But here he is here. This is him, and look, I'm walking, and then I didn't send this to Adler, but that's her right there, about to pick out.
She's
some
looking
shoes.
at him in the mirror. I see that.
and then right after that, she was digging coming back.
Yeah.
I have to
You gotta
run
test
by the
drive.
mirror to
Yeah.
see what I look like running.
Running. You look
know?
down at your feet.
But that's
you
where
remember
I-
they had the floor mirror.
Yeah, but that's where I get in trouble because sometimes I bring us into our relationship because that's like something we would do.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, we're going to get these shoes, but we're not going to do it for you. Dig.
Oh, I love
and,
stuff
and
like
go
that.
to the end and come back.
I do stuff like that all the time.
Remember when you were growing, they'd have to measure your feet when you went and you put in that old metal thing?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, slide it
She
up.
said
I'd be
she-
disappointed because my foot wasn't no bigger.
She said she did feel super fast, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, you feel fast in new
And
shoes.
we couldn't go for a walk quick enough when we got home.
Just my luck.
I'm like, good night.
Just
Let's
my
go.
luck. I tried to be cute and do that, and security would tackle me thinking I was trying to steal it.
Right.
Or listen, you
Or
run,
you trip over a box.
You run by the mirror, looking in the mirror, and you hit a row of chairs and go right over them.
Knock a bunch of boxes off the table.
Somebody tackled Beard and he's trying to leave with his shoes.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be my luck. Well, that sounds like.
But we did. We had a good day. It was a lot of fun.
To Bubba's point, he agreed with me a minute ago. Shopping with your wife, were you completely drained?
I was
when you got
exhausted.
home? What is that?
I was
I mean,
so
it takes the
tired.
life out of you. I don't know what it is.
And she's
And-
not. She was like, okay, I'm coming home. I am dragged.
I feel like that little boy when Mama would drag us to the store. My legs get to hurting. I
And
want to lay down.
Can I
Yes.
tell you though, they don't have as many places for us to sit as they used to.
No, they don't.
I mean, if you don't have a shoe department, they
Yeah.
don't have, and I
No,
think
you're
they
right.
do that to keep the homeless
Oh,
from
my
piling
goodness.
up
Well,
around,
probably
you know?
so.
Well,
So.
to your point, she wanted some flowers, so we went to a little nursery to pick out some flowers.
Oh, my goodness.
And they had a rocking chair, Bubba.
Oh,
Hey, I couldn't get that. I sat down.
Good as gold.
Hey,
Let me
honey,
see that Tootsie Roll.
You just you just walk around all you want.
Rock.
and I will be right here.
Yeah.
And I'm just look at you, so beautiful. You just walk around. Oh, those look nice. Let's get those.
Love those, baby.
Okay, that's fine.
Those flowers are beautiful, not as beautiful as you.
That's right. With your new shoes on.
Yeah,
look at
right
you.
that. You do all that stuff.
Yeah. But you're exhausted when you get back. I don't know what it is. I mean, I could cut the yard and go for a run. And I wouldn't be that tired.
I know if they simply had a tool department or an electronics department, it doesn't wear on you.
No, what is that?
I don't know.
Two things I've always studied: how am I tired from just riding in a car?
Yeah,
I don't understand that.
Yeah,
and how am I tired because I went shopping with my wife?
I don't know.
It just seemed, like you said though, if we were out getting stuff we needed for like a project, I'm not tired.
Wouldn't be any problem.
Well, when she said she wasn't going to run, I said, "Oh, that's it.
Oh,
just give them back.
If you want them
shoes,
but
if you want them, you're going to run.
We're going to run."
Dig.
Alex Magoo, QB for the Birmingham Stallions. Our guest when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, Auburn's high-powered offense wins this one 6-3.
That might be it. And I know Notre Dame's there at the end, Lou. I know what you say about Notre Dame, that last one.
Guys, you'll see them in the college football playoff. Let's just put it that way. University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish, I tell you what, nobody's going to beat them, especially not the Virginia Tech Hokies.
Thanks, Lou. Rick and Bubba, phone calls coming in. Wonderful Wheel of Meat has not spun yet this week, so it's going to happen before we're done today. Be paying attention for that. But try to give Graveyard some relief if you can. Out of the great state of Illinois, Jeff is standing by. Jeff, how you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the show.
Doing great. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. Good.
Hey, my wife and I, we've been putting a little time in watching the Kavanaugh confirmation hearings and stuff, and it's bad. It's just the whole situation is just sad.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching that animal documentary when there's only just one little pond of water left and everybody kills each other to try to drink it. Yeah, go ahead.
But the question that my wife and I have just had going over between us, and we're surprised that nobody's brought this up. With all respect to Miss Ford, she said it was her civic duty to come forward now. Our question is why didn't she feel it was her civic duty back 12 and a half years ago when he was being appointed to a lower court? Why now?
Well, I think we know the answer to that, but there now, in all fairness, supposedly there was something that came from her in 2012 when I guess he was making some move in his history as a judge, but the reason why anything about him was held till now, I think that reason is obvious to anyone, regardless of political. I mean, that's it.
Whether something happened or not, take that aside, the use of that information has definitely been politicized.
Oh, well, that's not even up for debate.
Right.
Now, then the bigger question is, did this ever really happen? And, of course, we've covered that ad nauseum when two people are telling you two different things.
Yeah.
And we're so uncomfortable with that. Like I said on Monday's show, we actually came out of the weekend of people trying to walk some bizarre line that she is credible, but he's innocent. Well, if she says he's 100% guilty, which she did say at one time, are you 100% sure this is the person who attacked you? I am 100% sure. If that's not true and there's no evidence to corroborate it, then she's not credible. You can't have both. I mean, you can't be both.
You can't.
Unless we get in one of these scenarios like we said, and we even threw UFOs on the table. That something happened to her he wasn't involved in, and she just has either on purpose claimed it was him or is mistaken that it's him in some. I mean, it's. But this deal of she's wonderful and he's wonderful. I'm not sure in this situation we can come to that conclusion.
Well, I think in a civilized society, when somebody says something passionately, we want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But like you said, we have a mutually exclusive problem here. Somebody cannot be right in this.
Yeah. It was. I was even kind of hollering at the TV sometime when somebody's I'm talking about passionately defending Brett Kavanaugh's character, and then they would go, well, now we find her to be credible, a credible witness. Well, if she's a credible witness, he's guilty. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Lisa in Dothan, 1039. Looking forward to being in Dothan on October the 17th. Details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Lisa, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, we can't wait to have you down here, brother. Greg, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, it's time for health and wellness. Are you ready to contribute?
Sure.
Okay. Helmsy,
Yes, ma'am.
I know what's wrong with your bladder. It's probably called overactive bladder. It's real simple to diagnose. They do a little ultrasound. It's real simple. They can give you a pill, and within just a couple weeks, you won't have that problem anymore if that's what it is.
I'm scared of what my role is in this.
The hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Do you catch the Rick and Bubba Show in premium quality sound about half the price? Yeah, you might be familiar with what they call a dupe out there, retail dupe. What's a retail dupe? Well, that's when somebody wants you to pay more for their brand when another product that is equal is just as good for about half the price, and they want you to pay more just because of the name on it. Well, BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, they are premium audio earbuds, and let me tell you, they're as good as anything out there and better than most for about half the price. And you go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba and you get an extra 15% off. They've even got buy now, pay later options, easy and free return guarantee. Check out their website, 50,000 5-star reviews. Let me tell you, when people are from all over the country are telling us, man, we love these. Water resistance, we've heard some incredible stories about that. 3 customizable sound profiles. And in the economy in which we now live, every purchase needs to be perfect. So don't overpay for premium audio earbuds. Just go to BuyRaycon.com/Bubba and enjoy this outstanding product. Also, they fit more discreetly in your ear, and they're more comfortable than some of the others out there. You don't look kind of cyborg walking around with something hanging out of your ears. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and let's hear your story as well. So, Bubba, we've been promoting it that Alex Magoo was going to visit us, the quarterback of the Birmingham Stallions, USFL. We are now in week 7. And when you go down to the Southern Division, we've got 3 teams that are 4-2. 2 of them will square off coming up this weekend, and that'll be New Orleans taking on Birmingham. Alex, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good, man. I appreciate you having me on.
It's our pleasure, buddy. This is big game coming up.
It is.
You ready?
You know it.
You know, not only are you tied with the Breakers in the division, but there appears to be a natural rivalry with this team, and they won the first meeting.
Yeah, I think it's because last year we were the 2 best teams in the South, and we represented each other. We had to play them 3 times.
Right.
I think it just built like that we don't like you type mentality.
Right.
And I think this year, the fact that they're in the same city as us, they're in Birmingham with us.
Right.
You know, we see them every day, and I think it's just creating a rivalry.
Yeah.
And it's not like we have any problems with the players. I think it's just we just want to beat them because we're in the same city as them. We play them.
Yeah.
This is the 5th time we're going to play them.
Yeah, I think anybody who is a competitor will naturally get a rivalry up. You know, there's just some teams that you, and like I say, it may be because you see them more.
Yeah.
Maybe there's personalities, and you know, we've heard that the 2 teams sometimes don't always get along, you know, even at the hotel.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, you know, we share, like, our locker rooms are real close together, and sometimes we, like, cut through it's a faster way, and, like, they don't like that, we don't like that, and we walk through in the same place, so it's like, and you don't ever want to see somebody you just got beat by.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't want get beat up and have to go walk next to the guy.
Right.
So
Right. Well, we were talking with Daryl Johnston, and he said this. He said, I really felt like the league in year 2 was making a step forward when I realized that the Stallions and the Breakers in the common areas got to where they didn't sit together anymore. And they generally seem not to like each other, just from a competitive standpoint. And he said that was a good sign because now we're building rivalries.
yeah, I agree. I think even the first day, like the first day of last year, like I didn't know who was who. I didn't know, we were talking to everybody. But this year, I wasn't talking to anybody that had a New Orleans shirt on. Or even if I didn't know your face, I wasn't talking to you.
Well, you don't really have a rivalry if you like the other team.
Yeah.
You know,
Like I can't be like, I really want to beat you if like
Right.
if I'm
And like I
above
say, you guys
your
beat
friend.
them last year, beat them in the playoffs, and now they come back and won the first meeting this year, and they had put a target on your back. I
Yeah.
mean, y'all were the defending champions, so you've had to deal with that, and it's much more competitive this year.
Yeah, and I think we're getting that from every team. We're getting the bullseye, the play your tail off every snap because we won last year. But New Orleans really, really wanted that one the first game. Like they had some plays that you just didn't see them make, I think.
Right.
And hats off to them. They played their butts off, and like we have to come match that intensity this week. And I don't think we did that the first week. I think we got to the point where we thought we were just going to win because we were Birmingham.
And you'd won what 13 or so in a row. I mean, it was
we had one loss the whole time we've been here, and we scored that opening kickoff. I think it was all just
took it to the house.
Yeah, and I think we just took off our hard hats.
Yeah.
I think we just
and
went out
it's
there
human
and-
nature. You can't help but get complacent to some
Sure.
degree
Yeah.
going through that, and you have to build that passion back up, and that's going to be the call this week.
Yeah, and let's talk about, you got an incredible story. Your second year in the league. We've got 2022 Alex Magoo, and then we got 2023 Alex Magoo. Tell me about the difference in the two men.
Well, I think I'm more focused now. I think that I've done things that have helped me in my off the field life that have created the new on the field life that has it's been a long process, and but I just really think that I've just been able to slow everything down off the field, which has helped me tremendously on the field. And I just try to go out there and just not be Superman, because I think that was the biggest thing that I'm seeing from on the field is sometimes I just would always just be Superman because I think that I could do it. Well, I could run this for 4 yards, or I could throw it 30 to a guy that could go score a touchdown.
Right.
So I'm trying to focus more on that than just me being Superman.
Yeah.
Alex, if I understand correct too, you're the oldest player on the team, right? At 34, is that right?
No, I'm 27.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I read that wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 27.
27 years
I tried
old.
to add some age
You
there,
did.
too.
My goodness, we got you.
All the
34.
wisdom there.
Yeah, it must be
But
gray hair or something.
when you learn that, though, like you said, and I think that's one of the toughest things when you have players, especially at the quarterback position, where it sounds odd to be told sometimes you trying to make it happen isn't the best decision.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's great that you have the attitude that you could make it happen. Nothing wrong with that. But I think the discipline of going, it's not there. This is a better choice. This is a better way. Live for the next play. They've got us on this one. Let's minimize the damage. Now, is that what you're talking about? That growth? Has been the toughest part.
And I think like there's examples throughout the year. Like I can make a example when in the Pittsburgh game. Like I remember the first drive, I saw like a little hole in the offensive line. It was like 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, and I ran. I got 4, so we had to punt.
Right.
But if I waited a half a second, I would have saw Dion on a corner and he was open. I could have thrown him for a first down.
Right.
And I think that this week, where I scrambled around and just kind of ran down the line of scrimmage and threw it to Zeke and he scored the touchdown, I think the old me probably would have ran because there was room to run.
Right.
But I wouldn't have got the first down. I wouldn't have got a touchdown. I would have kicked a field goal.
Right.
So I just think it's knowing the situations and knowing what's the best play in that, what the team needs the most in that situation.
Yeah, a good choice versus the best choice.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. And that I think that just has to come with playing more and more and getting accustomed to it.
Experience and comfortability and trust, really, with everybody else around you.
Yeah, and then off the field, this allergy thing.
Yeah.
In your bio, it says you're allergic to all kinds of things. Tell us about that.
Yeah,
and you're 34 years old.
Yeah. I mean, for a 34-year-old man, you look fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, found the youth. No, but I'm intolerant. Allergic is a strong word.
Okay,
but
a lot of
intolerant-
things. You have a lot of tolerance problems.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Correct. So like chicken, eggs.
Chicken?
No, wait, no, not chicken. Anyway.
I hope it's not pine trees because it's going to be
eggs,
tough.
like soy, dairy, gluten, like barley, wheat,
Oh, my
basil.
goodness. Yeah.
This goes on, food coloring, stuff like that.
Do you drive the trainer crazy with and the guys who are trying to get the food before you all the time?
Well, so when
What
we go
do you eat?
Yeah, that was what I was going to answer. Chicken, rice, avocado, and spinach. Like that's what I eat every day.
Okay.
I've ate that every day, every meal, 5 times a day for 2.
But if you've got all
months.
those other things, it can't be fried chicken.
No, it's baked or on the stove, on the pan.
Wow.
And it's just rice, and it just depends on what I'm doing that day, and when practice is, and when I'm working out is how much I eat at certain times.
Can you eat barbecue?
No.
Pork's out?
No, I can eat pork. It just depends on how you
You
cook.
can't have anything on it.
Yeah, like the sauce probably.
Oh,
the
wow.
barbecue sauce would not be.
That'd be tough.
Do you want
It's
to
hard.
hug? Do you want to hug? I mean,
No, I'm so used to it now. That,
okay, all right.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wow, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I tell you what happens with just like with a lot of things. I feel so bad when I don't do that. It's not worth it.
Yeah, correct.
I'd rather feel good and have more of a bland diet than to say I'm going to eat that today, and then the way you feel is not worth it.
Yeah, that's what I tell everybody. There's like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. I was like, well, if you would go eat some ice cream, you would know why I do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
So
yeah.
it's like
Bubba pushes through.
Risk reward is not. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant, but I'll have some.
But he
ice
just
cream.
pushes right on through. He's almost like at times a food daredevil.
That's like my dad. My dad is.
Now the ones
lactose
around me
intolerant.
sometimes pay the price.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's always the victims are those who have to live with the person. Yeah. Yeah, he's pointing to his girlfriend. Yeah, exactly. Well, look, you guys, big game coming up on Saturday, 3:00 Central Time on Fox. 4-2 versus 4-2. Breakers versus Stallions. I mean, when you're in Week 7 and you're in a division where it seems to be, the best teams seem to be. If you just looked at records, this is a big game.
Now, where you got to finish to make the playoffs?
Top 2 in the South.
And right now you're sitting in third.
Yep.
Because of tiebreakers, everybody
Yep.
has the same
Yeah,
record,
yeah.
but because of the tie. Well, this is a big.
If you don't win this weekend, it gets very tough for you guys.
It does.
Might not even make the playoffs. You
Yeah.
got to win.
Yeah, it's a big
Yep.
game. We know it, but I think coach has done a really good job, and all the players have done a really good job of preparing every game like it's a championship. Pete Carroll always used to tell us when I was in Seattle that if you prepare like every game's a championship game, when you get to the championship game, it's just another game.
Right. Yeah.
So it's just another game. It means a lot.
They're all must win.
They're
What
all
you're saying.
like,
You
yeah.
always treat it that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like every game to me is a must win. I go out and play like it's a must win, and I do everything that I can, and I know that every other player on that team does the same thing.
Well, congratulations on the success you've had this year and how you're obviously growing as a player, and thank you for taking time to be with us today too. Now you know we're supposed to talk to the McLeod for the Breakers next.
Well, that's all right.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Now y'all not going to
He's a
pass
good
in the
guy.
hall out here and get the fisticuff for
He's
you.
going to be on Zoom. You want to stay in here and heckle him?
Oh no, I'll let him have his time.
Thank you, Alex
Yes,
Magoo.
Thank you.
Birmingham Stallions, 3 p.m. on Fox, but go out and pack out Protective Life this weekend. 3:00 kickoff, big game. 4-2 taking on 4-2 Breakers versus the Stallions. We'll be right back with more after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Greg, the nose and the hose, brother.
What did he just? What she just
now
say?
reference back to
I
another
know,
caller.
I love how she threw brother in
Brother,
there.
I like it. Greg, I'm afraid that goes back to the age-old joke. What'd the doctor say? Doctor says you're going to die.
Yeah.
Says you ain't going to make it. That was a great joke. That was an excellent joke. 866.
a lot.
Yeah.
Got you a nickname, Helmsy?
Getting a lot of emails too about the similar thing and the.
Oh, I need to tell you this too, especially since you replaced him here, Ryan Greenwood.
Mm-hmm.
He actually works with a company that can probably help you.
That's right. He sure does.
He sells diapers, doesn't he?
Yeah, for adults.
Yeah, adult diapers.
Yep.
Okay.
They can use hardly noticeable.
It's not that bad. They got them now. You can hardly tell you how
I
much.
bet khakis are out, aren't they?
You got to watch yourself.
I know.
Not if you
man.
got the
Tell me
diaper.
about-
A little
tell
pull
you.
up.
Whoever created the color khaki really didn't think that through.
No.
Yeah. It's like walking
I
a
got a pair on
tightrope
today.
being
I
in
don't know what I was
khakis.
thinking.
Well,
It's game day, Greg.
extra couple shakes ain't never hurt anybody.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
That's what they say.
Gringo. Be careful announcing that in the public restroom.
Yeah. Greg, you're getting me in trouble.
I know.
People think I'm saying it, by the way.
Yeah, I know we're in the middle of phones and speaking of bathroom, but President Trump was just boarding Air Force One, and
I saw
something was
that
stuck
picture.
to his shoe.
Is that-
It looks like toilet paper stuck to
his shoe.
I would love to see
We've
his
all had
reaction.
that.
You know what? It happens to everybody.
We've all had that happen.
That is toilet paper.
Yeah, it is.
Stuck to his shoe.
What is toilet paper or a napkin or something? What is it doing out on the tarmac?
Let me tell you
They come
what's,
out of the car with
let me tell you what's funny.
it.
If
I'll have a Diablo sandwich. I'm smoking tobacco.
Jackie Gleason
Make it
boards Air
fast.
Force One.
Make it fast.
Let me tell you what's funny is if see, this is why we'll never, any of us, because if we were in the cabinet, we would wait till we get on Air Force One, and if one of us was president, and we would be like, you checked your computer lately, checked any footage you getting on the plane? No, I hadn't. They get a good shot of me. Oh, yeah. They got a great shot of me.
Yeah. It's even in slow motion.
I would love to see his reaction when he finally found it.
That's funny.
That'll be the greatest slice of toilet paper ever stuck to him.
866 We Be Big, Atlanta, Georgia, checking in. Gene standing by. Gene, go ahead.
Hey there. How are y'all doing this morning, gentlemen?
We're good.
Good. I have a comment. Was it Speedy's little restroom debacle
No, it was Helmsy.
ago?
Helmsy.
Helmsy, okay.
We can act like
Now
it was
what-
Speedy.
Yeah. Speedy has a lot of them, but this one's not him.
Yeah.
Well, this seems like I see this in reverse. Anytime that has happened to me when I was the one who walked in on this person who was indisposed, it scares the life out of me, and I go, oh, I'm so sorry, and I close the door so quickly, it's just in a flash. I mean, did this woman not do that?
Did the family not ever just like panic and shut the door?
No,
just said-
they saw. I made eye contact with them, obviously.
They were trying to
and
just
they
get
were
through it.
they were trying to get through it like I was. I think they were like, okay, this is just he
Yeah, but
made
why
a
did-
mistake.
why didn't they shut the door?
What do you mean?
To her point, Gene's like, why didn't they reach up and shut the door?
Well, they weren't guys. They were 12, 15 feet away. They were not next to the door.
Oh, okay.
They were on the other side of the room,
Well, they-
sitting in their chairs, reading books and hanging out and waiting on. They had an iPad in their hand.
They thought
So
it
that's
was-
how
Well,
much
it's
I
like somebody
remember.
Wow.
Somebody, I mean, good Lord, somebody surely would have closed that door so fast, like boom. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the one embarrassed.
Well,
You
they
know,
didn't realize how long
It was about 20. I would say, think about this, guys. It was about 20, 25 seconds.
What was that?
And
Duration.
let's face it, too. You stood there so long, they really were surprised how young you were.
Yeah, they thought, well, he'll be done in a minute.
That's
good, Rick. Yeah, they figured it was somebody's granddad.
Oh, boy, somebody's pawpaws wandered in. That guy looks awful young to have grandkids.
You know what got him? The start and stop, and then think he's done. They were probably like,
he's done. Oh, no, not quite.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's now 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The game, 3 p.m. coming up this Saturday, Protective Stadium, Birmingham, Alabama. The Stallions and the Breakers, both 4-2. Breakers got the Stallions in their last meeting. This has major playoff implications. You can go to rickandbubba.com under show notes, too, if you want to get tickets to be there coming up, as we have the USFL's website right there for you. Bubba, we've got on the line, we had the quarterback for the Stallions, and now we go to Big Mac. Mac Thompson,
He's
quarterback
out there mobile
for the New Orleans Breakers with us. Mac, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? Really appreciate you having me on. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I love what you guys do and really appreciate you giving the USFL its love.
Well, you're in the right place. You're taking care of your daughter, trying to be present at the things she's got going on. I know your wife working in Atlanta and, commuting and all of that you guys, when you have these moments, you got to take them. But it's cool getting your daughter involved here in Birmingham, where you're living right now, playing for the Breakers. And your wife is a writer on the new Marvel series. Is that right? The one that Disney has on Disney Plus?
Yeah, it's going to come out here. They're doing some reshoots and some rewrites, and it should come out sometime this year or next. They run at their own schedule. But yeah, she did that last year in Atlanta, and it was a great experience. It was a great opportunity for her career.
Yeah.
Now she's on to bigger and better things. So I'm in the car right now because this is the quietest place I could find. So when you got a 2-year-old running around the house, you try to find your little quiet moments in your spots, and you figure the car is the best place.
Amen.
Mike, tell us a little bit about the Breakers this year.
Yeah.
You guys are on top of the Southern Division, but it's extremely close, and this is a big, big matchup this weekend.
Yeah, we are super excited. I mean, let's be honest with our season really started really well, being 4-0 and dropping the last two. We just offensively are not clicking. We're finding ways to pull the emergency brake and really hurt ourselves. And that's really frustrating, to be a good offense that's not performing at the level that we want to be performing at. It's not who we want to be. So we're excited. Obviously, Birmingham's a great team, and we're really excited for the matchup this week. We got to get back on track offensively, and there's no better person to do it against than our in-house rivals.
Yeah, Mac, when you guys played the first time and beat the Stallions, you guys had some really, really big plays. You burned the defense. Are you going to be able to do that again?
Well, that's what we've been missing is the last 2 weeks, we really haven't been hitting on our D plays. We've been missing them. We had a long one to JD last week, overthrew a little bit, overthrew one to D, and we just haven't been clicking on our big plays. And that's kind of been the difference the last 2 weeks. We are an explosive offense. We like to push the ball down the field. We like to play fun football. We don't want to just dink and dunk. We don't think that's fun for the fans. We don't think that's fun for us. So we like to attack the defense. We like to go, kind of all out. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it all the way. So we hope that those opportunities present themselves, and we hope we can hit them. And that's the difference. That's how close it is in professional football. It's those little inches that you got to fight for on every play.
What's the big adjustment you got? You were part of the Argonauts that won the 2022 Grey Cup, and then you come to the USFL. I know that it's basically the same game, but there are some differences. That's quite that wasn't a lot of time to make the adjustment, but obviously you seem to have been able to do it.
Yeah, it really is a truly different game, and I really wish that the CFL had more exposure here down in the States, that there was more opportunities to watch the game. Not a lot of American fans are used to the Canadian game. It's truly a different form of football. It's as different as you can get playing the same sport.
Yeah.
I want to write a dissertation on it or something about the differences in it, but there's so many differences. For 3 downs, high motion, as a quarterback, you get put in a pressure cooker up there because you run the ball on first down and get 3 yards, and automatically you're in 2nd and 7, which is 3rd and 7 down here. So you're either completing the ball, you're getting off the field. So one of the many differences, it's a really great game up there. They've been playing it for, I think it's the 108th Grey Cup or something like that. They're over 100. They're playing for a long time. It's got a really rich, storied history. But then coming back downstate, this is the game I grew up playing. This is the American game. This is the game I played in high school and all the way through. So this feels much more natural. I love and appreciate both of them, and I'm just trying to make the plays I can on a day in and week out basis.
Mac, tell us a little bit. I know you've got Birmingham this week, but you also have the Houston Gamblers in your division, and they may be the hottest team in the USFL. They've won like 4 in a row after starting out 0-2. What are they doing different to catch fire right now?
Well, they got some people healthy back that they didn't have early in the year, and they're just playing good football. I know Kenji's a good quarterback over there. He's a good friend of mine. So and we know that they're a force, and we know that this South Division is going to get real tight real quick, and it's going to be a battle down the stretch. So it's really good to see this much talent and this much good football happening in the USFL, and it's going to be a good stretch run, and we hope to be in the thick of it, and we hope to pull out ahead, but it's about fighting it one day at a time, and Houston's on our horizon, but right now it's all about Birmingham.
Big game Saturday. Mac Thompson, quarterback for the New Orleans Breakers, both the 4-2. They've dropped 2 games, as Mac said, trying to get that offense going again. Birmingham realizes that in their situation with the tiebreakers, you hate to say must win, but it's going to be a tight game. So, Mac, thanks for taking time to be with us. Welcome to Birmingham. Glad to have you here, and excited to watch the game coming up on Saturday.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go Breakers.
There it is. Go Breakers. There it is. Mac Thompson, QB for the New Orleans Breakers. Alex Magoo, quarterback for the Birmingham Stallions. We had them both. And that game will be on Fox, 3 p.m. Central Time, coming up on Saturday. For the stadium, the gates open at 1:30. If you want to be there in Birmingham and see a great game, get your tickets now by going to the USFL website and show notes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Spring is in bloom, and you know...
David, you're the first one up. Tracy, our guest, will be spinning the wheel. So what do you say to Tracy to get a spin?
Wow, what a wheel.
Go, Tracy, spin away. Yes!
Good spin.
Look at that. Such a dainty little spin. All right, here we go. Let's see how it goes. A lot of lights, a lot of enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. Yeah! Flowers! All right, so here we go. David, you won an assortment of flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. You want 2 dozen assorted roses, Peruvian lilies, Bubba's favorite, or the autumn rose bouquet?
2 dozen roses.
Okay. That's a straightforward. I'll take the 2 dozen roses and roll tide. Hope they're crimson. All right, so we put him on hold. Graveyard will handle that. Let's go to Charlie. Charlie, what do you say to Tracy to get that wheel rolling?
Wow, what a wheel.
Wow. All right, let's go. And yeah!
Be careful.
All right, be careful. Don't lean into it, Tracy. It'll take your face off. All right, here we go.
Pull your glasses right off your face.
Hand of truth, glad that Tracy's up there.
And the Christmas pig is smiling from ear to ear.
He's almost back in season.
There you go.
Me. Not flowers. HarryandDavid.com. Of course, their fine meats delivered. Same standard of excellence that is synonymous with Harry and David. All right, a $50 gift card for you to get some meat, Charlie, off the wonderful Wheel of Meat. All right.
That sounds great.
Yeah, congratulations. Tell us what meat. Meat. Let's go to Jennifer. Jennifer, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Tracy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Is that a whistle first? What in the world happened?
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. Greg, please stop. It's like an ice pick to my forehead. All right, let's see what happens here. What? Meat. It's like the meat's just rolling. HarryandDavid.com, $50 gift card for you, Jennifer. Congratulations. That's all right. We continue. Let's go to Jim. Jim calling us, I think, out of Louisville, up that way, Jim. All right, Jim. Jim, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel, baby.
Hey, Jim.
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, easy.
Double.
Easy. Don't call her baby. She'll file some kind of suit against you.
That's true.
All right, here we go. Tracy, you ready? Here we go. All right.
Come on,
yes.
Come on,
That lean-in, Tracy, you're scaring me with that lean-in.
I don't want to fall apart.
Is it the shoes? What keeps knocking you forward?
Well, she needs to grab higher up on the wheel.
Yeah, grab higher on the wheel next time.
Come on, Tracy.
All right, let's see here. Look back.
No way. Henry the horse.
Henry the horse it is. Come out of the look at that. Well, he's got some energy today. He's had his oats.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry, how are you, buddy?
Just, I've been really happy today because I've been, reliving my glory days.
Yeah.
I went to this school, Georgetown Preparatory School.
Oh, boy.
And, man, I used to party with this guy. I forget his name. Anyways, that guy partied his donkey off. It was awesome.
Get up out of here.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. Absolutely. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All here for a brand new hour. Rick and Bubba University interns, Alapuca. Cam Solo earning their degree in common sense, that now a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
That is correct. Bubba, as we start this hour, how about a little Biden update? You ready for that? Here we go.
Where'd it go?
President Biden. Let's see. Basement Joe, the leader of the free world, is traveling around and, as usual, doing things that concern us, but we'll see how it looks today. Now, Bubba, I don't know whether you've seen this new thing that anytime the terms one world government, one world currency, any of that starts, everybody, especially if you kind of have a biblical worldview, you start going, well, here we go.
Yeah, I ain't for one world anything.
So Biden is about to tell us that the United States is all in on getting ready for future pandemics with a little something called the World Bank. So here is President Biden. Here we go.
And yesterday I announced that the United States plans to contribute another $250 million to the pandemic fund at the World Bank to make sure the world is better prepared to prevent, detect, and respond to future pandemics.
Well,
here's what I would say to the president. We had a pandemic. We've come through it. But if we can't all agree and come to terms with where it started and how it started, then we don't know any more than we did 3 years ago.
Well, I saw over the weekend there's even more investigators that now are producing more and more evidence that, of course, we already are in this camp, not based on hearsay or conspiracy theories, but based on facts that have come out that Fauci was dirty in all this, and it's getting more and more evident that he was.
He knew that they were funding that, and he's dancing around some terminology with gain of function. So he can say no, it wasn't gain of function, but they were moving that thing forward, and I don't know that it was for evil purposes. It may have been so they could study and develop future vaccines.
I didn't say it was done on purpose,
but he knew that, and he knew that got loose over there and kept pushing this somebody ate a bat sandwich theory, I call it, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Well,
nobody's buying that.
Well, here's the thing too, that you always find out when somebody's lying. And children, teach you this. If you ever had a child, somebody took a cookie. Did you take a cookie? No, I didn't take a cookie. And then the evidence comes out that they have a cookie. And then what did they say then? Now, remember in the beginning, they were saying they didn't have anything to do with cookies at all.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know you meant that cookie.
Right.
In those kind of games. And that's what Fauci's doing now, like you said, on the gain of function. Yeah, now, remember in the beginning, they weren't doing anything. But now,
until he was cornered on it under oath, and he knew he had to admit to it, and that his group, the Institute for Health, NIH, actually funded some of this studying, which means it came from our tax dollars.
So to your original point, I would tell our president, step one on getting ready for a future pandemic is to stop all the lying and the false narratives, and let's talk about how it happened, and then we can start preventing it happening again. But we have to be honest about how it happened first.
Right.
To be able to prevent it in the future.
And I guarantee you, in our mind, it's pretty clear, but I guarantee you, if another pandemic started today, you would see some of the same asinine things done that we did last time.
No, you're right.
You would try lockdowns, you would mask everybody, you would come up with this and that, and,
terrorize children.
Yeah, which we're still doing, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Why are we still talking mandating this vaccine for kids when it doesn't even cover it anymore?
I have no idea. Next, this is that thing. Biden get frustrated now, and he's going to get upset with a reporter that keeps asking about the debt ceiling. So here we go.
Are you about the debt talks at home?
Not at all.
Mr. President, are Republicans negotiating in good faith?
This goes in stages.
Mr. President,
I've been in these negotiations before. It started off. Shush up, okay? Thank you.
Whoa!
Whoa! Shush up!
And what happens is the first meetings weren't all that percussive. The second ones were.
Were all that what?
Weren't all that what? The
percussive?
First. Does he mean productive?
Shush up, okay? Thank you.
Could you imagine the outrage today if Donald Trump had told a reporter to shush up? And that's not the first time he's used that term.
He gets mad. He gets angry.
Oh, yeah.
I want to hear him try to say productive. Do you mind?
No, please.
Negotiations before. It started off. Shush up, okay? Thank you. It goes in stages, and what happens is the first meetings weren't all that percussive. The second ones
weren't
were.
all that what?
Percussive, like percussion instruments. I think he's talking about percussion instruments.
Okay, they weren't all that. What are we making noise with them? Or are we keeping a beat?
They had a drum circle at the last meetings.
Yeah. What about to Bubba's point? You think anybody on the Republican side can get away with shush up? Okay, they'd be deemed the most evil, misogynist.
They'd impeach him on the spot.
Oh sure.
Yep.
All right. Next, he told the leaders at the G7 that he's convinced that Australia and Japan and India. What is this?
All right. So he basically claimed credit for this.
Oh, I see.
When actually Trump did this.
Okay. So what he's saying is 100% wrong.
Correct. Okay. Here we go.
And what's going on now is look at the meeting we had here today and yesterday, of the Quad. I bet you maybe some of you thought it, but I doubt many people in this audience or any other audience would have said that 2 years after being elected, I'd be able to convince India, Australia, Japan, and the United States to form an organization called the Quad to maintain stability in the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea.
And of course, that was Trump.
That wasn't you, sir. That was not you,
You didn't
Mr.
do that.
President.
You wouldn't have ever thought.
Yeah, Gregory, how about this? He thinks he
why
did
worry
it.
about the facts?
He's not lying.
Why worry about the facts now?
Yeah, I think he really believes that he did do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, God love him. But that was Trump, actually. Now, of course, I love this kind of stuff. We can't say anything because we get people's names wrong all the time. But he's trying to say that the president of South Korea, who is Yoon Suk something,
Yes,
Yoon
Yoon would be correct.
Yoon, but unfortunately, he's going to call him Loon. Yeah. So enjoy this one, Bubsy.
I've spoken at length with President Loon of South Korea. He came to Washington of late. I've spoken at length with President Loon of South Korea.
Loon is something else,
Yeah.
Mr. President. That's something else.
Not Loon. And by the way, before we go to break, since we're checking out the state of our wonderful country, I saw this over the weekend and thought it couldn't be true. And this is the Nebraska. How do you say senator? Is it McCavanagh?
Oh,
hey,
this is so weird.
Is it McCullough?
Is this real?
I don't know how you say
So
it.
weird.
Have you heard this, Bubba?
We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people.
This is not a loop. This is just her.
We're not looping this.
She's what? Senator?
We need trans people. We love trans people. Trans people belong here. We need trans people. We love trans people.
Oh my
Trans
God.
people belong here.
Cranking it up. Cranking it up.
How many times?
A lot.
Who's in the audience?
We love trans people.
She ain't gonna make it much longer.
You matter, and I am fighting for you.
And you want somebody to take you
I will
serious.
not stop. I will not stop today. I will not stop tomorrow. You are loved.
Out of breath.
You matter. You belong
Winded.
here.
Repeating yourself now.
Guys,
All right.
I don't care what the point is he was trying to make. That you're a lunatic.
Well, you could,
lost your
like you
mind.
said, you
Or
could
a loon.
You
we
could
would call it.
loon,
Yes.
like President Loon.
Yeah.
You could have walked up to the microphone calmly and said,
That's ridiculous.
as senator from Nebraska, I want the trans community to know that I'm an advocate for you.
And you matter.
And you matter, and I will fight for you. And that
Who's
just
out to get them?
no. But I can somebody tell me
Who, if you have the money, cannot go to a doctor and have your gender changed? Now, if you want me to pay for it, you got another argument on your hands.
Right.
Or if you're trying to do someone who ain't old enough to join the military or drive a car, you got a problem on your hands.
There it is.
But if you're a consenting adult with money, you can go get anything you want done. Who's against you?
Yes. Go.
Who are
knock
these
yourself
people?
out.
trans people.
Who
Knock
are these
yourself
people?
out.
Who's against you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who voted for that idiot?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they go, Stevie Wonder.
Stevie.
Can you imagine writing lyrics about your mama tearing that honey up now?
Well, I can relate. I can relate.
But I wish those days. Then you'd actually want to be around people's children again.
I know.
They'd actually behave. Hey, we don't believe in spanking. Hey, we had that when they were climbing all over our stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, when they was swinging from the curtains, I realized you were against that.
Yeah.
I got it.
Now, parents who don't spank never have to tell anybody. We got it. We're around your kids. We figured that out on our own. So we don't believe in spanking. Yeah, hey, we got that. I got the fact they're eating off my plate. You're saying nothing. I got it. The fact they're getting food first while the adults are standing behind them. I got it.
Got it.
You know what I mean? Oh my goodness! And the fact they hadn't said yes sir one time to me, and I'm 54. I'm all over it.
Got it.
So we've got a lot to cover. I mean, it was an active weekend. There was a lot going on. Something happened with the Supreme Court. I don't know what went on.
What?
Huh? So there haven't been anything about that going on.
That
But,
few ball games.
yeah, couple things going on. I have really pretty much been on the road all weekend long, and so I know what went on just by grabbing stuff, listening to, of course, radio. and figuring out what was going on and picking up here and there. So I'm aware. I heard a lot of it on Friday as it was getting ready for the vote. So hopefully I know we can't really move on because the vote may be over, so we're done with all that debate.
Right.
But the reaction is just, wow. You know what? You found yourself going, well, you know what? This has been embarrassing. Our country looks like a banana republic, but okay, finally. Yeah. Finally,
such a great term, by the way.
This is the United States of America. We like some banana republic right now by the way our citizens are acting. But so you think, okay, but then the reaction may be as embarrassing, if not more embarrassing, than the actual process we've been through.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insanity. And that's the thing. I can't let myself, and I know everybody in this room, we all have this same thing, which makes us part of a team. There's a thing that irks all of us really beyond repair is when something is going on that isn't truth, and you just can't get everybody to understand what you're saying is not reality.
Right.
This is not what's next. I mean, somebody stole gnomes in your neighborhood. I mean,
really.
Keeps coming back.
This when you're seeing people say things, you go, but wait a minute, that didn't happen, nor is that going to happen. It's just
or here's the classic: we really don't know.
Wow.
But you apparently do.
Well, nobody cares about women's rights.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about sexual predators. Well, no, we do if we can find one. I mean, so I tell you what, I'm glad. And can somebody say
at some point, Rick, today, I want to give you Cher's tweet over the weekend.
Please don't.
I want you to see what all she
Bubba,
says is going to happen.
I just turned 54. Don't make me 60.
Plastic surgery.
Don't make me 60 in one tweet.
Yeah.
First of all, when did we as a country? Can I tell you what's the funniest thing about Cher's tweet? Is that anybody cares what Cher thinks?
Yeah.
I mean, tell me there's not one person says, you know what, I wasn't sure about this till Cher straightened me out.
Yeah.
Does anybody
I heard
feel
from
that
Cher
way?
and it changed me.
You know what? Hey, that Cher made a good point.
Yeah. I have a feeling that just our day today is going to be so different. I really don't care what Cher thinks.
Right.
But just to show you the mentality.
No, I'm all about it.
The mentality of what's going on.
Like we said, Bubba, I don't know why I keep messing with the mouth ulcer, but I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I bit my tongue over the weekend.
If you just leave
Literally.
if we just leave it alone, it wouldn't sting that bad.
Right.
So
hard to do though.
So we'll do that. For some people, it is Indigenous People Day.
Yeah.
For others of us who have some sense, it's Columbus Day. So
the Italian explorer who did what no one else had done.
The original Italian stallion.
Yeah, he was.
So anyway, that is on. We'll try. We're in a bind a little bit. Just when we got our Skype like we liked it. Span is going to be on the road today, so we may not do a full segment with him. It's all based on cell coverage, but I know that Tropical Storm Michael is going to be impacting a large portion of our audience. We'll try to get an update. $550. $21 minutes past the hour. Phone troll time. All 10 lines are available. Alapuca and Cam Solo are ready. The question is, are you ready? America, it's your time to speak. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but it is your time to program this segment. The buzzer will be our friend. See, parameters are a blessing.
Yep.
And what that means is it kind of keeps us focused and keeps us moving. So I made my comment. I'm getting it down to. So I wouldn't waste time on anything that isn't getting right to. There we go. It was designed really because we kept getting a lot of people saying, hey, I can't get in, and every time I try to call. So we expanded our lines to 10. That gives us a bigger sample. And then we came up with the phone troll that we do every now and then, which kind of says, all right, even if I'm in line, I know that line's going to move quickly. A couple of things you need to know about. Coming up, looking forward to being part of the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up in Huntsville. That's going to be Father's Day weekend. the 16th and the 17th. Mike Pence will be there, David Jeremiah, Robert Jeffress, and Phil Waldrop will be speaking. Charles Billingsley doing worship. I'll be speaking again this year. Always enjoy being there. So if, a good idea for Father's Day weekend, gridironmen.com for that. And those of you that are coming, I'll see, Lord willing, see you there. Also, don't forget, we've got all kinds of cool stuff for Dad at rickandbubba.com under our store. Somebody Help Daddy. I've seen those shirts going out. We got all kinds of cool grilling stuff and specialty items and shirts and hats. And if you want to get your dad a signed copy of the new devotional Transformed, you can do that, but you got to have that order in by June the 7th, and that's coming up. So if you want to get one of those, go to themanchurch.com, and you'll see when you click on the store and then click on Hey, I'm an Individual or whatever, and you'll see right there that banner, top of the store. Click on that, and you'll get a signed copy for Dad, but after June 7th, those are not available, so try to do it before then. To the phones we go. Let's start with Mark in Auburn, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Good. I just want to let y'all know we had a little thing happen down here at Auburn involving one of the football players. I don't know if y'all heard about it. Jarquez Hunter.
Yes, we heard about it.
But I talked to Hugh Freeze last night. He said he's got it taken care of. They're changing his name to Jark.
All right. Saw that one rounding the bend. 866 We Be Big is the number. Lines are open if you want to try to join us now. Curtis in Columbus, Mississippi, listening to 96.1. Curtis, go ahead.
Yeah, I used to work for this guy, and we did cleanouts on foreclosure. My son, he put in Google Maps the address. He was in Grenada, Mississippi. Well, that pay road turned into a dirt road. Then it turned into a log trail. My son thought it was funny. He said, keep going, Dad. I said, no, we're going to end up being lost. So you do have to watch Google Maps sometimes.
Yeah, I asked Big Love about that when he tried to join us for a hunt and ended up out in a field that was full of mud and water. He said, Dad, I just kept following the directions. And, son, once you're starting to see the water, you probably want to turn the car around or go another way. So, yeah, it will do that. There's no doubt about it, especially these kind of, when you get in these county roads and some of that stuff, that can be complicated. Lines are available. 866 We Be Big is the number. By the way, what did happen on the Auburn thing? Did they suspend the players?
I think it's all under internal investigation right now.
Right. That's
nothing that we know of. I think everybody's suspended waiting the outcome of it.
Gadsden, Alabama, Z93. Cedric is standing by. Cedric, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
What's going on, fellas? It's the big cat in the house.
What's
big
up? Cat. Hey, Cedric, what's going on?
Man, I haven't heard you guys talk about the new show that Dana White has on now called Power Slapped. Have y'all checked this out yet?
I have seen highlights of those people slapping each other, and I'll be honest with you, I just could not stay with it.
So it's called Power Slap? Oh, yeah. So this is slapped at 5?
Greg would love it. Speedy would love it.
Listen, they stand there almost like arm wrestlers.
Yeah.
And they just slap the snot out of each other.
I've seen that before.
Roundhouse.
But that's been around, but now there's a show that does it.
Yeah, I guess Dana White's having he's a UFC guy. Maybe he's putting together a league of people who are slap fighters.
Yeah.
I guess so. I cannot stand it, honestly. There's no defense.
No.
You just
until you fall out.
You just take it. So it's really just trading concussions. Let's watch people trade concussions for like $2,000. Like the payouts aren't big.
I'm all over it.
It's not a good show.
That and Naked and Afraid should have bigger payouts.
They knock them to the ground. I mean, they knock them a flip, and then they've got so long to stand back up like a box.
People are going stiff.
This is a good idea.
People are going stiff.
You know, it seems like
we're worried about football,
right?
Yeah,
I know.
I mean,
it seems like as the NFL discovered more about CTE, the other sports have cared less about it. You know?
I think you're right. It's almost like there's too much pressure. You got to give somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if we had a sport come out where you ride a rail car into a wall now. With your head first. I mean, that's all we're missing.
Jason,
see how it goes.
Jason in Alabama, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I want to thank you a lot for getting me hooked on Skinwalker Ranch.
Hey, you're welcome.
I started binge watching it yesterday. This morning, I was late for work.
Yeah, it'll get you. It'll pull you in.
I mean, there's a lot going on there.
Bubba's game.
Let's go. Let's go to.
I haven't seen the last episode. I'm one behind.
Watch it. Kyle in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick, going back to your comments about Sherry directing you or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm a professional truck driver. Been driving for years, and my wife still thinks I don't know how to drive. I know. She'll tell me I'm going off the road. She'll tell me everything. I'm like, I've been driving for years. I drive a semi for a living.
You can handle his car.
I am at work right now.
Yeah, right. I think your credentials speak for themselves. It doesn't matter. I don't think they can keep from doing it.
Well, under that scenario, Rick, he is a trained professional.
He is.
Yeah.
Charles, Henniger, Alabama. Charles, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, man, I just wanted to call and make a comment.
Okay.
How all these congressmen all keep arguing and grumbling over the national debt and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But they ought to have plenty of money because the 2022 year, I paid over $6,000 on the Social Security that I had drawn, which I paid taxes on when I worked.
Sure.
So they making money hand over hand.
Oh yeah, I don't think they have a cash flow problem.
Well, they can spend it though.
It's just they spend it so fast.
Just like Biden today, he threw out. Well, we've come to this meeting. I've decided to give $250 million to this group or that group.
Yeah, World Bank.
They throw.
We're gonna throw it in the
around,
World Bank.
Trillions around like it's nothing.
Yeah, Zelensky's basically our president now. Whatever he wants, he gets. Babylon B's having a field day with that, by the way. All right, we'll come back.
Let me tell you, he better make some ground with it because he's gonna have a problem down the road.
We come back. SpaceX, Bubba. Is that who? That's who we're gonna look at.
Yeah,
SpaceX?
we got some space travelers.
All right. SpaceX, which by the way, I had a conversation this weekend that I'll tell you about after we watch all this. That I was supposed to get this to you.
Okay.
All right. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out. But and then tomorrow he should be. Plus, within 24 hours, we'll have a better update anyway. But tomorrow we'll try to see if we can't get him on a good, clear signal. But we'll try to get an update for him today to let you know what the latest track of that storm will be.
Yeah, Florida has already declared a state of emergency, and the update on the storm, and we'll get more from Span. It is a tropical storm, but they're expecting Category 2 by the time it hits landfall.
So I know that those reports are out there, but we'll get you an update from the soothing voice of Span. That'll be happening today, and if we can't get it today, certainly tomorrow. Also, we have our first charity charge today. We'll tell you a little bit about that coming up. Some of you may not know what that means, and we'll inform you about that too. So stay close. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So today, Bubba, is a day that can be somewhat controversial. I never thought that I would live long enough that Columbus Day would be controversial, but
Rick, it's a national holiday, Columbus Day, the second Monday in October, which marks Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas, October the 12th, 1492.
And I mean, Les Miles can tell us if you want.
Yeah, if you got Les, let's hear him.
We always love to hear from Les.
Remind everybody that it's Columbus Day, that all those of you that know Italians and like Italians are the people that might venture onto a ship and travel to explore and find new lands. This is your day. So it's not St. Patty's Day. That's a different day entirely.
I miss this guy.
Do we ever know what he was said? How that conversation even got started?
Hey, but I got news for you. I got news for you. Even Mike Leach thinks that's weird.
Yeah.
Somewhere Mike Leach is going, y'all playing my stuff?
Yeah, I started to say, surely Mike Leach has a comment on it, too.
Oh, my goodness.
But, Rick, it's not only celebrated in America, it's also celebrated in other countries around the world. They have different names for it. It's also has a holiday in Spain and in Central America and some other places, too. So, and I know this indigenous people movement and all got started. One of the strangest things about this is Columbus, Ohio, who is named for Christopher Columbus, does not celebrate Columbus Day anymore. They celebrate Indigenous People Day.
So the very place named after.
Yeah.
Well,
and I think we ought to compartmentalize a little bit of this, and we certainly can have an argument about what happened later on after he got here. But can we not just celebrate the pureness of this guy as a great explorer? I mean, he was Neil Armstrong before Neil Armstrong. Okay.
Right. There you go.
You got to admit, when everybody was afraid to travel out over the edge of the ocean because they thought it fell off because the world was flat.
Of course, we're back thinking that again now.
Well, I know.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that.
That when this guy said, no, it's around, when he showed
how he said it?
he was going to get to India.
Right.
And we had no idea there was a big landmass over here. So that I think that's pretty cool, though, in itself.
Yeah. How do you say it?
Have you ever seen the Bugs Bunny cartoon where he's with Christopher Columbus?
That's what you're basing this on?
Vaguely.
Well, it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah.
And that's
it's like Bugs Bunny said.
That's where that
too emotional.
That's where that famous line is, where they're eating the soup as it slides back and forth across the table, and when Bugs gets up, it falls on the floor, and he's leaving, and it says "Captain's mess," and he says, "Well, if it's a captain's mess, let him clean it up."
Yeah.
Simply say.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Been with the Rick and Bubba Show for a while now, and I'll tell you why. Because you're responding. That's why. And boy, there's some great opportunities right now. Memorial Day sale going on. Memorial Day this weekend, as we remember those that have given their life for the freedoms that we enjoy and for some reason want to squander and throw in the trash. But anyway, right now, the whole team up there in Minnesota, they are ready to go. Sales, and more sales. How about saving 70% off my coffee? 70%. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. There it is. How about beach blankets and beach towels? 60% off right there. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow sandals are on sale for only $19.50 when you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. You want to upgrade your bed sheets? Save big. The biggest bed sheet sale ever. Giza sheets as low as $29.98. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets are now on clearance at $25. And if you want to get these savings, here's where you go. MyPillow.com/Bubba. And the MyPillow 2.0 is still rolling out at buy one, get one free, made right here in the USA with brand new temperature regulating technology, keeping you comfortable throughout the night. Are you ready? Go get savings now at MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we do have a space race update. Here we go. SpaceX, baby.
SpaceX continues to have successful launches with the Falcon 9. And Adler has some video for us of their latest launch. It's the AX-2 flight, Rick, which has 3 paying customers.
Wait a minute.
Going to the space station.
What?
Yep.
They're giving people a ride.
Yeah, this is the second time they've done
This
it.
is the ultimate Uber right here.
It is.
All right, so they're taking people to the space station.
Yep.
And there's 3 paying customers. They paid to be on it.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, all right.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff, Falcon 9. Go Axiom.
It's 1 Alpha.
Copy 1 Alpha.
Together we expand what is possible in low Earth orbit. Add Astra and Godspeed AX2.
Now this is from the there's a company who's organizing this called Axiom Space, and on this flight we had as paying customers, we had a gentleman from Knoxville, Tennessee, and we had 2 Saudi Arabians, including the first female Saudi Arabian to go to space.
Now, was she allowed to drive? Probably not.
Go to space.
Right, just
well, we actually
can
had
she go to space? She can't go.
We
to
had a
space.
retired U.S. astronaut as the 4th person aboard, and she was female too. So.
Okay.
Now, how much are they paying to do this?
Well, the Axiom has not said exactly what they paid for this. I think they're going and they're going to stay about 2 weeks and then they come back. But the company had previously quoted a ticket price of $55 million per seat.
Well, that was the last time I believe was that. So
they
think
haven't
about that
said this time.
Look at
but
Rick.
that's all they can. That's all we have to base it off of.
So the last time we did this that Bubba mentioned, it was
Right.
$55 million per.
Oh, that explains what the president said. He said he was going to sponsor a couple people, but he gave it to the World Bank.
Think about that.
All right, so there they all are.
How about here we go?
But do we know how much each seat costs there?
Well, we're estimating
we know
$55
we know what
million
it's
or
been in the
thereabouts
past.
in that neighborhood.
And and a company would pay that. Who sent them? Like they would foot the bill.
Well, those people are paying Axiom Space, who's paying SpaceX to carry them.
Okay.
And then the deal with NASA, they have a per diem per day to be on the space shuttle for food, for your sleeping bag, for all that. And it's only like about $1,500, $2,000 a day once you get there.
Well, now look, but the Saudis, they can stroke a $55 million check like nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
One of the guy going is a former fighter pilot or a fighter pilot in the Royal Saudi Arabian Air Force, and the female is a researcher. Biotech researcher.
I wish we could just wear that cool suit. I'd like to walk around with that on.
I got to find a Saudi that's interested in tennis and building a facility at USC.
Yes, you do.
That's what I got to do.
Them Saudis can stroke a check like you ain't never seen.
I wish Adler was off for like the week and we didn't know where he was, and all of a sudden we looked and he was in
He's
one
out
of those,
there waving,
and
you can see his hair sticking out.
Yeah, we're like, wait a minute, that's Adler.
Would you do that, Adler? I mean, let's say money was no object. Would you do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No way.
My hair would get closed in the lid. I'd be trying to strut it. We got an air gap.
You'd look like Mac, the quarterback of the Breakers, trying to get in that helmet of his. It's just hair sticking out everywhere.
Well, just like you guys were talking about, if you have young adult kids that are all in that same little group now, they are huge fans of Would You Rather. Have you noticed this? I mean, they love Would You Rather. And so we're riding, back and forth Atlanta, and all of a sudden I get this out of the back seat. So, Dad, launched into space or dropped to the bottom of the ocean? You rather be in a submarine or spaceship? And I said, I got to tell you, I think, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I go spaceship on that.
Well, I know, but I mean.
Well, Rick, here's the thing. If all else fails, there's a possibility the spaceship could fall back through the atmosphere and you could be saved. There's no way a submarine is going to magically float to the top if it's on the bottom.
Yeah, both of them are bad.
Yeah.
They're both bad.
That, and I don't know. I know it's both places are dark, but it just seems like you could see more in space. I know that sounds weird. Maybe you can't. Everything's just so dark at the bottom of the ocean. All you can see is what the lights in front of you.
Sherry says she's going to space simply because of the large aquatic animals. She said that freaks her out. She don't like that.
Yes.
And I said, but you don't know what's out there. It's darkness and it's bad out there.
Little thing with,
and of course, like
suction fingers sticks on
neither
side
place
of the
has got oxygen, so that's not good.
No.
So anyway, but Bubba, one thing I was going to tell you. So I met somebody over the weekend, and they will remain nameless.
Right.
And have you noticed that there's throughout time, sci-fi writers many times will try to write things that they acknowledge are fictional, but they're thinking this could be doable in the future.
Yes.
That's pretty common.
Yes. And then a lot of times reality seems to follow suit.
Gosh, I wish I could think of the name of it now. I should have wrote that down. he believes, and he writes sci-fi, okay, and he believes that the space race right now to get to Mars is on the wrong path.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that if you're looking for a place to set up and have a long-term setup, and he named it one of the moons,
Europa.
That was it. He said Europa is a better option, and he told me to tell you that.
Yeah. Oh, I
I
agree, but it's a lot further out there.
So you agree?
Oh, well, it looks like.
Did you see how quick Bubba said
the
the name of the moon? Bubba's already been in these conversations.
Well, it looks different from anything in our solar system. It actually has an ocean on it. We know that. We actually sent a probe there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we sent a probe through. Now, the ocean may be liquid methane. So it may be.
Good.
Do you have pull the pictures up from the probe? You see a coastline. It looks like it's coming down.
Well, that's
over
what
the
he
Gulf
said.
Of
He showed me pictures from the probe looking up at it.
I don't want to type.
And of course, it's not. It's kind of an odd shape. It's a little bit of a different shape. It looks like a little.
But it's a lot further out there too, and you got to go through the meteor belt and all that to get out there. So it'd be a haul.
There's always Uranus.
But
right, thank you, Greg.
That's
waiting
a great
for that.
point,
It actually
Greg.
took longer than I
you
thought it
realize
would.
they're meeting. They're going to change the name of the
didn't want
planet.
this-
They need to
Just
change the name
because of that.
They need to
You
change the
can't-
name
You
of it.
can't get people to quit saying
Well, see, this is another one. Of those, this is one of those situations, and it happens all the time, where somebody thinks they've got the right person from the show, and that look of disgust on their face when I said, I'm not the space one. And his look was like, oh, you're not the space one.
up.
He was ready to. We were about to get a cup of coffee and sit down and discuss it.
It is funny.
And he finally just kind of gave up on me.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then Sherry was like interested or whatever, and she goes, you let that fade away pretty quick. Well, I think that was interesting, and I was like, well, I just said no, I wasn't a space guy.
Here's the thing too that's interesting to me.
So I went over and
Look
talked
at-
deer hunting with two other
Look
guys.
at Earth. Look how everything grows here.
Mhm.
Look, I mean, you if you have dirt and you leave it alone, something grows on it. You don't have to. I mean, there's just always a weed or something.
Right.
Will come up.
Oh, yeah.
Then you look at the moon, which is our closest body in space. Then you look at Mars, what we know about it, and there's nothing there.
I know.
It's just desolate.
So are you on the Europa
it's-
train? If you could get there, that's a better
Europa
option?
is where we need. That needs to be in our solar system. That's the most interesting spot so far. And like I said, we've got pictures.
How
I
pitiful!
disagree.
How sad of me to think you hadn't already thought about that. I know, but I mean, it was. But I felt, I'm like the excited friend coming back thinking I got something you might be interested in, and you are interested in it.
Oh yeah.
You want me to put y'all together?
I'd love to go.
He's writing how he thinks so we can get there.
It's a long way.
Yeah.
Mars is going to take a year to get there, and it's a lot further out than that. So, but look, I wouldn't put anything by Elon. He's pushing it. He's pushing the edge. Thank goodness somebody is.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up, and we'll look at your phone calls and any stories we might have missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The level on which that cartoon was written is really high up there.
Well, those are considered controversial now too. So
Well, I know, but they were funny.
You can't even make a Looney Tunes comment.
No.
I mean, hey, you can't even have Looney Tunes.
No, you can't have anything.
But
can
I'm
we
not
just
going to participate
celebrate
in all
he
that.
was a great explorer.
Well-
And then we can debate what happened after that, good, bad, otherwise, whatever.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I hate to, break it because I know that some of the bleeding hearts in our country are they're just disappointed. They're just disappointed.
This is where Chris was trying to get him a ship here, Rick.
The world, she's around.
There it is.
She's flat. Look, King, she's around like the apple. She's flat like the pancake. Pasta fazool. She's around, she's a firm, she's a fully packed. She's around like my head. She's flat like your head.
By the way,
That's
we
so
need
good.
to pull
That's
that
good
audio
stuff.
clip for Flat Earth Update.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
That is. That's a
yeah,
good
it would
one.
be good.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Bubba, you did
Flat
sound
like your
You
head.
did. You sounded just
I've
like
seen
it.
that one a few
You
times.
like that one.
But
I'm a master
But back to
impressionist.
this.
Oh, you did good.
But back to this again.
She's around.
It's a.
Every now and then today, just throw that in.
Rick,
You
why
hear me?
play that when we have Bubba?
Right. But
I want you to just
by the way,
randomly
that
throw
audio
in.
clip is perfect for a Flat Earth
It
update.
is. It is.
But I want to go to this.
Isn't it funny they were arguing that in 1492, or really before that? And now that's coming back around
Well, that's
again.
just how stupid we've become. I'm telling you, we're getting dumber.
Degressing.
We're getting dumber. And if you don't believe that, just go watch things.
Yeah.
You don't have to. But the whole thing about Columbus Day, all we did was say today's the day that Christopher Columbus, the explorer, found what became the Americas and eventually this country. That's all we're saying.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today for the Care and Thrive Foundation, focusing on young onset of dementia. Very important research going on, and we got to find some treatments and some help with this horrible, horrible disease. But anyway, they try to help you, imagine or reimagine a world where maybe people with dementia can actually continue to thrive. So anyway, you can go out. careandthrive.com is their website, but you can go out to any of the participating Buffalo Wild Wings today in Alabama and enjoy their delicious food. 10% goes to them. Bubba, we must today, and I know you can't announce it, but many say the greatest football player to ever play, Jim Brown, has gone on in at the age of 87.
You know, he was a man among men when he played, Rick. He was a little bit before my time watching football, but I've watched the reels and heard the comparisons, and you know, it was odd. We've told the story. He actually was behind you in line to go in the Super Bowl one time, and Spike Lee was in front of him, and they were carrying on a conversation.
Right.
But man, he's a big man, and when he ran, I mean, it looked like the men versus the boys out there.
He was playing at the highest level of football at the time, and as Bubba just said, he looked like the kid in your neighborhood that nobody could play with.
Yeah.
I mean, he just dominated, and he was a bad man on the football field. And like I say, it's hard because of the different positions, and they're also specialized in the ultimate team sport of football. But I think if somebody said, "I'm going to force you to say who's the greatest football player to ever play," I would go ahead with Jim Brown, and I think people have a hard time telling you you're wrong.
Yeah,
You're wrong.
I mean, if you just have that discussion, the greatest football player of all time, he's always going to be in that discussion. You're going to have the Jim Thorpes, you're going to have the Bo Jacksons, you're going to have the Tom Bradys. You know, I mean, from various. It's hard to compare positions too. I think we just stick with running back.
Yeah.
But he was a little unique, Rick, in that he retired kind of at the pinnacle of his career and went into acting. And to activism, and just left it all behind.
It's probably why he lived to 87.
Yeah, I saw an interview with him the other day, and they were asking about, quitting when he was just at the peak of everything, and he said, my tank was empty. I'd had enough.
Yeah.
So it was time to walk away.
It's a hard game, and it wears on you, buddy.
Adler had a picture up of showing a picture, of him in a helmet and everything, and I just always go back to how thin those helmets.
Oh yeah, they were.
And I know they didn't lead with their head a lot, and it was just different back then. But still, that helmet is so thin.
It's not very impressive. And this is the professional level,
and
that's what they got on their head.
He was playing with the Browns too. So
I remember I had a helmet
back in
with that same face mask when I was a little kid.
Yeah, oh, yeah, exactly one.
So anyway, 87 years old though. That's impressive, and it seemed to kind of have his faculties, all the way down to the end. So so there you go. So Jim Brown went on in over the weekend. Really, I think right when the weekend started.
He played in a couple of movies that were
Dirty Dozen.
Yeah, the Dirty Dozen. A couple of them are big hits.
Well, when
Any
you look
Given
at
Sunday.
Yeah, you look at his as an actor. Now, I'm not making this up. You look at his thing. There's over 40 movies he's been in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's a lot of
movies.
movies.
A lot
of movies.
Well, you can do that if you don't have to go to practice with the Browns.
Yeah,
right.
You got some spare time.
Yeah.
So I love this. For the longest, he had a game where he scored 4 touchdowns, and in one game in the NFL gained 242 yards on the ground.
Good night.
That's toting it. And you're getting a lot of touches too. Because I'd give it to him.
Was it his record that OJ broke for the most in a game?
Maybe. I mean, he usually, if you're going to break a rushing record, it was his.
Yeah.
Until we got into Walter Payton and all that.
Right.
Wasn't OJ the first to 2,000 in a year?
I think so. Yeah.
He had the most in one game.
Yeah.
At that time.
Yeah.
I think Eric Dickerson may have broke that later on, but I don't remember.
Hello, Twitter.
I think he weighed in on it over the weekend too.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how OJ starts everything. Hey, Twitter world.
Oh.
Hello,
he's
Twitter
completely
world.
oblivious.
Yes.
I mean, he's talking like they ain't nothing.
And a lot of times in a golf cart.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I just finished playing golf.
Yeah,
and,
right.
Smoking a cigar.
And I love the fact that he
of course, I killed a few people.
Right.
Right.
The one that I loved, and I know, Hemsley, you
with
laughed at this, and everybody joined in because understanding the irony during that trial about that creepy dad or whatever, that he didn't understand why everybody keeps asking him about it. I don't know why everybody wants to be talking about it. You have no idea?
You can't figure that out?
I mean, you have no idea why everybody's asking you about that?
Rick, on the Jim Brown records, too, just looking at some of these, not only he was running back, he returned kicks, and he actually threw 3 passes for touchdowns.
You can do it all.
And I know
when you're running the kind of yards he runs, the old halfback pass was probably very efficient.
Well, and I told you this before, but he actually also caused rules to be changed in lacrosse. He was
he was a lacrosse player in college.
He was so dominant at Syracuse in lacrosse, they changed the rules because couldn't anybody get the ball from him. And so they tried to give the defense a chance to jar the ball loose, and they changed the rules a little bit because he'd take it and go, can nobody stop him. So anyway, Jim Brown, 87. Also,
at one point, Rick, in 63, he averaged 6.4 yards per carry.
Wow.
10 yards is not far to go if you can get 6.4 a run.
And that being the average too. That's what got me. Also, I don't know this name, but I know you do. But I know this is quite a feat. So Michael Block hit a hole-in-one.
Block.
Was
it Block?
Yeah, it's Block.
Yeah.
Michael Block.
Yeah.
Hole-in-one.
Yeah,
in a PGA Championship.
What makes this story interesting? There's holes in ones, for every tournament has one, but this guy. So the PGA Championship is consisted of obviously the greatest players that are on the planet, live golfers and PGA Tour golfers, but they also allow, I don't know if it's 20 or 25, PGA of America teaching professionals, guys that actually teach and coach golf throughout the year. They don't play on the tour. And they have these qualifiers that they can go play in all over the country. Mm-hmm. And if they win those, they get in. And so this guy was one of them. And they usually don't make the cut. They're usually done by Friday.
Yeah.
Well, this guy goes nuts. And then on Sunday, playing with Rory, does this. I think Adler's got the video.
All right, here we go.
15. The fairy tale story.
No.
Gets better.
What? Did he go right in like
Drained
that?
it.
Yeah. Like somebody shooting a three-point.
Complete drain.
This is a good interaction here.
He didn't know it went in.
He's like, no.
He thought it was a good shot.
Now,
No way. Rory, did it go in?
Can't believe it.
It didn't just go in.
so I want you to hear, Adler,
drained
take this back. So this tells you, listen to what Jim Nantz says as he's hitting the ball or before he hits the ball.
Seconds ago at the 15th. Seconds ago at the 15th. Seconds ago at the 15th.
Yeah, I don't think he says it.
No, the fairy tale is what I wanted you to hear.
Oh, is it while the ball's in the air? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said before the second. Okay.
No, I think
Seconds ago at the 15th. The fairy tale story.
it's already a good one. And then he added to this, is the point.
But Rick, he doesn't know he did it. See,
Yeah.
he just thinks it's a good shot.
He finished top 15,
Did it go
which
in?
qualifies
He
him
rung
for
it like
next
beer
year.
pong. Did it go in?
Yeah.
It's almost
did
like
it.
Steph Curry shot it. It went right there.
Let's go with basketball, Greg, not beer pong, buddy.
Yeah, it looked a lot like beer pong. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.